Paranormal M ventures into haunted places and cursed tales. We explore mysteries the world has tried to forget. Subscribe now. Never miss a chill. The Graveyard Light. Late 2020. Back then I was dating my high school sweetheart. One night out of pure recklessness, he came up with the idea of casting some kind of spell. Wanted to cast it on a man that we both despised. His friend's cruel stepfather. We were just 16, convinced we were untouchable, and I foolishly went along. The rain was steady when we reached the graveyard, close to midnight. He began pulling random items from his backpack. Broken glass, bits of wire, and a small jar. The plan was to fill it with grave dirt, something that he had read about online. I figured he'd scooped it up from the path or a bush, but no, he knelt down, scraped it right from the gravestone's base. And that's when my chest felt tight. Felt wrong, and I told him I wasn't okay with it and started walking down the path. I was reading the names etched on the old stones to calm myself. And that's when I saw it. The gravestone further up the hill suddenly glowed like a flashlight had been left shining at its base. It definitely hadn't been lit before. My curiosity got the better of me. I stepped closer. Over the glowing grave, a loose black cable dangled in the air, swinging slightly, though there was no wind. Something about it was making my skin crawl. Turned back toward him. The rain had picked up so much it blurred everything into shadows. I leaned back against him for warmth, but when I tilted my head up, he was standing a few steps away with my mouth wide open. I froze because I could feel someone behind me. Same height, same build, but it wasn't him. I spun around and there was nothing. Just darkness and the whisper of rain hitting snow. Or stone. We didn't think twice. Bolted around the corner, the old church, breath ragged, soaked through. I wanted to go back stupidly just to prove to myself it was nothing. He grabbed my arm, refusing. That's when the footsteps came. Heavy and deliberate ones, like boots crushing wet gravel. Faint clicking sound, as if something metal swung with each step. We didn't want to see who or what it was. We sprinted all the way back to my house, lungs burning, heart hammering so hard I thought I'd pass out in the front steps. Maybe it was a stranger, maybe not. But the way he didn't see anyone behind me, and the way it appeared without a sound, I can't explain it. That night remains one of the most unnerving things I've ever experienced. The Man in the Top Hat. This happened quite some time ago, probably around 10, maybe 13 years back. At the time, Halloween was just around the corner. And that morning, my two best friends and I went to school like any normal day. But that night, there's going to be a Halloween carnival on campus. It was a Thursday, and since Halloween fell on the weekend, the school decided to hold the fair early. We all agreed to go, but instead of heading home first, they decided to crash at my place. We thought we'd watch some movies, eat some junk food, mess around for a while, and go back together. I called our driver to pick us up after class. We told our parents the plan, and they were fine with it, and after arriving home, we walked to a corner store down the street, grabbed some chips and soda and candy, headed back to my house. A bit of context about the house. It wasn't an old place, but it carried something. And we had lived there for years, and although we knew there were strange things about it, it never really bothered us. The house had 4 levels if you counted the lower floor. Bedrooms on the top, living spaces on the second, garage and entry on the ground floor, and a strange unfinished area beneath the garage accessible by outdoor stairs. That last part used to just be a hollow space no one paid attention to, till years later when burn marks were discovered on the concrete walls of the small hidden room and that room hadn't been on any blueprint. So we went upstairs to my room, threw ourselves on the bed, turned on the TV, started eating. That's when the noise began, a deep, dull thumping from the roof. My friend sat up, whispered nervously, and for me it was nothing new. I'd heard it before. We'd even had inspectors check the roof multiple times. No leaks, no animals, nothing. I told them to chill, but the thumps did get louder. They turned into bangs, almost as if something was responding to their panic. I raised my voice. I told them to stop talking about it. Gradually, the banging died down until it simply stopped. They huddled closer, their faces pale. About an hour later, sunlight still filled the house through the big windows. Started playing Halo. I was sitting farthest from the TV and I noticed something shifting on the door, and at first, just a faint shape. Then a darker, sharper shadow, like it was forming slowly out of nothing. The light in the room didn't hit the door directly. It was only soft, reflected light from the hallway. I debated whether to say anything. Curiosity won over me. Guys, look at the door. They turned and both froze. A clear silhouette, a small girl motionless. My friend started freaking out and yelling, trying to explain it away. We searched the entire floor for a logical light source. There was none, and when we returned, the shadow was gone. To prove something, I pushed one friend against the door. His shadow was similar in clarity, but not the same size. The one we'd seen had been smaller and more defined. Too defined. The rest of the afternoon blurred together. We threw knives at the tree out back, laughed nervously, played more games, eventually watched another movie. When night came, my driver texted that he was outside. The house felt colder and darker. I walked ahead to turn off the lights, and I swear I'd never seen my friend so terrified. Down at the garage level, the layout was simple. Door, hallway, small service room, tall glass pane right beside the entrance. Through it, you could see the whole garage. When I opened the door to my friends, they just rushed out, still muttering, how they'd never stay over again. As I closed the door behind me, they suddenly went silent. I turned around and their faces were bone white, and then they screamed, "He's right there, run!" Confused, I turned toward the glass and I saw him. Tall figure, perfectly still, black suit, top hat, and just watching. For the first time that day, the cold hit my spine like ice. Hid the key, felt every hair on my neck stand, bolted to the car. The driver was laughing. "Afraid of the dark?" he teased. He claimed he saw nothing. When I finally looked back, the figure was gone completely. Went to the Halloween fair that night. Never really spoke about what happened. One of my friends kept his promise. He's never set foot in my house again. The other only comes if I'm home, and years later the three of us met again. Brought up that night. One of them remembered every detail, shape of the hat, the way the shadow moved. The other had buried the memory so deep he went pale just remembering it. That night was the first and only time I ever saw him with my own eyes. But strangely, guests who visit often describe a man in a top hat too. Never tell them beforehand. The room beneath the light. Long before I came into this world, my family once hired a housemaid who seemed to have a strange obsession with my father. People said she wasn't quite right. Sometimes she'd be caught standing alone in my sister's nursery in the middle of the night, just staring. One morning, she simply vanished after being let go. Nobody ever heard of her again. As a child, I was told I had odd moments. I'd hold long conversations with no one, pointing at corners of the house as if something invisible stood there. Shadows often drifted across the garden fence at dusk. They'd whisper my name. Even the house itself groaned. Wood was creaking above us, doors moving with the wind. Nothing out of the ordinary, we thought, for an old place. That was until 2021. I had moved temporarily to another city for work. Sister staying with my father and her husband at the time, and for some reason, it was as if something in the house had chosen that year to remind us it never really left. My brother-in-law's night. He returned home one late evening around 8. My father opened the door. He was pale and drenched in sweat. He couldn't speak at first, and after gulping down a glass of water, he said that he'd seen someone or something on the side of the road near the old market. A woman dragging her leg, her jaw hanging to one side as if it had snapped. He ran the rest of the way home, too afraid to even look back. My sister's afternoon. A few days later, while she's cleaning the bedrooms, she reached my dad's room, and as soon as she stepped inside, the door slammed behind her. No locks in that house. No matter how hard she kicked or pulled, it wouldn't budge. Then came the sound of footsteps running back and forth through the hallway. Fast, like children playing. There was no one else home. Windows rattled as if struck by fists. She knelt and prayed. When she finally got the door open, she sprinted barefoot down the street to her aunt's house. What they found. Later that evening, an old woman from a nearby church came with a small wooden cross and a quiet voice. She walked through the house slowly, as if listening to something the rest of us couldn't hear. Her steps stopped in front of my room, the one that used to be my sister's nursery. Under the floorboard of the closet, buried in a chunk of plaster, they found a rusted nail, strands of black hair, and a small folded piece of cloth tied with twine. She said nothing, only took the object away and prayed over every wall before leaving. And for a while, the house grew still again. But lately, everything's changed. Father's motorcycle stalls in the middle of traffic without reason. I wake up at 3 a.m. every night and my chest is tight. It's as if somebody is standing just outside my door. We've blessed the house twice now. Air feels heavier each day. I don't know what this thing wants, but I know it hasn't left yet. The gentle voice in the dark. Never really thought to look this up until talking with my partner tonight. Suddenly clicked. Maybe what we had wasn't just odd childhood memories, and reading other people's stories here hit me hard. I've told these events countless times over the years, never faded. It showed itself several times across different periods of my life, and always quiet, always wrong in a way I couldn't explain. Then one day it just stopped. First time, I was maybe 5 or 6. Woke up in the middle of the night and saw my mom walk past my bedroom door. And our rooms are side by side. Kitchen's at the end of the hallway. She had this very distinct pale blue robe she wore almost every night. So I whispered, "Mom," and whatever it was stiffened. Then slowly leaned backward in a way that reminded me of how like a dog arches when threatened. I ducked underneath my blanket. I peeked out seconds later and the hallway was empty. A few years later, probably around the start of middle school, I was downstairs playing video games on a Saturday afternoon. That's when the power cut out suddenly. The house was old, so I always knew where people were by the creaks in the floor, the way the vents echoed. The moment after the lights went out, I heard loud, deliberate footsteps above me. They were heavy ones, and they were measured like somebody in work boots. Went on for nearly a full minute. I heard things bumping and scraping and shifting. When the noise finally stopped, I went up to check and everything was exactly as I'd left it. The third time came in high school. I'd fallen asleep on the living room couch. Half wrapped in a blanket, TV still on low. I woke up and saw my dad or something wearing his shape. He was sitting at the dining room table in the dark, facing away from me. Only the faint glow from the aquarium light outlined his shoulders. I quietly said, "Dad?" And just like the first time, it changed posture. Its back straightened unnaturally, shoulders lifting as if bristling. I shut my eyes tight, told myself to breathe, and when I opened them, the chair was empty. Last time was when I was back home for winter break in college. The hallway outside my room felt wrong, like a freezing pocket of air, like stepping into a cold cellar. I told myself it was just drafty. Got into bed, turned off the light, and I felt it. The mattress sank slightly, like somebody just sat down beside me. My whole body went rigid. The hand touched my shoulder gently, and in my dad's exact calm voice it said, "Hey, wake up." And I wasn't asleep. I turned over instantly, no one there. I can't explain why, but that night felt final, and I lived in that house for years afterwards. I visited often. Nothing ever did happen again. Never told my parents, I just tucked it away somewhere deep. Reading other people's stories tonight made me realize I'm not alone in this. I don't know why it showed itself like that, why it sounded so kind when everything else about it was so wrong. And even now, talking about it makes the hairs on my arms stand up. The Quiet Intruder. I'm Jack, 22, a night shift car washer. I rent a tiny drafty apartment above an abandoned auto parts shop. Most nights are still and quiet, which I used to love, but last Tuesday changed that. I finished work around 10:45, cold wind biting my face as I climbed the creaky stairs. Too lazy to cook, I grabbed a sandwich, turned on an old movie on my laptop. By 1 a.m., I got up to wash my face. When I came back, something felt wrong. The door wasn't locked, and I always lock the door, twice and sometimes 3 times. Told myself maybe I'd just been careless. The hallway light was on. I hadn't touched it. A heavy feeling spread through my chest. My hands were shaking as I pulled out the crowbar I kept under the sofa, more for comfort than protection. I stepped toward the hallway. Everything looked normal. No sound of movement, but then I noticed the shoe rack. One of my boots, the one I never wear anymore, was missing. I didn't sleep a second that night. Every tiny creak sounded like a footstep. The next morning I called my landlord. No one else had a key, and the lock showed no scratches, no damage. And over the next week, small things began to shift. My laundry folded itself into uneven stacks I didn't make. The sink was clean even though I'd left dishes in it. Caught a faint scent of cheap cologne in the bathroom, and I live alone. Then one night while locking up the shop, I saw him, a figure standing across the street, half hidden behind a rusted signpost. Hoodie, hands in pockets, watching. I shouted and he slipped away like smoke. Bought a cheap camera, hid it on the top of the fridge. And on the second night, the footage showed him, a man in his late 30s, slipping through my door like he belonged there. He rummaged through my drawers, stared at the walls, slowly turned to look at the camera. He didn't smile, he didn't run, just stared and left. Police came, and there was nothing, no fingerprints, no forced entry, no clue. Now I check the lock 3 times every night. Lights stay on, crowbar sleeps next to me. I keep telling myself he's gone, but some nights when I turn on the tap in the bathroom, I swear I hear the faint sound of footsteps in the hall, as if he'd never left. How I accidentally humiliated a ghost. For some much needed context, my best friend, who we're gonna call Pebble, nice, they have the weirdest luck with the supernatural. Her entire family seems to be some sort of VIP guest list for wandering spirits. I don't know why, but if there's a ghost within 100 feet, it'll probably show up the moment Pebble walks in. And at this point, I'm basically numb to spooky stuff because of them. Anyway, here's the ridiculous story of how I somehow managed to embarrass a ghost. It's one of those sticky late-night summers, and I'd just gotten back from a jog and decided to change into something less sweaty. Important context incoming. I was too lazy to flip the light switch, so I just propped my phone flashlight against a pillow, pointing at the ceiling. The screen was off, no apps open, nothing weird going on. Right as I was wrestling for my tank top, I caught a flash of movement in the corner of my eye. A pale, floating figure appeared about 2 feet in front of me. Honestly, it looked like a budget-friendly Halloween decoration. About 3.5 feet tall and featureless, like somebody threw a sheet over a cloud and called it a day. Oh, timing couldn't have been worse. I was, let's say, very undressed, otherwise known as naked. Little ghost buddy got a full, uninvited eyeful. Almost immediately, my flashlight snapped off. Darkness swallowed the room like somebody slammed a door shut. My heart was freaking out and my brain was trying to convince itself I imagined the whole thing. Honestly, the idea of some poor ghost catching sight of my birthday suit and turning the lights off in horror, too much for my ego. Next morning, Pebble shuffled out of her room looking way too calm and casually said, "Hey, I saw a ghost last night." According to her, little dude was lying on the bed next to her, just hanging out like an awkward cat. That's when I realized that she was awake and looking straight at it and had bolted and vanished into thin air. So I asked her what it looked like, half hoping she'd say something different. Nope, small, white, kind of floaty like a sheet, and there it was. Confirmation. I had unintentionally gone streaking in front of a ghost. Naturally, I told her what happened in my room. We ended up laughing way too hard, imagining the little ghost sprinting down the hall after being visually scarred, seeking comfort from Pebble, who had probably thought was asleep. When she opened her eyes, the little dude clearly had a second existential crisis poofed out of there. Never did see that ghost again. Pebble did, multiple times, not me. Guess I made quite the impression. Moral of the story, if you live in a haunted house, maybe just turn the light on when you're changing. I bet you, well, never mind. I'm gonna hold my comment. Never mind. The knocking at the lake house. Didn't really know where to share this, but something weird has been happening lately. One random evening, I'm just lying on the couch, watching some random YouTube videos. That's when I heard this soft knocking. Wasn't loud, more like somebody being playful, just two little... I get up, I step out into the porch, look around, and I'm like, maybe some kid's messing around. Before I can even finish that thought, I hear it again. 2 knocks. And this time it's coming from behind me. The door I just walked through. I spin around, hard doing that weird jump thing, and absolutely no one out there. The second time it happened, same deal. 2 knocks. Open the door, empty porch, close it, a few seconds later again. This time I go, try to find, someone else in the house and ask, "Did you just knock?" They say, "No, maybe it's the dogs. I heard them barking." Thing is that the dogs are lying at the foot of the bed the whole time. They only barked after the knock, because they heard it too. The third time was the worst. Just woken up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. The house was quiet, and then out of nowhere, 2 knocks again. Louder this time. Not banging, but sharp and heavy, like somebody who means business. My heart was racing. I know it's not just me. Dogs go wild every single time. My boyfriend says it's just my hormones because I'm pregnant. You're just hearing stuff. Okay, but if it was just in my head, explain the dogs losing their minds then. And tonight, it only knocked once, but it was harder, like somebody was annoyed. And honestly, it felt like there's something around here. The land used to be Native American territory, and some nights I swear I see shadows running between the trees down by the water. Once when I was walking to the dock, I felt something rush past me so fast I almost stumbled into the lake. And one evening, the front door opened on its own. I wanted to believe it was just the wind, but then the two glass doors further inside opened at the same time, like something just walked in. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm not the only one hearing those knocks, so I'll just ask. Do spirits knock on your door sometimes? Whispers through the curtain. My husband has always been the kind of dreamer who seems to live two lives. One in the real world, one in the vivid, lucid world in his sleep. And in that other realm, he's often aware of himself, shaping the space around him, talking to his late grandpa or even playing fetch with our dog. But N has also been a loud skeptic. Ghosts or spirits, he'd laugh and wave it off until this week. For months I've told him something about the house felt wrong. Heavy air, cold hum at night. That sense you get when you're being watched even when alone. He'd roll his eyes and say, "I'll believe it when I see it." Then came Monday night. The first dream in the hotel. They dreamed of running. A dark figure chased him down endless hallways of a hotel, slammed the door of a room, locking himself inside. For a brief moment it was quiet, and he peeked through a narrow split in the curtain, saw a group of people on the street below, laughing and drinking and clinking glasses. Almost felt warm. And then, one by one, they went silent. Every face turned toward him. Even from that height, they stared straight through the window through him. A rattle came from the door behind him. Something was trying to get in, so panicked he dove under the covers, trying to force himself awake. And that's when he felt the blanket slide off, slowly at first, then ripped away violently at his feet. Darkness swallowed everything. Bed felt like a block of ice beneath him, slick and hard. Started kicking at the air, whispering my name, trying to fight his way out. And that's when I woke to the sound of him mumbling, "Help me." Next day, didn't mock the idea of spirits, and instead he stood next to me holding a bundle of sage. The false calm smudged the house Tuesday afternoon. I felt cleaner and brighter, and even joked, maybe your ghost is scared of incense. But Wednesday morning proved it was only temporary. Our morning routine was the same. Left to work, and he stayed home to sleep after sending the kids to school. But around mid-morning, I suddenly felt waves of nausea hit me at my desk. And out of nowhere, I texted him even though I knew he was probably asleep. Minutes later, he texted back, "You won't believe this." The second dream is the intruder. First dream, he's walking through the house, trying to reset the circuit breaker when he saw somebody step in from the garage. The figure said, almost annoyed, "I've been doing this for years. Why is it a problem now?" That's when Ed realized he was dreaming and woke himself up. He fell back asleep. Second dream, he saw the front door swinging open. Wrong direction, like the house itself had twisted. A shadowed figure was slipping outside. "Who the hell are you?" he yelled in the dream. The figure turned and rushed at him, and this time its face was almost visible and blurred, but human. I jolted awake in the exact position he'd been in the dream, with his heart racing. Checked my phone. Same minute that I'd nearly thrown up. The morning visitor. Today he didn't dream. He was fully awake at 7 a.m. and I got a text. I heard water like a waterfall inside the house. He said he saw me or something wearing my face. A woman my height, my hair, and long white dress, faded floor prints, gliding silently into the room. She stared at him without blinking, circled the bed slowly, and paused by the bathroom door. He kicked out in a panic, but his legs passed through hers like slicing the fog. The dogs bolted, and she only smiled, a thin, brittle smile, and whispered, "I'm cursed." Then she vanished. We're stocking up on sage again, maybe more than just sage this time. Whatever settled into this house isn't just a shadow. The Night Visitors. When I was a kid, probably around 8, woke up in the middle of the night with my face turned toward the wall. There's a soft greenish glow on it, faint but steady, like someone was holding a light just behind me. When I slowly turned around, I saw something that to this day I still remember clearly. There were 2 figures in my room. They weren't solid people, but bright outlines. They were human shapes made of light. The center of each figure glimmered almost white, but the edges were green like a glow stick. The strangest part was I instantly knew who they were. I can't explain how. It wasn't like hearing their voices or reading their minds. It was just a knowing. I knew they were 2 young men in their early 20s. I think they had died not long before. I somehow saw flashes in my mind of a train crossing at night. Rain on the windshield, a crash that ended everything for them. They were standing by the bed where my mom was sleeping. Mine was in a smaller bed across the room, and one of them leaned close to my mom, moving his hands as if they were trying to touch her hair. Others stood a little bit behind, just watching, and the one in the back turned his head slightly and felt it. They had noticed me. A moment later, the other one froze too. They didn't have faces, but I knew they were looking straight at me. One of them lifted a hand and waved it slowly, almost like testing to see if I'd react. I didn't move, I just stared, frozen between fear and curiosity. And then, like they'd made up their minds, they both began to walk. Yeah, walk like real people. They walked toward the corner near the door. And then they just passed through the wall. I didn't scream, I didn't even breathe loudly. I remember my heart pounding in my chest, but also feeling strangely calm. Maybe too stunned to be scared. Next morning, though, I had a shock. A music box on my mom's nightstand. One she never used, and it was open and playing a tune. She swore she hadn't touched it. That was when the fear set in for real. I knew that they'd been there. Years after that, I hated sleeping with the door half open. If it wasn't wide open or fully closed, I'd have panic attacks. I always imagined them coming back through the wall the way they left. It wasn't that I thought they'd hurt me, more like I felt they'd seen something in me that let them cross over in the first place. And as a child, it felt way too specific to be a dream. The way I knew details and the accident and their ages. Even that happened during a stormy night. Didn't make sense for an 8-year-old to imagine it out of nowhere. And now I'm 22, and a few days ago my curiosity got the better of me. Searched online for an accident around that time. And there it was, a small article from 2012 about 2 young men, 19 and 21, killed at a train crossing. It was the only article, and pretty short without much detail. The moment I read it, something clicked deep inside me. Still haven't seen anything like it since. Memory always stayed, and maybe it was some kind of connection. Maybe it was just a strange night, but never forget the feeling of being seen by something that shouldn't have been there. Something in the Pines. A few winters back, 3 buddies and I decided to spend a quiet night by the fire. We were laughing, tossing another log into the flames. That's when the woodpile started looking a little bit too low. Lucky for us, the family farm has an old patch of forest, about 30 acres of thick pines and oaks. They're big where we live. We jumped in the truck, drove a couple of miles to the tree line. Max steered us down an old, half-forgotten trail, where branches scraped the sides of the truck. The night was clear, moon was bright, snow reflected just enough light that our headlamps were almost unnecessary. Spread out, breaking off dead limbs, tossing them into the bed of the truck. It was around the time that around the time that we'd filled in halfway when one of my friends stopped and said, "Does it feel off to you?" That's not unusual in the woods at night, but then we all realized something at the same moment. It was silent. No coyotes, no cattle lowing. No cattle lowing from the feedlot down the road. Not even the wind through the trees. We started scanning around, and one of the guys kind of squinted at a shape standing between a big evergreen about 30 feet away from us. With their small headlamps and phone lights, it was hard to make out details, but it looked like a bare, dead trunk at first. Then it shifted. We froze. Living where we do, we grew up pretty cautious. We all had pistols holstered, and without much talking, we had clicked safeties and aimed our light toward the spot. It might have been a person, maybe someone trespassing. Not our smartest plan, but fear makes you do dumb things. We called out the usual, "Who's there?" Stuff half serious, kind of half hoping to scare ourselves less. Then it leaned out again. In a heartbeat, we all realized this wasn't a person. It was too tall and too still and too wrong. None of us turned away. We started backing up, keeping our light locked on it. That's when it slid further out from the tree, not stepping, but moving and smoothly. Every hair on my neck stood up. We didn't fire, we didn't speak, just stumbled backward until we hit the truck. And I swung the light one last time and I saw it again. This time by another tree, closer to the trail we'd come in on. Hadn't gotten nearer in a straight line. It had moved sideways like it was trying to get ahead of us. And that was enough for all of us. The guys in the bed watched behind us while Max slammed the truck into gear. Branches whipped by as we tore out of there, headlights bouncing. Didn't slow down until the farmhouse came into view, and we didn't bother lighting that fire again, safe to say. Ghost or coincidence? Help. This happened in the middle of June 2020. It was a very strange experience. I've yet to hear a reasonable explanation for what had happened this night. And for some background, I've never believed in anything paranormal. My girlfriend claims to have had a couple of paranormal experiences, but they seem too cliché to be legitimate. I live in Utah and I'm not religious. However, a common hangout spot at night in Utah is the nearest church. My friend used to live in a neighborhood with a church in it. We would hang out, eat food, and talk. Right next to the church was an underground tunnel. It was also a common trail people would walk. The road goes over the tunnel. The road above the tunnel is about 20 feet above the tunnel. The road, pretty much a bridge. So after we were done hanging out, it was driving, I cross over that bridge and I see a black and white cat fall off the bridge and into where the tunnel is. I only saw its butt. However, I knew it was a cat. It's not uncommon to see stray cats at night in this neighborhood. I see them all the time. However, I was very confused why the cat would jump off a 20-foot drop. And I love all animals that I've raised, and especially my stray kittens and baby birds. So I was contemplating pulling over and going to see if he's okay. I didn't at first because my brother had recently gotten a new cat named Sylvester after the Looney Tunes character only a couple of days ago. I knew if I found an injured cat, we would rescue it and want to keep it. I turned around anyways, and I parked next to the school by the tunnel to see if it was okay. The roads were barren. It was 1 a.m. in a quiet Utah religious neighborhood, so I wasn't nervous in any way, and I just wanted to see if the cat was okay. I park and I get out, and there's a fairly steep hill leading down into the tunnel. So I make my way down. I turn on my phone flashlight to see if I can see any sign of an animal, and I just couldn't see anything. But the tunnel was empty. Couldn't see the other side of the tunnel. Walk down the tunnel to the very end and don't see anything, and the tunnel's maybe only 30 feet long. Then it comes out into the other side of the road. I walked back extremely confused because a cat wouldn't just drop 20 feet down and be completely fine. Yeah, I've seen that. Now, this is the frightening part. As I'm walking back up the hill, I see an extremely bright light at the far end of the trail, and it's moving closer to me. I don't know what it was, but my first instinct was to run. But the light was getting closer, and I honestly wasn't scared because the neighborhood was primarily Mormon, right next to a school I used to go to. So I wait to see what it is, and as it gets closer, I hear bike wheels rolling and pedals turning. I didn't want to look weird, so I don't run. I just keep walking back to my car. And in my mind, I was trying to process why somebody would be riding their bike at 1 a.m. It was a woman, maybe 20, 21, and she was quite attractive, if I'm being honest. She was dressed in a floral print dress, what looked like it came directly out of the 60s, with no shoes and long hair that fell across her cheeks, and she said, "Hey," in sort of a friendly voice. I responded with, "Hey, what's up?" or something like that. Everybody in Utah is really friendly and talkative, so I didn't really think anything of it other than, well, why the hell was she riding her bike this late? She said she was going home, and then replied with a question about what I'm doing. I said I was looking for a black and white cat I saw fall off the road because I got worried it got hurt. She responded with, "Oh no, I haven't seen a black and white cat around here. But I used to have a cat named Sylvester, and he was so cool. He used to be able to open doors and stuff." My face felt like it got stung by a million bees, and my heart dropped. Is this a fucking joke? Did she just say my new cat's name? I understand it's a common name for a black and white cat, but why did I just see one fall off a road and encounter a very strange-looking woman who also had a black and white cat named Sylvester? And that just happens to be my new cat's name. There's no way this is actually happening. I respond with, "Oh, wow, really, that's so funny," or something like that. I tell her to have a good night, and after telling her to keep an eye out for the cat, she responds with, "Of course I will," and just keeps walking back to my car. I was kind of scared at this point, actually, I get in my car and get on my phone to call my girlfriend. She doesn't answer, so I just give up and drive off. As I back out and drive to get into the road, the woman isn't in sight. Genuinely, she's nowhere to be found. She should be easily spotted with the bright lights on her bike, but she's not. The trail was left dark and empty. It's as if she was never there. The woman was riding on the sidewalk, and the trail splits off into two pathways. One goes into the tunnel, and one goes into the sidewalk that connects to the road. She was on the sidewalk. There's no way she could have gotten into the tunnel because, as I said, the hill down into the tunnel is fairly steep. There's no way she could have ridden or even walked down there with a bike. She was legitimately gone. Nowhere in sight, no lights, no bike, no sound, no nothing. So where did she go? So, can somebody give me an explanation? Was it just some girl genuinely going home, and did she also have a cat named Sylvester? And if so, how and why did she disappear? Also, why was she dressed like a 60s hippie? No shoes, floral dress, long ratty hair. I'm genuinely pretty stumped. I have no other option but to come here and ask for an explanation. Do you guys think this was a ghost or just a very odd and strange coincidence? Are all ghosts bad and scary, or was this just some weird sighting or encounter? I don't know what to think. I'm not lying, she was nowhere to be found. That's what's so strange to me. The same cat name was strange in the outfit, but the strangest part was she was gone in an instant. Somebody please tell me what happened to me. My best friend visited me. In January of 2011, my childhood best friend passed away. Her name was Carla. We were super close growing up, and I would often sleep over her house. We would rent movies from the shop around the corner of her house. We sort of lost touch when I moved cities 400 miles away, but we would still communicate. After she passed away, I remember I didn't have dreams for almost 2 weeks. Then one of my close friends told me about a dream they had with her. Carla appeared to my friend in a dream, and they had never met before. They asked my friend where I was, and she was looking for me. Then, like clockwork, the following night I had a dream with her, and I was in her old neighborhood, and it was like a bright-ass sunny day. I could barely see the cars and houses. Then from around the corner, Carla comes walking toward me, and she's smiling super big. She doesn't say anything, but gives me a big hug, and I don't remember what happened after that, but I think I woke up shortly. I forgot to mention that before the dream that night, I was watching a movie and eating in my room. When my nightlight starts flickering, eventually turns off. I thought, NBD. I'll get a new bulb. After I woke up from the dream, my nightlight turned on, and I don't know what this means, but I felt her there. Fast forward to this year. I read recently about how lost loved ones tend to visit us during special times like birthdays or anniversaries of death. We just have to see it, I guess. So I started talking to Carla more often than normal, and thanking her on everything she's done for me. Her birthday was coming up, being March 3rd. And on March 1st, I'm in the kitchen washing dishes when I thought to grab my phone so I could listen to my podcasts. When I walked into the living room, I got a huge whiff of Carla's house. It was unmistakable. You know when certain people's homes just have a smell, like not necessarily bad, but just a certain scent? I smelled her. Couldn't believe it, I almost cried, but I acknowledged her presence and I said, "Thank you for visiting me." On the morning of March 3rd, her birthday, around 5 a.m., my boyfriend and I got woken up to the sound of something small that fell. It was coming from the kitchen. He got up to investigate, thinking maybe our cat dropped something. Found out it was a little wall sign that we have in the kitchen that says, "I love you more than bacon." It's been there for almost a year. Our sweet ghost cat. Everyone responded so positively to my last post, so I wanted to share this other recent experience I had in my apartment. I've only shared these with a few close friends since I don't want people thinking I'm crazy. But I know what I feel, and this is a series of occurrences that led me to believe I have a ghost cat in my apartment. First time was when I recently moved into my apartment. About a month after, I was getting ready for work in the morning. That's when I noticed my cat playing with a shoelace in the hall. In the hall, there was a small closet. My cat was playing with the shoelace in front of the closed door when I see something white swipe from under the door, almost like a cat trying to get a shoelace from the other side. My cat saw it too. She stopped what she was doing to stare at the bottom of the door. I immediately thought it was my other cat, who does have white paws, so I opened the door to check, and there was nothing. The second time was a few months later. My boyfriend and I were trying to fall asleep in bed around 11, and that's when we hear tiny footsteps run and then jump onto our futon couch in the living room. Sounded small, just like a cat randomly running and jumping on the couch. We both looked at each other because both our cats were in bed with us and our dog is crated at night. He said, "What was that?" I said, "I don't know." So we went to check, but saw nothing. Third time we had a guest in our home, and I usually leave a box or two out for my cats when I get a new package since they both love them, and I had one in the middle of our dining room. My friend, my boyfriend, and I were in the living room watching a show. That's when we hear the box slide, almost as if a cat jumped into it. I look over and I actually see the box flaps move, but both our cats and our dog were in the living room with us. All windows and sliding door were closed. So we all just kind of looked at each other like, what the fuck? Fourth and most recent time was about 7 months ago. I randomly woke up in the middle of the night. I remembered I needed to charge my phone. I looked and the time was 1:21 a.m. The outlet is right next to my side of the bed, so I just reached over and plugged it in while barely having my eyes open. Then I set my phone down, and as I did, I see a shadow on the wall from my nightlight. It's about the size of a cat and it's coming toward me. So I just laid back in bed and I immediately remembered and looked at my feet. Both my cats were sound asleep on my bed. I tried really hard to fall asleep after that, but it took me almost an hour. I've had other uneventful occurrences like leg rubs, I feel, and I thought they were my cat, but ended up being nothing. And something that sounded like a cat jumping off of our couch into the wood floor when my animals are in my room with me. All my life I've had experiences like these, and at this point, they're just expected. The red-eyed shadow is watching you. On the day in question of my first paranormal experience, my family, my parents and my sister, had gone to another city, almost 60 kilometers away, to visit my aunt and uncle, leaving me alone at home. My parents went out in the afternoon and came back the next day at night. The night of their departure, which I thought was a French word because there is spelled differently, I was sleeping and I turned over and I half opened my eyes and I saw clearly as daylight a dark shadow in human form with 2 red orbs for eyes across the room looking at me. I didn't give it any importance until the next day when I remembered it. Went back to sleep. My room overlooked the inner courtyard of the building that we lived in. And being winter, the blinds were all the way down to keep out the cold, so couldn't have been outside lights. To this day, the memory of that shadow continues to haunt me as I have not found any explanation for what I saw, even though I did try to recreate it without success. Other experiences. My little sister has commented to me on dozens of occasions, seeing how a dark quote-unquote thing as night peeks into her room through the doorframe, moves away when she sees it. P.S. I've also seen it on several occasions. And a few months ago, I'd go back in after smoking a cigarette and the whole living room was dark, and that moment I saw a kind of mist with the height of a human pass through the room and disappear through the exit door. Several minutes later, my mom told me that she had seen the same thing from the kitchen, and would swear it was a woman. A couple of weeks ago, my father had gone to smoke in the backyard of our house, and when he went back inside and turned on the lights, he swears that he thought he saw for a few seconds what looked like a child. My sister had already been several hours sleeping, and they were standing in front of the kitchen door before disappearing. She almost dropped a glass of water he was carrying in her hand. What do you guys think? He was carrying water in her hand. Be careful staying in a luxury hotel in Santa Fe, New Mexico. I've been pondering which story to tell you guys about the historical and extremely haunted town of Santa Fe. When the other day the local paper did a report on one of the places on my list, I took it as a sign. I was originally hesitant to tell this story, as they recently rebranded this place, and I was a little bit scared of being sued. I don't know if this hotel was trying to keep the past hidden, but since they've recently spoken up about the history themselves, I figured it's fair game. The Drury Inn is a fairly new hotel in the downtown area. They only opened in the last 10 or so years. However, the building that is now the Drury Inn has been there for quite some time. This hotel used to be the original St. Vincent's Hospital, being the only hospital in Santa Fe for a very long time. The old St. Vincent's Hospital has more than its fair share of horror stories and resident ghosts. So the fact that it's now a luxury hotel is mind-boggling to me. And I'll be honest, I personally would never lay my head there, even if I did have the money. Where to begin? And I guess I'll tell the more mild of the two most well-known events at the hospital. During a late winter night, a young and fairly new nurse was working on the third-floor nurse station. She was going about her duties when she heard a child crying coming from down the hall from where she was. She walked the hall till she was standing in front of room 311. This is where the crying was coming from. When she opened the door to see, the crying stopped. No one was set up in this room at the time, so of course she was very confused. She thought maybe she misheard where the sound was coming from, so she went around and checked her other rooms. Every patient was in fact asleep, and as she went back to the nurse station from behind her, she heard it once again, the painful crying of a young child. She swiftly walked back to room 311. When she got to the door, she flung it open and flipped on the lights. But of course, the crying stopped once more. She even went as far as to check under the bed, but yet again, nothing. Trying to calm herself, she went back to the nurse station to sit down. For a little while, it was silent, until the crying began again. Imagine how she felt being a nurse, a person who genuinely wants to help people, and hearing a helpless baby crying in pain, yet you can't help. So again, she walked to 311, and yet again, the crying stopped as soon as she opened the door. The next night, she came in to work her shift, caught a couple of fellow nurses before they left. She told them about her, eventful night, and their faces changed. They told her that everybody who had worked that night shift on the third floor heard the crying, and apparently it would pick up in the winter, especially around Christmas time. They told her to just ignore it, and for a little while she didn't even hear the crying until Christmas Eve. She knew from the beginning that it was a baby, and she had worked with babies in the hospital before. And to her, the cry a baby makes when it's in pain was unlike anything else, and unfortunately was burned into her memory. So for a while, she listened to the crying. That's when the cry turned to the sound of a baby gasping for air. It was a sound she also knew. The sound was of a baby taking its last breaths. A week later, she mentioned the event to some coworkers. They were having dinner. One of the other nurses at the table told her that she had been on duty on the third floor on Christmas Eve a few years prior to this. She said there was a bad car accident on the highway, and in one of the cars was a father and his infant little boy. The dad died at the scene, and they rushed the baby to the hospital, which, may I add, is quite a long drive from the highway that the crash had, taken place. Apparently, the little boy was suffering from internal bleeding, and it was only a couple of hours later when the poor angel succumbed to his injuries. The nurse said that she still remembered hearing the little boy take his last breath, and that they were rough and deep. The fairly new nurse asked her which room the baby had died in, And of course, it was room 311. I wonder if the Drury Inn rents 311 out during holidays. Seems to already be occupied. This is a truly heartbreaking tale of an old building that I can imagine holds many like this. However, on the other side of the spectrum, this building holds something much darker. Every haunted place has its hotspot. For the old St. Vincent's Hospital, that spot is the basement. People have reported experiencing many things in the basement. Disembodied voices and screams. Things being banged on and crashing. Seeing shadow people and not only being touched but being yanked, pushed, and pulled by their clothes and hair. This could be your normal run-of-the-mill haunting, right? However, people have also reported hearing low guttural growls, moaning, and being scratched. And probably most scary is more than a couple of people have reported seeing blood dripping down the walls. Many will tell you there's no ghost in the basement, rather a demonic presence. They naturally use the space for storage, so staff didn't venture down there often. Safe to say that every time somebody went down there, they experienced something. And at one point, when it really wasn't a public hospital anymore, it was used as a nursing home. I don't know what made the nursing home staff less cautious than the hospital staff, but they took the rumors of the basement as an opportunity of sorts to scare each other. Anytime they had a new hire, they'd wait till night or just take like a newbie down the service elevator to the basement. It's almost like a hazing ritual. They'd take them down, and when they'd reach the basement, they'd make the new nurse get out. They'd leave them with no flashlight in the dark, unfamiliar place, and tell them to find the staircase. Meet them back on the 3rd floor. The lights in the basement didn't work at all for some reason or another, and the only light source that would be down there would be an exit sign. On top of that, the basement had been described as a maze. It was a huge building, so it was a huge basement. One night after training, a new nurse's aide, one of the other nurses, was given the responsibility of escorting the new nurse down the elevator to the basement so she could complete her initiation. They reached the bottom, and she wished the girl good luck, reminded her to meet them back at the 3rd floor. She went back to the 3rd floor nurse's station to wait for her. After about an hour, she started to wonder where she was. Even if she got lost, she should have already been able to find her way and make it back up. So, she decided to go find her. However, she was scared to go alone, so she convinced another nurse's aide to go with her. When reaching the bottom, she got out to look for her, while the nurse's aide kept the elevator doors open to shed some light. Didn't help much. But luckily, she did have a flashlight. She started searching rooms, then calling for the girl's name. When she heard a very quiet reply off in the distance, she yelled out to the aide that she thinks she found her and to wait for them. She went in the direction she heard and found the poor girl balled up in the corner of a big dusty room, quivering in fear behind an old filing cabinet. She helped the girl up and began leaving the room when she noticed something strange on the wall of this room. It was some kind of liquid. She ran her fingers down the wall to further examine the strange substance. It covered her fingers. Having nothing to wipe it off with and wearing her white uniform, she let it to dry in her hands. When they reached the elevator, she looked down to find her fingers were covered in what appeared to be blood. And when she smelled it, it was the unmistakable smell of iron. That's when she began panicking, not wanting to be on that floor another second. They all stayed frightfully long after they made it back to the station. After the new aide calmed down enough, she told them what happened to her. She had began trying to find the stairs, but kept bumping into things as it was so dark. She started hearing things behind her that sounded like small taps and then thuds. That's when she heard the growls coming from seemingly right behind her head. She took off running until she landed in her little spot where they found her. Later that night, The maintenance man overheard them talking about the experience and chimed in. Apparently, he had been the maintenance man here for a while, even back when it was still a hospital. He said the hospital staff used to use the furnace in the basement to cremate organs or rather to cremate organs removed in surgery, and even amputated limbs. I believe that all the energy the staff put into being scared of the basement only intensified whatever was happening down there. Supposedly, after this happened, the nursing home staff never carried out another initiation. Not too long after the nursing home shut down, the building was left vacant for some time. In my teens, it was covered in graffiti and had many busted-out windows. It was well known among my age group of teens that would break into the building to party or explore and probably see if they'd experience anything paranormal. A couple of times, my friend and I would just sit outside the building on the steps and attempt to hold spirit box sessions. We captured words like hospital, died, pain, meds, and help. A couple of times, I swear I'd seen figures in the windows next to the huge double-door entrance. Now do you understand how crazy it is to me that this is the very building that is now a luxury hotel, and also why I was not surprised reading the article in the paper? It detailed a family staying there and being messed with all night long by an unseen force. Maybe if they've done some research, but then again, I look at the building now and there's honestly no resemblance to the once booming hospital. And a simple Google search on its current name won't spark much suspicion. Only when digging deeper with the original name will you uncover the past. Lucky you guys have me, so you won't have any surprises if you decide to book a room there. So if you decide to blow the bank and stay in a luxury hotel in Santa Fe, New Mexico, make sure your room isn't on the 3rd floor and stay away from the basement, unless that's the kind of thing you're looking for. Since you guys liked my post about the monkey, how about one of the most ghostly variety? My girlfriend and I recently moved into a house. We'd been living in apartments for as long as we were dating, and this was our first house. We were incredibly lucky to get a house, and her being only 23 and me being 26. My great uncle had passed away, and my aunt offered to help us purchase his house. We were living in a bad part of town, and she just wanted to have a safe space. We have several pets, and I recently got a dog. I'm sitting on the couch in the living room, and my girlfriend was at work, and I had stayed home due to, sort of a migraine. And as I sat there, I heard what sounded like small footsteps in the cabinets in the kitchen opening and closing. I figured it was Thor, or fat as hell Silver Tabby, who tries his hardest to get food. But when I looked up, all of the cats were in the bay window. I didn't have a dog at the time, and it was a little bit eerie, but I wasn't really scared, more confused and curious. Then my girlfriend and I were sitting together and playing games. The same thing happened. Me and her looked at each other, and my girlfriend just goes, "Frederick." She goes into the kitchen, pulls a gnome statue from under the sink. The reason being, Junk King had come in and, she wanted to keep the gnome statue while the rest of the uncle's belongings were cleared out. So they told us to put the things we wanted to keep in the cabinets and to mark them. She moved the statue out into the office where he has sort of a good view of the outside and put a blanket inside his little trowel. We haven't had a weird incident since Frederick has been out there, and I'm convinced we have a house fae or the gnome is just a secretly cursed object. Growing up, my girlfriend lived in 2 haunted houses. I think paranormal things are just attracted to her family. She has Native American in her blood, and they are very spiritual. Her sister is able to see things, and she once saw this hunched-over dark shadow in the hallway of her house. She said it looked like a shadow Quasimodo. She also used to have this circular mass shadow that would come out of her closet and go across the wall to her rat's cage where he would scream bloody murder, like something was attacking him. She would tell it to go away, and it would, and her mother had powers of premonition when it came to people having children. She'd always dream the gender of the child before they were born, and it would be 100% accurate each time. She also got the house she wanted because she felt as though the previous owner, who had passed away, wanted her to have the house. My girlfriend has many strange things happen when meditating, like her onyx crystal cracking on the inside. And I myself used to experience this thing, like my parents and I called the peoples, when I lived with them. I believe it was residual energy. When you'd be laying in the house toward the back, you could vaguely hear the sound of people talking. You could never quite understand what was being said, and occasionally old tunes would echo as well. The visitors on the porch. So I live just outside of Raleigh, North Carolina. My house sits at the edge of a quiet wooded road not far from an old, massive colonial-style mansion. Yeah, the big house. Sad emoji, thumbs down emoji, middle finger emoji. I can't prove it, but something deep down tells me this land was once part of some plantation. Maybe it's irrelevant, maybe not, but my gut says that it matters. I moved in here 4 days ago after a long, chaotic trip across the country. For weeks I'd been staying in a friend's guest room for my old cat, trying to desperately find something permanent. When I finally found this place, it felt like a dream. It's in my new house, built in 1988 and recently renovated. Beautiful half-acre yard and a huge screened-in porch. Checked every box, except for one thing. The moment I got here, my cat started acting strange. And she's 14, usually calm. Now she's running around like she did as a kitten, making these low warbling sounds I've never heard in my life. Hides in weird places and sometimes inside her litter box. Sometimes with her face pressed into the corner of the couch like she's trying to disappear. Never done that before. And that's when the word paranormal first popped into my head. The second night I'm in the kitchen, I heard whispering. It wasn't clear words, more like someone muttering under their breath. It came from the back porch. I opened the door, expecting maybe a neighbor or an animal. No one. Air felt nice, the porch was screened in. Left the door open. Then it happened. I don't even know how to describe it properly, and I didn't see a person because I saw a blur. Human-shaped distortion, like when you look through a heat wave or that predator camouflage effect. It knew I was there. It wasn't just some shadow trick. I could feel its awareness pressing back at me. Hovered barely an inch from my face, and the intensity was unreal, not really violent, but overwhelming. My heart was pounding, my cat bolted from the room like she'd been expecting this all along. I stood there frozen and out loud. I've never done anything like this, but I said, I don't have a problem with you, but you need to leave my house. The thing didn't lash out, it just sort of drifted away, slow and curious, like it was sizing me up. The feeling I got was that it wasn't pleased I was here, but it didn't really want to hurt me either. Next day, I saw the same blurry shape 4 separate times. In the hallway, by the stairs, in the kitchen, and once in the living room. Broad daylight. Somehow less terrifying, but still real. I called a friend who pointed me to a local metaphysical shop. I came home with ethically grown white sage, cedar or St. Michael candle, some dragon's blood candles, and lavender incense. They even suggested a tiny citrine charm for my cat's collar. Hadn't been wearing it during that first encounter since putting it on, and she's been noticeably calmer. Could be a coincidence, but still. That evening, the house felt quiet. No whispers, no blur, and I decided not to smudge right away. Made some music, smoked a cigarette on the porch, and that's when I heard it again. Soft footsteps and quiet murmurs. But this time it wasn't one, it was many. 5, maybe 6 of them, all with the same shimmering, warped outline. One smaller and the rest taller than the first I'd seen. Slid into every room like ice. Lit the sage and cedar and walked through the house and said calmly but firmly, "I don't mean any harm, but you need to go." Everything went still and silent like they'd vanished. Then as soon as I sat down with the St. Michael candle burning, they came back and closer. It felt like I was inside their presence, like the air itself had weight. It followed me from room to room until I lit the dragon's blood candle. That's when the pressure eased. I don't know what they are, and I can hear what sounds like a voice of an old woman at times, whispering just beyond where I can see. Maybe they're ghosts, maybe something else entirely, but all I know is that, well, they were here long before me. They definitely noticed when I arrived. The Tree at Dusk. Last summer, me and my best mate and my partner took a trip down to Byron Bay, New South Wales. We planned this little overnight challenge in my mate's van, just to have a laugh and watch the sunrise. Weather turned wild, heavy rain, wind howling like crazy. We bailed halfway and drove back to Brisbane the same night. But when I got home, I did what I always do. Hugged my mom, said hi to everybody, then wandered out to the shed to see my cousin and his girlfriend. They were passing a joint. She looked pale, like she'd seen something messed up. So I asked, "You good?" She just stared and said, flat as a board, "We saw a body." I laughed at first, thought she was joking. "Yeah, all right," I said. Her face didn't change, her eyes were locked in that kind of shock you can't fake. My smile dropped and she started telling me everything. The place. We got this patch of bushland near our house, just a short walk down past a roundabout. And there's a path that leads into a park, and from there an opening into the trees. There used to be a small community garden there years ago. Old wooden benches, rusted shed, piles of junk people never cleared out. It's quiet at night. Bit eerie, but perfect for a smoke if you don't want to do it at home. My cousin and his girlfriend got in there around 7 p.m., walked along the path with their gear in a small bag. As they approached the entrance, my cousin noticed something standing just inside the tree line. Too dark to see clearly, just a silhouette. He stopped and the figure didn't move, just stood there facing them. He called out, "Hey mate, you alright? We're just passing through." No answer, not even a breath. Told me he felt the hair on the back of his neck rise. Reached for his phone, turned the torch on, shone the light straight at the figure. And that's when they saw it. What they found was a woman, maybe mid-40s. They were hanging from a low tree branch with an old orange extension cord, barefoot. Beneath her was an overturned crate, the kind you get from fruit markets. Next to that, a folded jacket and a little fabric bag. My cousin froze. His girlfriend started crying and called Mom straight away. She came with my uncle, and by the time the cops and paramedics arrived, the area was taped off. Husband showed up not long after. He'd found her ID, walked up the path, and just collapsed when he saw her. And that scream had stuck with him. The after. Later that night, I went down there myself. Felt different. The air was heavier and colder, and the crate was gone. Outline of the dirt still there. My torch beam shook in my hand, and I'd walked past that same tree so many times, never felt like that before. My mate and I left flowers the next day. People in the area did the same, and for a while it became a little memorial. But over time, something about the place changed. Started hearing things when I went there. Light steps behind me, branches shifting with no wind. A whisper I could never make out. I thought maybe it was my head playing tricks, but my cousin stopped going there too, and we both felt it. 1 year later. A year later, after getting my security license, me and another mate got a bit drunk celebrating. We wanted to do some ghost hunt kind of thing just for a laugh. I knew exactly where to go. Downloaded one of those so-called spirit detection apps. Tested it on my dog, on my maid, and around the backyard. Only reacted to living things, which made me trust it a bit more. Walked down the path, cold again, dead quiet. My dog went straight to the tree. Detector app flickered, nothing at first, and suddenly it lit up green. A stick figure shape was hanging in midair exactly where she had been. The voice function went off. It whispered my name. I swear it hadn't even said it out loud. My mate freaked out, wanted to leave, but curiosity had me rooted to the ground, and another voice said, "Neil." We bolted, but halfway down the path the voice came again and said, "Please come back." The conversation. I turned around, hand shaking, and asked if she was still there. A beat of silence, then the word yes. I said I meant no harm, and it replied inferior. I said, "I know," and it replied, "I hear you." When I asked why she did it, the voice said suffering. I asked if it had to do with family, and maybe it answered. I asked if she was trapped there, haunted. I asked if she had any advice, and one word came through, and it said cherish. Everything stopped. App went blank, air warmed slightly, and it was just me, my mate, my dog in the dark. Never gone back since. Enjoy the allegedly earlier version of myself, although I'll agree with you guys, the voice seems far too high-pitched. Sweet dreams. See ya. Somewhere between fact and folklore lies Paranormal M. We chase down the mysteries others fear to touch. Subscribe now, because the truth is never safe. When we were kids, my younger brother and I went through a lot of strange experiences. A while back, I shared a story about the woman who wailed outside her window. Sadly, my little brother passed away unexpectedly about 9 years ago now. Every time I think about him, I realize how many bizarre things we went through together. Things that I still can't quite explain. This particular event happened when we were around 9 and 11. Ignore the plane taking off over my head, if you can, please. So at the time, it was just the three of us in the house. My mother, my brother, and me. Our father worked abroad, so he was away for months at the time, and we had 4 older siblings, all grown and living on their own. Our house had a lot of music in it. My mother insisted that every one of us learn an instrument. My brother played violin, I played piano. We had an old mahogany upright in the living room and a violin case that always stayed closed when not in use. One afternoon, my brother and we got into an argument. Can't even remember what it was about. It escalated fast, and soon we were shouting and wrestling in the upstairs hallway. Our mother came up and separated us and told us that she was done dealing with our nonsense. She went to her room, slammed the door, and said she didn't want to hear another word. We cooled off for maybe an hour before fighting started again. Same hallway, same childish rage. And then, without warning, we heard something. The sudden, violent screech came from downstairs, the unmistakable sound of a violin string being pulled too hard. Then came a rapid series of sharp, angry notes, like someone dragging the bow across the strings with force. My brother and I froze, and we both knew the violin was in its case. We were the only ones home. We bolted to her mother's room, pounding on her door and screaming for her to open it. When she did, we rushed inside and locked it behind us. The sound had stopped, but my heart was racing so hard I thought I'd be sick. Mom told us to calm down and said we were imagining things. And eventually, we all laid down together and she fell asleep quickly. My brother, too. I was the only one still awake. At some point, I drifted off, or at least I thought I did, and woke up unable to move. I could see the room, but my body felt heavy and pinned to the bed, and deep humming came from the corner near the door. It was low and metallic, like a bow scraping slowly across a string. The air felt colder there. Tried to call out to my mother, but no sound would come. Then in the dim light I saw a shape, a person standing near the door. Slowly it moved closer, my eyes strained as the figure came into focus. An old woman with tangled white hair with her eyes blank and glistening. She looked heartbreakingly sad. And then came the smell, something like damp wood and rot. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe. I begged silently to wake up, and suddenly my body jerked violently. I fell off the bed and the sound stopped. The room was silent again. And when I sat up, the corner was empty. No humming, no figure, just darkness and my mother's steady breathing. And I didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, I told her what I saw. She listened quietly and then told me not to mention it to my brother, and she didn't want to frighten him. I think he already knew, because a few nights later I heard the violin again. The Night with the Red Eyes. And I still remember that night. The kind that burrows into your memory and stays there. It's like it's got nowhere else to go. It was late July, and our little community in northern Ontario was buzzing with their annual summer gathering. Barbecue smoke and music echoing across the ball field. Laughter rolling through the night. And I was 14 then. Too young for the beer garden and too old to fall asleep early. Mom was out at the sort of event that we had there, and she was helping with food, and family friend Sam was renting our spare room for the summer. I didn't mind being alone. I had the house to myself and popcorn in my hand. YouTube was on the TV, a soft breeze drifting in through the kitchen window. Everything was calm. Around 2:30 in the morning, the front door creaked open. Sam stumbled in cheerfully, and he was flushed and smelling like campfire smoke and cheap beer. "Hey, kiddo," he slurred, flashing a grin. "Still up?" He rummaged through the fridge and started crafting what I can only describe as a tragic sandwich. Bologna and mustard and something that looked like strawberry jam. Ew. As I laughed, he froze mid-bite, eyes locked on the kitchen window above the sink, and said, "You see that?" I frowned and said, "See what?" He didn't move, because in the window, there was 2 red eyes staring back. The kitchen light flickered once, and he blinked, shook his head, and muttered, "I'm just seeing things." Shuffled off to bed. I figured that was that. But the quiet that followed wasn't normal quiet. It was heavy, almost like the house itself was holding its breath. The hum of the fridge faded. The TV began flipping through channels on its own, static and voices and flashes of light. My heart pounded as the kitchen bulb started to blink erratically, and in silence, TV went black. A second later, one of Sam's earbuds, just the rubber tip, it flew off the kitchen table and landed at my feet. I stared at it completely still, and those things don't just pop off. The TV flickered back to life as if nothing happened. And I called for Sam twice. No answer, and the house felt too small suddenly, like the walls were listening. So I grabbed the phone and I called my grandma. She was annoyed at first, thought I was pulling some late-night prank, but she came anyway. When I got to her house, she set up a bed for me and said softly, "Nothing's gonna hurt you here." And I believed her until I lay down and felt the faintest pressure on the blanket above my chest, like tiny feet jumping playfully back and forth, and I swear in the dark I heard giggling. By morning, everything was fine again. And I'll never forget those red eyes or how the house went still, like something unseen had stopped just to remind me that the night is never truly empty. The Screaming Fields. So this happened when my cousin and I were around 10 and 13. We grew up on the edge of a little lakeside town, the kind of place where every road eventually turned into dirt and every dirt path led to someone's farm. Our house sat at the very end of a cul-de-sac. It backed onto endless fields of corn and old windbreak trees that groaned when it stormed. To our left was a quiet neighbor, and to our right a row of wild blackberry bushes that marked the border between the neighborhood and, well, really, farmland. The first few fields belonged to a family who grew mostly corn and canola. We'd made little gaps through the brambles. That way you could sneak in and explore, and it was kind of our whole world. A maze of fields and the hidden creeks and the smell of soil and rain. One summer night, my cousin and 2 friends and I were out front kicking a ball and riding our bikes in circles under the streetlight. It must have been around 10 p.m., just dark enough that the sky was purple and the crickets were loud. We were the last house before the open countryside and the end of everything. And that's when we heard it. A long, sharp scream coming from the cornfield. It wasn't quite human, but it wasn't an animal either. It had that mix of fear and fury that makes your skin crawl. Though at first we laughed, thinking it was maybe a fox or someone's goat. Naturally, being dumb kids, we went to look, and we crawled through the blackberry gap there, and we stepped onto a tall piece of corn. It was all just whispering in the wind. The stalks were high up to the shoulders, and you really couldn't see much. The sound had stopped, but then it started again. Only now it was coming from the direction that we'd entered. We looked at each other, half joking and half nervous, and then it screamed again. This time behind us, and that's when it stopped being funny. The sound began to move, and it was fast. It went from one end of the field to the other in seconds. Always just out of sight, too. Sometimes far, sometimes right beside us. The stalks didn't even rustle. It was like it was skipping through the air. Nobody said anything. We just ran. My cousin tripped and my friend started crying. We tore through the gap in the bushes, scraping our legs raw. The moment our feet hit the pavement and the glow of the streetlight, the sound stopped. It was clean, like somebody hit mute. We stood there gasping, hearts racing, staring at the black sea of corn. There was nothing, no movement, no sound. Just silence and the hum of a sodium lamp. That night we didn't tell our parents, but my cousin refused to go near the fields again, even during the day. He passed away a few years after that in that same house. And for years after, people swore they saw an old woman walking in the fields at night, bent and barefoot, crying softly into the wind. The Visitor in the Corner. After my sister passed away, the silence in my apartment began to grow heavier. She and I had shared a lifetime of odd, unexplained moments. Things we laughed off back then, but that night alone again, I wasn't laughing. Sleep had become impossible since her death, and the nights were long, and I'd kind of learned to live with them. At around 2 a.m., I was editing a short film, just trying to stay busy. That's when I decided to rest my eyes for a few minutes on the couch. The next thing I knew, I woke up gasping, or thought I did. The room was pitch black, and not dim and not dark, but black, like the air itself had turned solid. My heart was already racing because the dream I had just left behind was so strange, and I was standing exactly where I was now, fighting something I couldn't see. I tried to sit up, but nothing happened. My mind moved, and my body didn't. Not a finger, not a breath. Sleep paralysis. I hadn't felt that since I was a child. But that old panic came flooding back like it had been waiting for this moment. And as my eyes adjusted, I felt a shift in the air and pressure. It was like someone else was breathing in the same room, and I could hear faint murmurs. It was too low to make sense of. And then, with a sharp click, the light from my desk lamp flicked on by itself, and in the glow I saw him. A tall, paper-thin figure standing by the far corner. His outline was darker than the shadows around him, wearing what looked like an old-fashioned hat. He didn't move, he just stood there watching. And then, slowly, the light dimmed again until all I could see was that silhouette moving closer. My chest was pushed down against the couch cushions. My face sank into the fabric. I couldn't breathe. I just remembered thinking, this is it. I'm gonna die like this. When I suddenly woke up again, the room was bright, and the clock on my phone said 3:52 a.m. My limbs, they just wouldn't move. My eyes darted toward the window, and that's when I noticed him sitting across from me. He was there, that same tall figure now seated in the armchair opposite of me, perfectly still. There was no face, just darkness shaped like a man. He reached out one slow movement and touched the top of my head. The movement his hand made contact, the moment. I felt my body breaking apart, and not pain, just the sensation of dissolving, like dust blowing off into space. The world turned black again. In that darkness, fragments of my life replayed like childhood and laughter in her voice. Then the pull downward or upward, I couldn't even tell. Till a bright light filled everything, and in that light I felt her. Not her body, but her, the part of her that was still somewhere. I woke up sprawled on the floor, and the sun was already high. My phone read 10:11 a.m. 7 hours had passed, and I don't know if I ever truly woke up at all that night. All I know is this: the shadow in the corner hasn't returned, but sometimes when I'm drifting off, I still hear two voices whispering, mine and hers, and something else just beyond them listening. The Echoes in Willow House. I used to laugh at ghost stories, right up until I walked into Willow House. That's what people in town called it. Nobody really remembered who Willow was, though. They said the house had been abandoned since before their grandparents were even born. Everybody had a story, soft humming in the walls or lights flickering through the cracks. Footsteps pacing when no one was inside. But no one ever dared to really check these things. No one except for me. It happened on a night thick with fog and drizzle, a kind of night that feels like the world's holding its breath. I'd have enough of these whispers and the fear that they'd built around that house. So I grabbed a lantern. I trudged up a muddy path, the rain soaking through my jacket. The closer I got, the quieter everything became. Even the crickets stopped. The house stood crooked against the sky, and its windows like half-closed eyes. The front gate was rusted shut, but I pushed through. And the smell hit me first, like damp wood and mold and something sweet and rotten underneath. Inside, everything was coated in dust, but the air felt alive and charged. My lantern flickered and shadows stretched across this peeling wallpaper. I walked through the living room past the piano with missing keys and paused when I thought I heard a sound, soft and faint like a sigh. And then clear as breathing, Eli. My name. I froze, and the sound wasn't an echo. It was too close and too real. My pulse jumped. I told myself it was the wind. Trick of the sound or anything. And then it came again, gentle and deliberate. Eli, upstairs. My throat went dry. Every instinct was screaming to leave, but something else, curiosity or stubbornness, I don't know, made me climb. The stairs groaned underneath my boots, and the air got colder with every step. At the end of the hallway, the doors to the attic hung slightly open. I pushed it wider, and the smell of old wood and dust was filling my lungs. My lantern's light danced across the room, landing on an object in the center. It was large. It was an oval mirror. It was veiled with a gray sheet. The whisper came again and said, "Eli, come see." I reached out, pulling the sheet away, and the mirror's surface was cracked and warped with age, but my reflection wasn't right. It's like it smiled before I did. I stepped closer with my breath fogging the glass, and the reflection's eyes darkened. It was empty, stretching into pits of black, and my stomach turned. "Stay," it whispered, my own lips unmoving. The floorboards rattled and the air tightened, and I stumbled back, but the door slammed shut behind me. The reflection's grin widened until the skin split at the corners, and from each crack in the mirror, more faces pressed forward, men, women, children, all screaming. And behind them I saw her, a woman in a gray dress and hair tangled, eyes hollow as the night. She lifted her hand and touched the inside of the mirror. My breath was like I was feeling this cold brushing on my cheek. "Stay with us." I turned to run, but the floor gave way beneath my feet and everything went black. Morning came. Willow House was still there in the fun. The locals said they found the lantern at the foot of the stairs, burned out and cold. No sign of me. Only the mirror in the attic remained, uncovered now. And if you look long enough, you'll see a new face among the others, eyes wide open, waiting. The nights I wasn't me. Now, I've always been a sleepwalker. My whole life, really. Nothing dramatic, just the usual waking up in weird places and mumbling nonsense. Occasionally rearranging my furniture like a confused ghost. But there were 3 nights that were different, so strange, I'm not really sure if I can call them sleepwalking. The first time, I'm 14, I'm hanging out with 2 of my best friends. We'd just graduated from middle school and thought we were so grown up. We had 1 sip of vodka, literally a sip. Decided to watch the rain from the porch. Everything was fun and harmless, until I suddenly felt like I slipped out of my own body. I could see myself from above, laughing in this awful high-pitched way. My body started swaying, then shaking like something was trying to crawl out of me. Then I dropped all 4s like some possessed animal, started crawling toward my friends, and my mouth was stretched into this awful grin. My eyes were wide open and I was growling, like actually growling. I could see them frozen and terrified and crying. And then I snapped back, just click, and it was me again. And they were screaming at me to leave, and I tried to tell them I didn't remember any of it. I didn't. They didn't believe me. Honestly, I wouldn't have either, I guess. But fast forward, and I'm 20, living in my first apartment. Dusty old place that I later found out had belonged to a guy who died there of a drug overdose. My boyfriend and now husband. Congratulations. We started noticing odd things, like a flickering lamp or a door unlocking itself, cabinet slamming. We laughed it off until we heard breathing, not around us, but in our ears. One night I went to bed early. He stayed up gaming, and then slam. Bedroom door flies open. He looks up and sees me peeking at him from the hallway. Only my eyes are closed and I'm smiling. Slowly, I walk backward into the dark bathroom, still smiling with my eyes shut. Then I lean out again from the bathroom door with the same grin, the same empty eyes. He doesn't move, but I run toward him. He freezes, I stop, open my eyes, smile wider, and walk away. He checks on me, and I'm asleep, peaceful as ever. By 22, we'd moved into a new apartment. It was clean and pretty bright, and Nothing haunted, thank God. Then one night, the bedroom door slammed open again. My husband didn't even flinch this time. "It's happening again," he whispered. Sure enough, there I was, eyes closed, smiling, peeking at him from the dark hallway. He didn't react, but when I started running toward him faster than I should have been able to, he screamed my name. I woke up right then, standing in the middle of the living room, shaking. He told me everything the next morning. Hasn't happened again since, though. Just the usual sleepwalking and little crying, some talking in my sleep. When I was a kid, I used to see this shadow figure that had peeking at me from the corner of my room. It seemed to get closer every time I blinked, and one night I just screamed and never came back. Maybe he really wasn't gone, and maybe he's been following me this whole time, just waiting for me to fall asleep again. The Boy Who Slept Through the Shadow. It happened not too long ago. The family who kind of lived on this quiet, gated lane as my boyfriend's parents in the Florida Hills area of Tijuana, Mexico. Florido Hills, excuse me. My boyfriend first told me about it one night, and recently my sister-in-law confirmed that every bit of it was true. It was a regular Saturday evening. The street was peaceful, and a few kids still played outside. The rest of the families had gone indoors for dinner or TV. My boyfriend's family was relaxing in their living room when somebody started knocking on their door. My mother-in-law went to go check. It was a neighbor, a woman that she knew well. They were looking pale and desperate. Their little boy was missing. They had searched every corner of their house and even around the neighborhood, but no one had seen him. Knowing that the woman wasn't one to play pranks, my mother-in-law offered help. Soon, everyone on the street joined in the search, shouting the boy's name and checking garages and rooftops and backyards. Finally, somebody called the police. Not long after the patrol arrived, a thunderous bang shook the neighborhood. It was like a heavy box dropping hard into the floor, and it came from inside the missing boy's own house. His mother ran inside, followed by the others. And there he was, the little boy, lying face down on the dining table. It's as if he had simply dozed off mid-meal. His half-empty bowl of cereal sat right next to him. Everybody was shocked, but, well, relieved. Still, nobody can understand how they had missed him in a small, well-lit house they'd already searched a dozen times now. And life went back to normal after that, or at least that's what everyone thought. 2 weeks later, the boy's mother visited my mother-in-law for coffee. They chatted about everyday things until the missing day topic came up, and then her tone changed. She explained that her son had been eating cereal at the table. She was upstairs just a minute to grab her phone charger. When she came back down, he was gone, and she checked the whole house, and there was nothing. No door had opened. The neighbors outside swore no child had stepped out. Then came the bang. She ran back inside, and there was him again, exactly where she'd left him, his head resting on the table beside a cereal bowl. Later that night, when everyone was calmer, she asked what had happened, and his answer still haunts her. He said he had fallen asleep at the table, but when he opened his eyes, the living room was darker like twilight. In the corner, there was a tall man in a long coat and a wide-brimmed hat watching him. The man smiled and asked, "Would you like to see something special?" He was holding a small old-fashioned key. The boy said he felt like he had to take it. When he reached out his hand, everything went black. Next thing he saw was his mother shaking him awake. The family has since moved away, and no one really talks about it anymore. But every time my boyfriend passes that old house in Florido Hills, He says he still feels like someone's watching from that window. Florido. The Other Mother with the Blue Dress. My close friend has a nearly 3-year-old boy. The sweetest, gentlest little soul, but lately, he's been saying things that are kind of hard to shrug off anymore. About 1.5 years ago, they moved into a cozy house on a quiet street. Before that, they stayed for a couple of months in her aunt's guest cottage while we were waiting for renovations to finish. She and her sister have always been like twins, raising their kids side by side. They'd swap babysitting duties, and they'd see each other several times a week at least. Her son, who we're going to call Eddie, which isn't his real name, often talked about his other mommy. My friend used to assume he meant her sister. Easy explanation since the kids are always together. But lately it feels off, and he has also been saying, I want to go back home, even when they are home. And when she tells him, we're home, sweetheart, he just shakes his head and whispers, not this one. During their stay at the aunt's place, strange things started happening. Her older boy, around 3 then, while Eli was barely walking, began talking about the lady in the window. They brushed it off, thinking it was just something from a cartoon. But one night, Eli cried for hours, and when my friend picked him up, she said a wave of dread hit her so hard she nearly dropped him. Something inside her screamed to put him down and run. And instead, she ran out of the room holding him tight and slept on the couch with her heart pounding with the lights on. She swears she could feel eyes on her from the hallway. A few months after moving into the new house, though, her husband jolted awake in the middle of the night. An elderly woman in a long blue dress was standing at the foot of their bed. He couldn't move, couldn't breathe. He said she looked furious, and then she screamed, I can't do this anymore, and then vanished. He chalked it up to sleep paralysis, but it left him shaken for weeks. And then today, while playing outside, Eddie asked again about this other mommy. My friend asked, trying to sound calm, what's the other mommy like? And he said, very serious, she has a blue dress and she flies at night. His dad went into the room later and caught him whispering to someone. When asked who he was talking to, Eddie said softly, my other mommy, she's back. They keep a close watch on what the kids watch. Nothing scary, nothing weird, but still, somehow the stories keep getting darker. The Echo Beneath the Fog. Have you ever wondered if the streets that we kind of just casually wander through, maybe they might remember more than we do, if they hold secrets heavier than the fog that cloaks them? This thought drifted into my mind one misty evening as I cut through an old forgotten lane in Missouri. That's literally spelled Mussorie. Missouri. Not Missouri. It wasn't a path I usually had, and, well, it was lined with crumbling cottages and overgrown ivy that looked like they hadn't felt like a broom or even footsteps in decades. Locals said the place was haunted by echoes, soft footsteps and faint humming. But aren't all hill towns stitched with such noises? That night, though, something did feel different, because from behind me came the faint chime of anklets, delicate and measured, getting closer. I turned around, there was nothing, just the wind swirling it was like smoke around this flickering street lamp out there. I smiled nervously, remembered the ghost tales my mother told me, of women who bound their souls to silver anklets, doomed to wander forever. Then a breath brushed past my neck, cold, human, and close. The whisper followed, soft but steady. "You shouldn't have left me waiting." The words rooted me to the ground. Who said that? Why did they sound so heartbreakingly familiar? When I turned again, she was there. A woman draped in an old-fashioned cerise color of moonlight. Her face was hidden by a thin veil, and her ankles glinting faintly in the fog. "Who are you?" I stammered. She didn't answer. She only tilted her head, and suddenly, I wasn't in that lane anymore. I was someone else. I was a man standing under a wedding canopy, then walking away from it. A woman's cries, the sound of anklets fading, then water swallowing everything whole. The vision broke and Elaine returned. "Do you remember me now?" she asked, her voice almost sounding like glass. I shook my head desperately and said, "No, I don't know you." Her veil lifted slightly, revealing hollow eyes filled with, rage. Rage and longing. "You carry his face, that's enough." The fog thickened and her outline faded like a breath on glass. The last sound was the soft chime of anklets fading into the wind. I ran and I didn't look back. Sometimes when the night falls quiet and the air turns damp, I still hear them, those faint anklets in the dark, and I wonder, do the dead really haunt us, or do we unknowingly haunt them first? The Shadow at 3:33. For most of my life, I've never really been into anything paranormal. I mean, sure, I've watched a random creepy YouTube video at 2 a.m. like everyone else. Never thought much about it, though. Still, a few weird things have happened to me that I can't exactly explain. When I was 9, my grandmother passed away, suddenly and in her sleep at least. I was the one who found her the next morning, and it was a lot to process for a kid. Yeah. A couple of weeks later, I woke up drenched in sweat with my heart pounding. I needed to use the bathroom, which meant walking past her old room. As I walked down the hallway, this cold feeling came over me, like someone was standing right behind me. I tried to ignore it, but when I passed her door, I saw something. A shadow, and it was tall. Still just standing in the corner, and I didn't stop to look twice. I bolted straight to my mom's room. Of course, she told me it was just my imagination, but I know what I saw. Years went by. Things like that stopped happening, and life moved on. Fast forward to now, which I'm 15. And lately, I've been reading a lot more about ghosts and sleep paralysis and all that. 2 nights ago, I woke up, or at least I think I did, lying on my stomach facing the window. I could see my whole room, and there it was again, the same shadow. Except this time, it was beside my bed. I tried to move, to scream, but nothing worked, and my body was frozen. Its arms were too long, like wrong long. It was just staring. Couldn't even breathe properly, and it felt like forever until I woke up again. I was trembling. My neck was burning, and when I checked the time, it was 3:33 a.m., and yep, 3:33. When I looked in the mirror later, I had 3 faint scratch marks on my neck. No idea where they came from. And I decided not to think too hard about it. Last night was worse. I was deep asleep when I felt a hand press down on my chest, like it was pinning me to the bed, and I shot awake gasping. My room was usually dim lit from the moonlight, but this time it was pitch black. Even after waiting for my eyes to adjust, there was nothing. Turned on my phone flashlight, stumbled to the switch, flicked the light on, and then off again just to test it. The room wasn't dark anymore. It was back to that faint moonlight glow. I don't know how to explain that one. Today's been quiet, and it's been raining nonstop. I've been trying to focus on homework, but I can't shake the feeling that tonight might not be as peaceful as I hope it to be. Sorry if I'm rambling, but if anybody has an idea what this could be, I'm all ears. The House with the Hidden Light. And I was about 9, maybe 10. My mom found this incredible old townhouse on the edge of the city. Had a big bay window in the living room and crown moldings in the ceiling. A kitchen so bright it felt like daylight even at dusk. Every corner had built-in shelves, and there was this little sunroom that looked out over a small garden. It was the nicest place we'd ever lived in. I remember thinking, wow, we finally made it. During the walkthrough, the owner told us the house had been a safe point on the Underground Railroad. She said there was once a signal lamp in the attic window. It would glow at night to guide those seeking shelter. Then she led us to a built-in bench by the stairs and pressed on one of the panels. It slid open to reveal a crawl space under the steps. She let me squeeze inside just for fun, showing me where people used to hide. Weird. Sort of fun, but okay. It was small and dusty and cold, but I thought it was the coolest secret room ever. The upstairs had 2 bedrooms, though it was listed as a 1-bedroom unit. My mom claimed the bigger room with the walk-in closet, and I got the small space downstairs that used to be a study. It still smelled like varnish and old paper, and then the owner just kind of took us down to the basement. Laundry one side, history on the other. She said the house used to belong to an undertaker, and there were some strange metal tools and glass bottles with faded labels in a locked cabinet. She told us not to go in there, and I didn't argue. Sounds like they were canning fruit. Then she pointed out a bricked-up tunnel near the far wall that once led to the back garden for escapees, and they'd follow the light, she said. No red flags, right? So the first encounter. The first time something happened, my brother was babysitting me. He was about 18 already, too cool to be stuck watching his little sister. I kept bugging him for dinner while he was glued to his video game. Finally, he lost patience and shoved me into my mom's closet. Joked that maybe the ghosts could feed me. He locked the door and walked away. I was furious. I pounded on the door until my hands hurt, and started crying so hard I couldn't breathe. I must have passed out. But just before I hit the floor, I swear, someone caught me. I remember looking up and seeing a woman in plain blue dress and a bonnet. Her face was kind and her smile soft. She brushed my hair from my forehead and whispered, "You're safe, little one." Then everything went black. When I woke up, my mom was yelling at my brother, and I was still locked in. I sat up and looked toward the small closet window. She was standing in the garden, that same woman waving at me, and then she was gone. The second encounter. This one was entirely my mom's doing. She brought home a Ouija board. Her best friend came over, and after a few glasses of wine, they decided to see if anybody was still around, so to speak. At first it was just jokes, asking the board silly questions, and then Mom asked if there were any spirits in the house. Planchette moved to evil, E-V-I-L. Both of them froze, and a second later, every window in the living room slammed shut. And they screamed. I tried to burn the board in the fireplace, but the flames flickered green, and something or someone laughed. And that laugh still echoes in my memory. She threw the board out into the garbage that night without saying goodbye or closing that session. The third encounter. This is the one I'll never forget. The one that changed everything. A few months later, I woke up in the middle of the night to a figure standing near my desk. Just blackness shaped like a man. My body locked up and he moved fast right to my bedside and the air turned freezing. couldn't even scream. He leaned close and whispered, "You're mine." I tried to fight. I couldn't move, and my feet lifted off the bed, and I was floating. I was held by something I couldn't see. I prayed, and I was desperate. A small squeak came out of my throat, and suddenly I could scream, and scream I did. My mom ran in with her eyes wide and saw me hanging midair, and she shouted, "In the name of Jesus Christ, let my daughter go. You are not welcome here." The moment she said it, I dropped under the mattress like a stone. Moved out within 2 weeks. Mom called the landlord the next morning and asked to break the lease. Woman didn't even hesitate. "Of course," she said quietly, as if she'd been expecting that call all along. The Woman of Silver Mist. I've never seen or read anything that even comes close to what I experienced that night. And I've always been skeptical and logical even. Nothing before or after has ever compared. If I had to guess, the whole thing lasted maybe 10 minutes. It was late 2001, 12:45 a.m. Cold, silent December night in Portland. The kind of night where you can see your breath drift to the stars. I was walking home from a friend's apartment, same route I'd taken countless times before. No cell phone, no headphones, just me and the sound of my own shoes on the sidewalk. I had my coat zipped up, hands in my pockets, and the streets were empty, completely still. I took a left at a small intersection that would lead me down the final stretch toward my neighborhood. And that's when I saw it. Something that looked like a pale ribbon of mist hanging in the air just above the height of the street lamps. It caught my eye because the sky was perfectly clear, not a cloud in sight. Still, I kept walking, assuming it was just some strange patch of fog from the river nearby. A few minutes later, about halfway down the street, I looked up and froze. Floating above the road, maybe 20 feet up, was what I can only describe as a woman made of light and vapor. Her body had the texture of a cloud, but her outline was sharp and distinct. She wasn't glowing like a bulb, but instead she was shimmering softly, like moonlight through thin smoke. Around her head was a faint ring of silver light, not hovering above, but wrapping her completely. The halo that pulsed gently like it was alive. She smiled at me, a calm, kind smile. Then she raised her hand and waved. I didn't move, and I couldn't. My hands stayed buried in my pockets. I was frozen there. I remember looking down at the pavement, my heart pounding, unsure whether I should run or speak or just keep walking. And after a few seconds, I looked back up, and she was still there, gliding silently above the street in the same direction I was going. She wasn't looking at me anymore, just moving forward slowly and gracefully. And I followed her from below, half terrified, half entranced. I kept thinking, this can't be real. Trying to rationalize it. Fog, light tricks, fatigue, but the air was clear. There were no lamps bright enough to project something like that. She began to drift farther ahead of me, and that's when I noticed something else. Far off in the distance at the end of the street was another soft glow. A thin, bright cloud, the same silvery tone as her halo. She seemed to be heading straight toward it. By the time I reached the corner, she was almost there. I paused for a second to watch. Then I heard a car engine behind me, a delivery truck. Instinctively stepped aside, and the headlights washed over me for a second. And when I looked back up, the sky was empty. No mist, no light, no sign of her at all. Just stars again. And that was over 20 years ago. Never seen anything like it since, and sometimes I think about asking a priest or a scientist. Really, anybody who might offer an explanation. Other times I just let it stay whatever it was, a strange, beautiful, quiet thing that passed by. I don't think it was a guardian angel. I don't think it meant anything about fate or destiny. I think I was just there at that one moment when something or someone was moving on. and somehow I got to see it. The Hallway Shadow. I lost her home last month when a freak tornado ripped through town. Thankfully, my husband's late uncle's house was sitting empty. A sad blessing, really. His wife passed years ago, and he himself died suddenly this past spring. Still, I didn't hesitate. I'd never believed in ghosts or anything like that. So we packed up what was left of our lives and moved in. Me, my husband, our kids, and my mom. A few days later, Mom left to visit my brother for a bit, and my husband had to travel for work, so it was just me and the kids. I work night shifts, so I usually sleep through the day, and the kids do too when school's out. They stay up late like little gremlins. 2 days ago, around 2:30 in the afternoon, I woke up feeling off, and my Akita Luna was growling. That caught me right away. She's never barked or growled before. Not once in her life. I leaned over the edge of my bed and looked down the hall. And from there, I can see all the way through the hallway and dining room and into the living room. That's when I saw it. Something solid, not misty or see-through, but there. Moved across the living room entrance and blocked out the light. My first thought was an intruder, except this person was enormous. At least 7 feet tall. That made my heart drop. Grabbed my gun and ran out there, and the figure had gone toward the corner where a Christmas tree stands. But when I got there, no one was there, and I checked the kids. All 3 were asleep with the door closed. My bird cage was rattling from the bird's panic. The Luna's hackles were raised, and I was shaking so hard I could barely even breathe. There's no way somebody had left. I had the hallway in full view the entire time. Back in my room, I sat on the edge of my bed staring down that hall, waiting for something or anything to happen. Then about 30 seconds later, the light in my closet and the TV flickered, just a quick flash. I told myself I was imagining it. Then, 10 seconds later, the power flickered 4 times in a row. But here's the thing. When the TV came back on, YouTube was still playing. And normally if the power cuts, the Roku resets, but not this time. Thought about grabbing the kids and running outside barefoot, but I couldn't leave them to sleep in there. I sat in the dark for hours shaking instead, covering the mirrors because every reflection made my heart race. It's been quiet since then, but I can't stop staring down that hallway. Keep telling myself there's no such thing as ghosts, but I know what I saw. It wasn't a shadow, and it wasn't in my imagination either. It looked like a person, tall, dressed, and solid. My husband and the girls are leaving for their New Year's trip soon. I'm supposed to stay here with my 10-year-old, but right now I don't know if I can. I used to wish I'd see something paranormal just once for proof, and now I wish I never had. The Stranger in the Rain. When I was around 10, sometime in the early 90s, back when a bike was basically your best friend and your only ride to adventure, I used that thing to go everywhere. One Saturday started off perfectly. Blue sky, warm air, no reason to stay indoors. I was a block down at my buddy's place, cozy little house not far from my mom's 70-year-old bungalow. My friend wanted me to sleep over, and none of her single moms were home yet. They both worked late shifts on weekends. So it was just us, free to do whatever until nightfall. I told her I'd ride back to my place before it got dark to grab some board games. The weather had started to change fast. Wind picked up and clouds rolled in, and a few drops of rain made me pedal harder. When I reached home, everything seemed normal, although the house felt strangely quiet. The back door was unlocked as always. Latchkey kids like me always had one door we could sneak in through. So I left my bike in the front lawn and I slipped in the back. Inside, something felt wrong. It wasn't anything I could point to, just that odd, heavy stillness, I guess. I My stomach was getting tight for no reason. I brushed it off, grabbed a couple of games from my room, and went to the front of the house to call my friend and ask which one she wanted. While we talked, the rain started hammering down. Then came a thunderclap so loud it shook the windows. Right after that, the back door slammed open. It was an old solid wood door, one that never ever flew open like that. I froze. My friend heard it through the phone and asked what happened. I laughed nervously and said it was probably the wind, promising I'd shut it when I left. A few seconds later, as I was about to hang up and head out, I heard it. I heard footsteps, heavy, slow, and deliberately. They were coming from the back of the house. My friend freaked out and screamed, "Get out now!" And I didn't hesitate. I bolted and left the front door wide open, yanked my bike into the street, and tore down the center of the road as fast as I could. And by the time I reached my friend's house, her mom was already on the phone with the police. Within minutes, the patrol cars were coming, lights flashing, officers going with guns drawn. My mom arrived right in the middle of it, terrified, and they didn't find anyone inside, by the way. But what they did find were muddy footprints, large men's shoes starting from the back door, trailing through the kitchen and dining room, and across two other rooms, too, and stopping abruptly where the carpet began near the living room. None of the shoes in her house matched that size, and mouched. Their backyards didn't even have mud, just trimmed grass and clean concrete. And no one ever figured it out. I'll never forget standing there late that night, looking at those prints as they faded into the carpet, and realizing whoever it was had stopped just a few steps away from where I'd been standing. The Man in Apartment 3. Last summer, I finally moved out with my boyfriend into our first apartment together. It was in a part of town called Maple District. It's where everybody said there was a little bit sketchy kind of a place there, but it was manageable if you kept to yourself. So we found this place online for $6.75 a month. Steal around here. The unit we wanted got taken, but the landlord told us he had another in a small 4-unit building nearby. Same price, same layout, except the last tenant had died there. I shrugged it off because people die everywhere. And when we went to see it, it didn't feel strange. The walls were soft beige, and the place even came with the washer and dryer. Rare for the price. It was close to my campus, and the rent was too good to pass up, so we took it. The man who had died was named Harold. He'd passed not long before, just a few weeks earlier from a heart attack. The landlord said he died in the apartment, but his brother later told me he actually died in the hospital. Unlike another tenant from years before who had died there, in the exact same unit. And that part nobody liked to talk about. The only thing that bugged me was when we first moved in, it was like the carpet, it was ancient. And there was like more than one faded stain that looked unsettling, like, well, somebody had fallen there and never gotten up kind. Tried scrubbing it out and nothing worked, and we just covered it with a rug and pretended it wasn't there. The apartment itself was fine, old but livable, and still, sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night with that prickly feeling. I'd sense something in the corners or feel eyes on me when I showered. My boyfriend brushed it off, and he doesn't believe in ghosts, which I think is just his way of not dealing with them. Our neighbor in unit number 1, though, was the opposite. Paranoid and unpleasant. She once accused us of banging on the walls at night, even though we weren't home that evening. I told her that, but she just glared like she didn't believe me. The walls were thick and we barely heard our neighbors. Not even the family of 4 in Unit 2. They were nice enough. Never learned their names, but they gave us our kitten Biscuit. That was when their cat had a litter. Things got weirder when the people in Unit 4 moved out. And while it was being renovated, police showed up one night around midnight. They asked if we'd seen anyone in the window of that unit. No, we hadn't. The place was locked up tight with no curtains and nothing inside but tools. They said somebody had reported seeing a figure standing there, a shadow maybe. Cops couldn't explain it. Over the months, little things started happening, and items would vanish and show up days later in the kitchen or on the floor. My boyfriend swore he never touched them, and honestly, he's not the type to move things around. Sometimes I'd feel someone right behind me, close enough to feel the air shift. Biscuit would hiss at empty corners or stare frozen like they're tracking something I couldn't see. Classic ghost stuff, right? Except it didn't feel like a story, it felt personal. By the end of her lease, the black mold was getting bad, and the constant unease wasn't helping. I moved back in with my parents, and I still joke about old Harold checking in, but deep down I think it was something else. Maybe the man before him, the one who really did die there. I dream about spirits sometimes, and people I've loved and lost, and I once dreamed of Harold. We were in a living room like mine, surrounded by old photographs. He was rocking in a chair, smiling faintly, and I don't remember what he talked about. Other nights I dream of my cousin who passed, and he always hugs me and says hi, and always tells him that I should be here. He just smiles and says, I know. And that's somehow the part that gets me the most. The woman in the kitchen. When I was around 15, I had something happen that still makes my skin crawl. It was a normal afternoon. I'd just gotten home from school and grabbed a sandwich, scrolling on my phone in the kitchen. My older brother came in right after, tossed his backpack down, and started making instant noodles. We were both half talking, half eating when Mom walked in. She smiled, kissed him on the cheek, which was already weird because he always dodged that kind of stuff. Walked down the hallway into her room. The thing about it struck me as strange until about a minute later my phone rang and it was Mom. She asked, "Hey, what do you want to do for dinner?" I laughed. "Why are you calling me? You're literally in your room." She went quiet for a second, "Because I'm at Costco, honey." I froze and I remember saying, "Wait, you're where?" When I turned to my brother, I said, "Who just kissed you on the cheek?" He just stared back at me like I'd lost my mind. For a whole year, I tried convincing myself I'd imagined it. My brother said I was just tired or something, but then about a year later, our youngest brother, who was about 9 then, came to me and looked freaked out. He said, "I believe you now." "Believe me about what?" "The mom ghost." He told me he'd been sitting at the family computer, which is right outside the kitchen. Saw Mom at the sink washing dishes, and he called out, "Mom, what's for dinner?" No response, and he asked again, and there was nothing. She turned off the water, walked straight into her room, and closed the door, and he followed her in, and the room was empty. There was no one. He remembered Mom had gone to the store. That was when he said all the blood drained from his face. The last time it happened to me was another year later. Mom had just pulled into the driveway, talking on her phone, car trunk open with groceries. I went outside to help and then ran back in to put the first batch on the table. When I looked up, she was standing right in front of me. Same clothes, same hair, same voice, same everything. She even talked to me about something random, totally casual. I was half listening while wondering how she'd gotten inside so fast. Then I went back outside for the rest of the groceries, and there was Mom, still on the phone by the car. I didn't even look back into the house. I told her, "You have a twin in there," and she just talked to me. She laughed nervously, but we both knew something was off. And after that, the other Mom never came back. Later I read somewhere in the Book of Enoch that only the spirits of the Nephilim wander the earth. And everyone else's souls are held elsewhere, and maybe that's true, and maybe that's who she was. So yeah, if your dead Uncle Jack ever shows up one day, it's probably not Uncle Jack. It's something that he wants you to think it is. Whispers in the Tarkine. This is the story of something that happened to me deep in the Tarkine rainforest, or perhaps Tarkine, I don't know. It's in northwest Tasmania, and I was about 15. It left no scars, no bruises, but the memories followed me like a shadow ever since. I grew up in a family obsessed with nature, and my mom was an environmental researcher. My father worked for parks and wildlife, and our family vacations were really just field trips in disguise. We'd camp in places most tourists couldn't pronounce, and I didn't complain because I loved the woods back then, loved them. Past tense. And that's because after this, I never set foot there again. We lived near Waratah, just a short drive from Savage River National Park. My parents allowed me to camp solo only near Philosopher Falls, and only with my Labrador, Rusty. They'd been trained as a rescue dog. And to me, those weekends alone felt like freedom itself. Me, the tent, the rain, and Rusty snoring by the fire. But as I got older, I wanted more distance, more danger, more proof that I wasn't just a kid tagging along on my parents' expeditions, and I begged them to let me take the dirt bike out deeper into the forest. They refused, of course, so one weekend I lied. Told them I was going camping by the falls with a few school friends. Instead, I packed my tent, some food, and rode off alone into the heart of the Tarkine. I left right after sunrise, chasing the thrill of doing something forbidden. By early afternoon, I'd found a quiet clearing near a stream and set up camp. After eating, I decided to wander just to see what's out there. I'd heard there were limestone caves somewhere close by. The forest plays tricks on you. After 20 minutes, I realized the trail behind me had vanished, and I tried not to panic. I had a compass. I had daylight. South meant the road, and the road meant home. It was easy. Only it wasn't. Not this time. The light faded faster than I'd expected, and the trees swallowed the sky. Air turned unnervingly still. And when I say still, I mean nothing. No wind, no insects, not even Rusty's collar jingling. He was rigid, ears back, staring into the trees, and then the sound came, a snap and a branch breaking. Then another, and then from somewhere above a voice. "Hey, over there." It sounded almost casual and human, and I almost felt relief. I called back, "Hey, I'm lost, where are you?" No answer, just another voice, same tone, same words, but from behind me. Rusty growled deep and low. And that's when I realized the voices weren't coming from the ground. They were up in the canopy. I ran. I didn't even think, just grabbed the compass and bolted through ferns and mud until my lungs burned. When I finally stopped, I checked the direction, tried to calm down, and it came again, and this time right next to my ear. "Hey, over here." I turned, and nothing, no one. And I don't remember the next few minutes clearly. I just remember running and branches whipping my face and Rusty barking wildly until the trees opened up and I stumbled onto a logging road sobbing. The last thing I heard before I broke out of the forest was laughter. 3 voices at once, cold and overlapping. My parents picked me up that night. They were furious about the lie. I didn't care. I cried the whole way home. Dad retrieved my bike the next day and said everything at the campsite looked untouched, and I'd never been back. If anyone's ever heard voices like that in Tarkine or anywhere, I'd really like to know, because it took away something I used to love. The Night of Whispering Walls. This is one night I can never forget. Even now remembering it freaks me out. I was about 20 years old when it happened. Our university had arranged a cultural trip through northern mountains of India, wild and misty, freezing cold. The journey was endless and roads curling like snakes through the fog. By the time dusk fell, we were still winding our way toward a small town near the old monasteries we planned to visit the next morning. Around 10:30 p.m., our bus sputtered and died right in the middle of nowhere. The driver called for help, and after an hour of waiting in that cold stillness, a friend just showed up and took us to a large hotel nearby. Strangely, it was huge for such a deserted place. The strangest part is that we were the only guests, 30 of us. all alone in this cavernous building, echoing from its own footsteps. After we checked in, some students began drinking in the lobby, and I stayed upstairs with 2 of my close friends. They're both quiet girls like me. Talking about home when a piercing scream shot through the hallway. There was a girl from the next room, and hysterical and trembling. She swore she saw something standing behind her curtain watching her. When she looked directly, the figure vanished. Everyone brushed it off, thinking it was just her being scared or drunk. But not long after, the hotel staff started acting odd, and they switched off the corridor lights and told everyone to lock their doors and stay inside. The air felt suddenly heavy, like the building itself was holding its breath. Later, while my friend chatted softly, I just drifted off. Woke up to one of them shaking me, white as a sheet, and her voice quivered as she said she'd heard me calling her name, laughing and teasing. It wasn't coming from me. My eyes were closed the entire time, and the voice had echoed around the room as if the walls were speaking. When our third friend came out of the bathroom, she felt it too. Temperature had dropped, and the heater was humming, but useless. We could see our own breath, and something invisible had entered the room with us. By midnight, 9 of us had gathered together in one room to feel less alone. Sleep never came. Around 2 a.m., my friend nudged me awake again and said, "Do you hear that?" she whispered. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, circling us. And then laughter, soft, childish, but wrong. Everyone stirred, too scared to move, and even our most skeptical classmates sat upright, frozen. The giggling grew louder and closer, and the air began to swirl, pressing on our chests. Then we all saw a dark, shapeless mass crouched in the far corner. It pulsed slightly as if breathing, and one of my friends cried out, "Please, whoever you are, leave us alone." And at once the air exploded into a roar and then silence, and for a heartbeat it was utterly still. Then came the laughter again, and this time clear and shrill, like a child mocking us. We scrambled for the lights, and the moment the switch flicked, everything was gone. The air warmed, the black shadow vanished, and the laughter dissolved into the hum of the heater. The next morning, no one looked rested, and every group had their own version, like whispers and shapes and voices. None of us slept that night, and to this day I can only talk about it when the sun is shining. Shadows by the River House. When I was about 14, I spent a weekend at a friend's family cabin near the Maple River. It's somewhere deep in northern Ontario, a place I'd later learn was once a gathering ground for the Cree people. On our second night, we decided not to sleep in the main cabin, but in a tiny storage hut closer to the riverbank. Really, just 4 wooden walls with 2 bunks and the smell of old fishing gear. I took the top bunk, and he took the lower one across the room. I woke sometime later at midnight because it was strangely warm. Late autumn nights, they were supposed to be like things that bit through blankets, but instead the air was soft and still. A faint glow rippled across the wall beside me, and in that half-dreaming state I could see shapes moving. The silhouettes of small animals, maybe foxes or rabbits. They were shifting calmly along the boards, and they seemed utterly at peace and nibbling and grooming. They were flickering in and out like they were alive just beyond the wood, and it felt quiet in a way that I just can't really... Well, I can really only feel it. I can't think about it, at least not for too long. I didn't even want to move because just breath and that strange, tranquil warmth. Then only as I started to truly wake did something bother me. The hut didn't have any light, no bulb, no window, no lantern left burning. Yet there were shadows, vivid and slow, crossing the wall. It was as though they had every right to be there. I sat up hesitant, trying to spot where the glow came from. There wasn't a single visible source, just that flickering calm, and the gentle presence of something unseen. Thinking maybe I was dreaming, I nudged my friend awake. He blinked up confused and then panicked when he realized we could see each other perfectly, despite that total darkness. I told him to look at the wall, and he did, and then he screamed and bolted out the door barefoot and sprinted to the main cabin. I stayed, and I don't know why. Maybe because the fear hadn't reached me yet, or because the peace of that moment felt scarred in some way. Like breaking it would be wrong, but eventually I followed. Back at the cabin, his father, a deeply religious man, scolded us harshly for inviting nonsense with our stories. He made us pray before bed, and years later when I ran into the same friend online, we talked about it again. He remembered everything. He said it was the reason that he'd turned to study Druidic practices, and he'd always felt something ancient was watching us. So we compared notes, written down separately. Every detail matched. Exactly. The woman from the spare room. This happened when I was 9, and my cousin was 8 back then. We were best friends back then, and we were having a sleepover at my apartment. And at that time, I lived with my mom on the 5th floor of an old building. My aunt had recently moved to another city, so her old room was empty and was supposed to become mine soon. I still slept with my mom, though. I was terrified of sleeping alone. That night, my cousin and I were playing board games and watching cartoons. Around 10:30, my mom said that we could stay up for just a little bit longer. She went to bed and told us not to open the spare room because the key was still inside and the handle was loose. We promised we wouldn't. I don't remember exactly what time it was when it happened, but we both heard footsteps from the hallway. And then we saw a tall woman with long dark hair weaving a white nightgown. Her face was pale, her lips were bright red like she'd just put on lipstick. She smiled at us and asked what we were playing. At first, we thought she was like one of Mom's friends who'd come over earlier and stayed late. She sat down beside us and started talking in funny voices, pretending to be like the toys. Well, we laughed even though something about her voice felt strange, like she was trying too hard to sound happy. And after a while, she said, "I need to go now. Can you open the spare room door for me?" And we both froze, and I told her that we couldn't because Mom said not to. My cousin whispered, "She kind of looks like Auntie Lynn." I was about to agree just like that, but she was gone. We thought maybe she'd gone into the spare room, so we pushed the door a little, and it made a loud creak. My mom came running out, half asleep and angry, and she told us that it was nearly 2 a.m. Made us go to bed anyway. In the morning, we told her what happened. She looked confused and said nobody had been there, and the door was still locked, and we must have been dreaming. I noticed the top latch was open, even though I remembered hearing her lock both earlier, and she said maybe she'd forgotten. I don't think she had. The night we played alone. When I was 14, one cousin and I thought it'd be fun to try the one-man tag challenge. You're supposed to fill a doll with rice, mix in a piece of your hair or nail. Yuck. Dunk it in salt water and say a few creepy lines so it comes alive. Use a little plush rabbit I had from childhood, white with floppy ears and one missing eye. We did everything exactly like the online guide said, and nothing happened. So, like an idiot, I tossed in the laundry basket and said, "Guess ghosts are busy tonight." We laughed, watched some horror movie, and eventually fell asleep on the couch, and then morning came. My cousin went to grab a hoodie from the hall closet. He froze mid-step. Rabbit was sitting inside the closet, perched neatly on a shelf facing him. We just stared at each other, and he swore he hadn't moved it, and I thought he was joking. He thought I was. Classic horror movie stuff, right? We tried to ignore it and started playing Call of Duty like nothing happened. And after an hour, I got curious and went to check the basket. The rabbit was not there. I found it instead on the windowsill in the living room with the ears drooping, staring out at the glass, and my throat went dry. I yelled for my cousin, and when he came, it was suddenly turned toward us. We both bolted. No one else was home. His mom was working a night shift, and the front door was locked. We went to full panic mode, searching every room, and found a rabbit back in the sink, wet, just like when we first soaked it. I got the brilliant idea to sprinkle flour on the floor and see if it left prints. We sat in the living room, both clutching controllers like they were weapons. A few minutes later, we saw little wet spots leading out from the kitchen across the flour up on the side of the fridge. The rabbit was up there just sitting like it owned the place. We Googled how to end the ritual, and it turns out you're supposed to spit salt water on the doll and say your name 3 times. Paranormal M, Paranormal M. Well, the narrator for Paranormal M. So we did it, and it didn't help, and next time we checked, and it was sitting under the TV. At that point, we were done, and we buried it behind the shed in a flower pot, poured salt all over it, and went back. The last light in the theater. I was in the theater alone one night. Part of my high school's drama club, so technically I wasn't supposed to be there by myself, but my directors never really cared, and the only 2 other people around were working in another room way down the hall. That room's metal doors were so thick and heavy, and once they were shut, sound barely passed through them. They were definitely shut that night. I was on stage packing up after rehearsal, and the place was completely dark, and the stage lights were off, and the house lights too. I didn't bother with the work lights since I only planned to be there in a minute, and my phone's flashlight cut through the black just enough for me to see the floor. As I gathered my things and I heard footsteps, they came from the far side of the stage. I swung my light over, expecting to catch one of my friends trying to scare me. No one. The sound stopped the instant my light hit that spot. Weird, but I brushed it off, because, probably somebody walking down the hallway or the old wood or something. The stage was ancient, and every board had a ghost of its own. So I was nearly done when something rattled above me. It was on the catwalk. I aimed my light upward, and there was nothing, and my heart was pounding a little bit faster. But I muttered something about rats and horror videos and went back to zipping my bag. When I finally stood up to leave, I turned my flashlight toward the main doors and froze. For a split second, I saw it. A tall, dark figure hunched over. No face, no details, just an outline darker than the dark around it. The beam of my phone trembled as I walked toward that door. I told myself I was imagining things and they were just shadows or nerves. But the moment I reached for the handle, the shop lights just behind the stage flickered on. And they were motion activated. They only turned on if somebody walked deep into the workshop, way past where I'd been. I didn't wait to find out who or what had triggered them. Maybe a janitor, though nobody ever cleaned that area. Maybe something else. Grabbed my bag, ran down the hall, and burst into the black box theater where my friends were. Gave a quick shaky goodnight and get out of there. It wasn't until I was halfway done that I realized something else. The motion sensor lights in the hallway never turned on as I left. The supernatural is closer than you imagine. Paranormal M takes you through chilling tales and haunted mysteries. Subscribe now. Your curiosity may cost you sleep. The Haunted Child. In the quiet seaside town where I grew up, everybody knew about them. They weren't exactly outcasts, at least. Not in the normal sense. They lived far from town in a rotting, ivy-choked manor that leaned toward the cliffs as if eager to throw itself into the sea. People whispered that they were cultists, dabbling in rituals meant to call things best left unnamed. No one ever intervened. We left them alone, and they left us alone. Or so we told ourselves. Everything changed when the children started to vanish. The first was a boy named Daniel, only 7 years old, who disappeared on his walk back from the harbor one misty evening. Then a girl, Emily. She didn't return from her piano lesson the next day. Fear settled over the town like a damp fog. And though nobody who really was saying it outright, but everybody was thinking the same thing. That manor. The police tried, and they swept the beaches and searched the pine woods. Even interrogated a strange family in the manor. Nothing. I couldn't shake the feeling that the truth was festering in that cliffside house. One night, clutching a cheap camping lantern and my father's old pocket knife, I decided to find out for myself. The manor was larger than I remembered, its cracked windows like blind eyes reflecting the moonlight. The air grew colder as I approached, thick and salty with the smell of the ocean. The night felt unnatural, like a held breath, but I pushed forward. I slipped in through a warped back door that shuddered as it opened, and inside the house smelt of wet stone and rotting books. The wallpaper had peeled away in strips, exposing symbols carved into the plaster beneath it. Every board creaked under my weight as if warning me to turn back. That was when I saw the trap door. The stairs leading down were narrow and crooked, and as I descended, a sharp metallic smell rose to meet me. Iron, salt, and blood. My heart hammered and the lantern flickered, casting distorted shadows against the walls. In the center of the cellar stood a table draped in ragged velvet, its edges crusted with something dark. Strange runes were etched not only into the walls, but into the ceiling above, spiraling toward a single point. And around the table, glass jars full of some black liquid flickering in the lantern's light. It's as though the contents were alive. The air was heavy and suffocating, as if the room itself were underwater. I turned to leave, with bile rising in my throat, and that's when I saw them, the children. They stood in uneven rows, silent and barefoot. Something about them was wrong in a way that my mind refused to process. Their eyes weren't eyes at all anymore, but pools of shifting gray mist swirling. They were swallowing the lantern's light, and their faces were pale and expressionless, but their mouths began to twist into smiles unnaturally. They were brittle smiles that looked like they would crack their skin. Then I understood these weren't children anymore, they were vessels. I stumbled backward, nearly dropping the lantern. They began to move as one. Their sounds were almost noiseless, and they were walking on the stone. The cold that poured from them was so intense it burned. It was pulling the warmth just right out of my bones, and the ritual hadn't been to summon a demon. It had been to make the children into its eyes and hands. Their smiles were widening as they closed in. My body locked with terror, my mind screamed to run, but my legs wouldn't obey. One of them raised its hand, pale, trembling, and possibly light, brushed my sleeve with fingers as cold as seawater. Then everything went black. When I woke, I was lying on the cliff's edge just past dawn. The manor behind me, nothing but an empty shell. No trapdoor, no jaws, no altar, just dust and silence. The children were never found. I never told anybody what I'd seen. But even now at dusk, sometimes I glimpse them, standing in the far corners of my vision, their mist-filled eyes fixed on me, waiting. And I know it isn't over. And I just want to say sorry about audio anomalies. If you only could see my situation, you would forgive me. But I'm giving it a good go. Next story. The Night at Willow House. So my ex-boyfriend and I were together for a little bit over a year before I finally walked away. Honestly, it was chaos. I won't spill every detail of that relationship here, but toxic doesn't even begin to cover it. And this is going to be a long one, so buckle up and maybe grab a drink. Anyway, I'd been on a Nexa shot and some birth control injection for about 8 months. That was before I met my ex. My periods had been irregular during that time, mostly just random spotting, nothing scary. And then I met Ellie and instantly thought he was perfect. Or Eli, sorry. I ignored every single red flag, even though there were plenty. I just dove in head first. A few hours after meeting him, I started having this ridiculously heavy flow. It was totally out of character for me. I brushed it off and I thought it was stress or something, but weeks went by and the bleeding didn't stop. I didn't have insurance, and with how expensive healthcare is now, I didn't really want to see a doctor either. All I did was show up for my next birth control appointment. Fast forward about a month and my skin went crazy. Painful cystic acne everywhere. I tried every home remedy and every mask and even weird internet tricks, but nothing was working. Looking back, it feels like my body was rejecting him from day one and I just couldn't see it. About 6 weeks after we broke up, I went to a small town to party with some old friends. I drank too much, I laughed too hard, and I felt exhausted. We were at this gorgeous old house, 3 stories, almost 150 years old. It was sitting on a massive stretch of land about maybe half an hour from the main road. I told my friends I was going to take a quick 20-minute nap downstairs, and they warned me not to. This house has always given me chills, like there's something off about it. Kind of feeling where your stomach drops before everything happens. But I was tipsy and I was stubborn, so I went down anyway. I lay on a couch facing the wall, pulled a blanket over me, rolled onto my back. And that's when everything started to shift. It's hard to describe, it was like a trance, but real. I turned onto my side, blanket tucked underneath my chin, and felt someone behind me. Not just like warm, like hot, like scalding skin hot. I turned my head just enough to see, and it was Eli's face, but warped and melted into something monstrous. It was red and wet looking, and his teeth sharp and eyes flat. I couldn't move, and my eyes could dart around, but my body was locked. I heard footsteps upstairs and voices and pots banging and my friend trying to wake me. Eli's demon self stayed there, and his head tilting like an animal. He put a hand on my shoulder, long cracked yellow nails digging in. The eyes, though, stayed exactly his. Burned into my brain, and everything just went black. Woke up drenched in sweat with my friend shaking me. I left that night, drove home shaking, and I've never been back to that house. Haven't told anyone in real life, because honestly, I'm just terrified. And here's the weirdest part. About a week after that night, my bleeding stopped completely. It was just gone. It's been over 2 months, and I still can't get it out of my head. I don't feel anything for him anymore, nothing at all, but I can't forget what I saw. And yeah, I do believe in God, so anything helps. The House That Watches. The bedrooms sit on the upper floor, arranged around a narrow landing that circles a stairwell like a quiet watchtower. Everyone keeps their doors shut at night, not out of privacy, but because sometimes you can hear the soft thud of footsteps going up and down the stairs. You open the door to check, and there's never anyone there. There's always no one. And last night I had to brush my teeth before bed, and the bathroom isn't upstairs anymore. Ever since the renovation, it tucked down in the far corner on the first floor. It's past 3 doors that stay open at night like moths mid-breath. Those rooms always feel like they're looking at you. Nothing to see, or at least that's what I tell myself. When I came back up, I swear I caught a glimpse of someone standing just inside the den, just a few feet from the armchair that we never really use anymore. It's the same den where I once had sleep paralysis so violent I moved into my brother's room for 2 months. I had been sick, and I woke to a pale hand pressing against my cheek. There were fingers dragging as though peeling something away. And I've dreamt of somebody living behind that wall, and later my cousin admitted to dreaming the exact same thing. We never talked about it before, and, well, even the dogs react to the place. Our newest one, Fig, growls at the den's threshold and refuses to cross after dark. He's never been like that in any way other than, well, that part of the house. He's gotten older and he's grown more nervous and won't stay in a room unless the lamp's on. I won't nap in the hallway at all, honestly. Now he curls up outside her door upstairs instead, like he's guarding us or hiding from something. Honestly, I don't blame him. The upstairs feels thinner somehow, like the air's been sifted through a filter. But there are still spots, even up here, where it's heavier and harder to breathe. Seeing that shape downstairs rattled me. I actually stepped back down one stair to double-check, squinting into the den. There's nothing, just shadows and furniture. And this isn't unusual anymore. I mean, maybe it's my mind making shapes out of the dark, and maybe not. That whole section of the house feels tilted, as if the floorboards are warped or the ceiling's too low. I didn't go back down after that, not that night. The Attic's Whisper. I'm a 30-year-old female, and our family home isn't just old, it's ancient. It's a sprawling stone house built by Polish craftsmen before the Great War. There's always something strange about it, like the walls themselves are listening. As a child, I hated the attic and the crumbling shed behind the house, and couldn't even explain why. It felt like somebody was always waiting there. My mother grew up in that same house with her parents and brothers. She used to tell me I had the same eye color as her little sister who died young. And coincidentally, I was given her name too, and when I turned 14, my mother finally told me the truth. That aunt had hanged herself, not in the attic, but in the shed behind the house. It was a bitter winter morning. It was around that time I started to notice things. First, it was just creaks and whispers, nothing unusual in an old house. Then I began seeing shapes and figures flickering at the edge of my vision. And it wasn't just at night, but in broad daylight too. Once I woke up to see a woman standing at the foot of my bed with her hair loose. It was as if she'd been caught in the rain. Terrified, I pulled my blanket over my head. When I dared to peek again, she was gone. I tried convincing myself it was just stress or my imagination, but these things started without any trigger. I wasn't reading ghost stories, and I wasn't thinking of my aunt. They simply happened. One afternoon, I clearly heard someone opening and closing the wardrobe right next to my door. I thought it was my father, but the house was empty, and my younger brother was still asleep upstairs. I hadn't heard a single door open or close, and no footsteps in the hall, nothing. The wardrobe creaked shut again as I stood there frozen. And the worst came one night. I woke up to a sound like small animals scurrying. I kept 2 pet hamsters at the time, so I assumed it was them. But as I grew fully awake, I realized the sound wasn't scratching, it was footsteps. Slow, deliberate, heavy, like someone walking in boots dusted with gravel across my wooden floor, and from the door straight toward my bed at that. I couldn't move, I couldn't even breathe, and after a few minutes of sheer smothering silence, it stopped. I leapt up, turned on the light, and my hamsters were asleep with their cage. Well, I shook their toys, I checked every little hut and wheel they had. Nothing could have made that sound. The next morning, I went out to the shed. I couldn't explain why, but I had the sudden thought, maybe it's her. Maybe my aunt is trying to tell me something. I said it out loud. What do you want from me? And then, like a whisper planted inside my head, gather her things. It was all I could think to do. I asked my mother what my aunt's belongings were that were still in the attic. We found some old letters, a broken music box, a few paintings, a diary. Took them to my room and arranged them on a shelf. And that was it. Everything stopped. The footsteps and the shapes and the woman in my bed all gone. Even the heavy, anxious air in the attic and the shed seemed to be clear. And for a while, I convinced myself it had all just been in my head. But deep down, I know better. I didn't dream those things. I didn't imagine them. And somehow, by saving what was left of her, I gave her rest. So for context, it all began when my parents started clearing out the attic for renovation. I didn't help, but I remember old things vanishing like a porcelain doll with cracked glassy eyes. Always unsettled me. And I was never afraid of dolls, but that one, I just couldn't even look at it. Last ride out. I should have known better than to wander after midnight. But time slipped away from me. By the time I reached the train depot, my last ride home had already departed. The place is almost abandoned with silence except for the buzzing neon sign above the ticket booth. It was flickering like it might sputter out at any moment. The air felt stale and heavy, like it hadn't moved in hours. And I wasn't alone, though. At the far end of the beach sat a woman. Her coat was threadbare and damp. It's as though she'd been standing in that rain for days. She leaned forward slightly, with her elbows resting on her knees. But her face stayed angled toward me. Her eyes never blinked, not once. I clutched my backpack tighter and I tried to just stare at the ground. But the pressure of her gaze made my stomach knot. And something about her was wrong and off in a way I couldn't really name. I glanced up the timetable. The next train was due any second. Oh, good. A few minutes more of this, and, well, it'd be just another late-night story I'd tell myself to laugh it off later. And finally, a faint glow appeared at the far end of the tracks. The train rolled in with a hiss and a grinding of brakes. And then I stepped on quickly, like not daring to look back at the women. The conductor barely nodded at me from underneath the shadow of his brimmed hat. Fine by me, I was just glad to be away from that stare. I settled into a cracked leather seat, the smell of old smoke clinging to it. I exhaled slowly. The train lurched forward, and out of habit I peeked out the window. And there she was, still on that bench, still staring at the train, like sliding away. Her head turned slightly, following me. I should have been reassurance, or rather, it should have been reassuring that she hadn't boarded, but her unbroken gaze through the glass sent a tremor down my spine. You're tired, I told myself. Everything feels scarier in the dark, too. The train clattered over the rails and the rhythmic sound soothing me for about a moment. I was starting to relax when the conductor's voice cut through the silence. "You're the only one on board tonight," he said. His voice was strange, almost like it had gravel in it. I froze because something about the way he said it, like it was a warning, not a fact, made my pulse quicken. Slowly, I looked up at the small mirror mounted above the aisle. And in its dim reflection, I saw her, the woman sitting in the last row smiling. Impossible. I'd seen her outside, and she hadn't gotten on. My heart hammered as I forced myself to turn around to see for myself. The seat was empty. My breath hitched. Maybe it was a trick of the glass, and maybe my nerves were eating me alive. I just turned back around, pressing my palms together, trying to keep them from shaking. But in that mirror, she was still there. Her grin had widened now, stretching far too much, and her teeth looking wrong, too many and too sharp. Her eyes glowed faintly like dying embers. I wanted to shout, but no sound would come out. The conductor stared straight ahead, knuckles white on the controls, as if he didn't see her. I blinked hard, hoping the vision would vanish, but instead in the reflection she was closer. 3 rows back now, moving without making a sound. I spun around and it was empty. This isn't real, it can't be real. I turned forward again and the reflection was gone. and relief surged for about half a heartbeat, and then I felt it, a slow, cold breath against my ear. I didn't want to, but I turned my head, and she was there, crouched in the aisle just inches from me. Her grin stretched impossibly wide, her mouth trembling with a soundless laugh, and her eyes burning into mine. "Room for one more?" she said. I couldn't move, I couldn't scream, and her fingers, long and bone-thin, curled toward my shoulder. And then the train jolted to a stop. The doors hissed open, and suddenly she was gone. The car was empty again, just me and the conductor. Shaking, I stumbled off into the cold air, not daring to look back. And now every time I pass that depot, I feel her eyes on me, waiting and smiling. I think I know deep down that I wasn't the only passenger that night. The house that hummed. When I was a kid, my weekends often belonged to Grandma's cottage at the end of the Pine Hollow. It wasn't much to look at, just a squat, moss-covered place hidden behind a crooked iron gate. Felt like stepping into another time. The air smelled of wax and lavender with a faint metallic tang, like old coins forgotten in a drawer. By day it was magical, but at night it was uneasy, and it was humming. And lying in the attic room beneath the slanted roof, I would hear it, a soft, tuneless hum. It was drifting from somewhere, like inside the walls even. And at first I told myself it was the plumbing or the ancient pipes moaning from cold. But no, this was different. This was low and deliberate, like a lullaby sung from clenched teeth. One evening I brought it up to Grandma over cocoa. She didn't even blink. She just stared at the worn kitchen table and just smiled her tiny secret smile and said, "Oh, honey, this house likes to talk at night. It's older than me, older than you'll ever be. Don't let it scare you." And that was the last time I asked. I was too young to know how to press for answers, and the humming just went on. Years passed and I grew older, and weekends at Pine Hollow became rare. The sounds faded into memory, and one spring morning Grandma died in her sleep. Felt like somebody had quietly erased a chapter of my life. The cottage was sold off within months, and I thought that was the end of it, but it wasn't. The new owners decided to open the place up, which is, well, their words, not mine. Out came the old beams and warped paneling, wallpaper that had been there since before I was born. And that's when they found what was hidden. So I got a call one rainy afternoon. The woman on the line was breathless, and in the wall she said that they'd found boxes. Tiny wooden boxes sealed with twine. Dozens of them. Inside each box were things no one wanted to describe, but did anyway. Small braids of hair tied with ribbons. Yellowed photographs of children's faces cut cleanly from the paper, and in some, tiny glass jars containing fingernails. They asked if I wanted them back and said, well, it had been my grandmother's house. I said no. Of course I said no, but the image stayed with me like a splinter, and I started to dig into the history of the cottage. What I found was worse. Long before Grandma bought this place, Pine Hollow had been whispered about in old county records. A string of children had gone missing in the 1940s, vanished on the walk home from school and never found. Locals claimed the house on the hill swallowed sounds and souls alike. The details just didn't make sense, but the pattern did, and the humming I remembered from the walls had lined up exactly with the earliest reports. I don't know if Grandma ever knew what she was living in. Never really spoke any of it. Never hinted she suspected the house's story, but sometimes when I think back on her quiet smile at the kitchen table, I wonder. I'll never go back to Pine Hollow, even though the new owners invited me to see their restoration. Memory of that attic, the low hum vibrating through the walls. That's enough to keep me away. Still, some nights when the wind rattles my window, I swear I can almost hear it again. I can't help but wonder, was Grandma just another tenant of that house? Or was she the one that was humming to all of us like this whole time? The things that moved. It began with little things. My wallet or my headphones or even the charger of my laptop. Items I used daily. They kept vanishing when I needed them most, only to reappear later in places that made no sense. At first I laughed it off, and living alone does have its perks. But also, no one is to blame when stuff goes missing. Figured I was overtired or distracted maybe. But as it happened again and again, a knot started to form in my stomach. Something wasn't right. At first it was routine. I'd come home from work, drop my wallet on the coffee table like always, and go about my evening. The next morning it would be gone. I'd turn the apartment upside down, kitchen drawers, laundry basket, even under the bathroom mat. But hours later I'd find it somewhere absurd, balanced on top of the microwave, shoved into the back of a closet, and even once inside the freezer. The first few times I muttered jokes to myself. You're exhausted, losing your touch. But after a while, I stopped laughing. TV remote disappeared next, and barely even watched TV. I do like late-night documentary now and then. I remembered sort of just sitting on the armrest of the couch. It was after some boring history program. The next evening it was gone, and I ripped through the cushions, flipped the rug, and opened every cabinet. There's nothing. 3 days later, there it was, wedged behind the toilet tank. I'd never put it there. The unease became a constant hum underneath my skin. Doors locked and windows shut, and no signs of forced entry. Nobody else had a key. It was just me, wasn't it? Then came the shoes, my boots, the pair that I wore every single day. I slipped them off at the front door like always before heading to bed. The next morning, gone. 2 days later, I found them lined up perfectly underneath my bed, and I never put shoes under there. But by then, I was spiraling. Was someone sneaking in or some creep playing games? I considered setting up a camera, but the idea made me feel ridiculous. Who breaks into an apartment just to hide things? Had to be me, right? Like maybe I was doing it in my sleep. Then the wallet again. This time gone for a full week. I had left on the kitchen counter before bed, and by morning, nothing. I checked the garage and the car and the fridge and the garbage and nothing. Just as I was ready to cancel all my cards, I found it under a pile of laundry I'd already folded. I hadn't put it there. And then my phone disappeared. I always left it on the nightstand, always. But one morning it just wasn't there. I didn't sleep at all, and I just kept imagining someone standing in the dark beside my bed reaching out for it. Next week blurred together, and nights spent pacing the apartment and listening for footsteps that never would come. Shadows that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking. Finally, I found the phone jammed under the couch. It was deep inside, like somebody just pushed it there on purpose, so my hands are just shaking so much while I'm holding this thing. And that's when I finally bought cameras, 2 of them. One for the living room, one facing my bedroom door, and if somebody was sneaking in, I'd see them. But that night, something worse happened. I woke to a faint sound, a low muffled clink like glass being set down. My heart hammered in my chest as I lay frozen, straining to hear it again. Another sound followed, and softer this time, like fabric sliding across wood. I grabbed the nearest thing for protection, a broken umbrella, crept through the apartment. Nothing but silence again. So in the morning when I checked the camera footage, both files were gone. Not corrupted, not blank, but erased. Cold dread was pooling in my stomach. Like, was I erasing them or was it all me? Stopped going to work and I barely left the apartment. And food lost its taste and sleep became impossible. Couldn't tell anyone if I was imagining the sounds or if something was actually there waiting. Then one morning, I walked into the kitchen and I saw it on the counter. My phone. But it wasn't the phone that made my knees give out. It was the open text message on the screen. Did you miss me? It wasn't my message. And that was the moment I realized I had never been alone. Not once. Maybe I never will be. Mirror game. I used to think it was funny when my little brother Noah copied me. You know how younger siblings are. Always trying to tag along and always staring at you like you're some kind of celebrity. He would trail after me through the house and he'd mimic every move, and normally I would just roll my eyes, but he was only 8 after all and I was 16, so totally normal, right? At first it started small. He'd echo things I said. If I muttered about how much math homework sucked, he'd groan about his spelling words, and never mind that his homework was mostly gluing glitter to construction paper. If I lay on my stomach to watch TV, he'd do the same, and I thought it was cute and harmless. But then it shifted. He started dressing like me, and one Saturday morning I came downstairs wearing my favorite blue flannel. And there he was in his own tiny version of it, same pattern, same rolled sleeves, and I teased him. "I'm trying to be me, Noah." He smiled that wide-eyed, too-perfect smile and said, "I'm already like you." And that should have been sweet, right? And that's what I told myself. But even when he began copying my little habits, like how I twirled my hair when I was bored, I left the crusts of my sandwiches on the plate. Just a phase, I thought. Then came the whispers. One afternoon, I'm video chatting my friend Jamie about some stupid drama at school. We were laughing when I heard it because Noah just outside my door murmuring my words under his breath. Every sentence I said, he mouthed it. Every giggle he echoed, and through the crack in the door I saw him sitting cross-legged on the carpet. His lips were moving perfectly in sync with mine. His head tilted at the exact same angle. I slammed the door with my heart pounding. I forced a laugh, but he's just weird, I told myself. But something inside me started to knot. With a K. And it only got worse. To wake up to find him at the kitchen table eating exactly what I was eating. Same oatmeal, same spoon, same number of blueberries. He started choosing shoes that matched mine down to the laces. And if I wore a braid, so did he. He even begged Mom to buy him my brand of sneakers. And then one night at dinner, while I'm telling Mom and Dad about a weird dream I'd had, Noah interrupted. "That's not how it happened," he said. Then he recited my dream back to them word for word as if he'd dreamed it himself. My parents laughed, saying how connected we were, and I wanted to scream. The breaking point came last Thursday. Came home from school and I went to grab my journal from under my mattress. The one that nobody knew about. Pages felt wrong, like they'd been handed, and then I saw it. His handwriting. It was small and uneven, but definitely his. And at first I thought it was some weird prank, but then I read it. "Dear Journal, sometimes I wonder what it's like to stop being myself, to really become someone else, to take their place. I'm closer now, and she doesn't see it yet, but soon she will." My stomach turned, I flipped the page, and he'd written things only I would know. Copied my private thoughts from earlier entries. But at the bottom, in his shaky, childish scrawl, There's a line that I had never written. One of us won't wake up. I don't blame you. My hands trembled so hard the journal almost slipped from my grip. I heard soft footsteps outside my room. My heart hammered and I opened the door. Noah stood there staring at me with a blank face, eyes locked on mine. "Why are you in my room?" I demanded. My voice was basically shaking and he tilted his head. The same way you do when I'm confused. Well, this is their reply. "It's not your room anymore, it's ours." My mouth went dry. "What do you mean, ours?" Noah smiled, but it wasn't the innocent smile I knew. It was flat and empty like a reflection. "You and me were the same. I'm almost ready." Slammed the door, stumbled back, and almost ready for what? Locked myself in, but the walls felt thinner than paper. I stared in the mirror, searching my own face, and was I still even me? That night I didn't sleep, and I heard him outside my door breathing and pacing. Sometimes a soft tap like he was waiting. This morning I woke up to find another message. Not in my journal this time, but scratched deep into the wood floor beside my bed. "Tonight." I don't know what's coming, but I do know one thing. By the time the sun rises, only one of us should still be here. The Call from Emily. I hadn't thought about Emily in a decade now. Life has its way of stuffing old memories into dusty boxes in the attic of your mind. Until something cracks the lid open. For me, it was a phone call on a still November night. I was curled up in my favorite armchair, absent-mindedly scrolling through a half-finished documentary about haunted lighthouses. That's when my phone buzzed. The name glowing on the screen stopped me cold. It said Emily. We hadn't spoken since college, and without thinking I answered. "Hey, Jess." Her voice was pretty warm and familiar, like slipping to an old hoodie that still smelled faintly of autumn. "Yeah." For a second I couldn't breathe and said, "Emily, you serious? God, it's been, 10 years?" We fell into the rhythm of old friends too easily. Talked about the bonfires we used to crash by the riverbank, late-night dares at the old cemetery, ridiculous costumes that we wore to the campus Halloween parties. Felt like nothing had changed, like we're still those reckless girls laughing under the harvest moon. And then something shifted. She started bringing up details I hadn't thought about since those days. Things even my closest friend had never known. How I once wrote anonymous poems and slipped them under strangers' doors. How I carved my initials into the wooden bench behind the library with a stolen pocket knife. How I used to sneak out at 3 a.m. to watch the trains roll past the edge of town. How do you even remember all that, I asked. I was kind of half laughing and half nervous. "Oh, Jess," she said softly, "I remember everything." And her tone had an edge now, like a blade sliding out of its sheath. Then she began talking about things that she couldn't know, like my miscarriage, the way I keep a light on in the hallway because I'm afraid of sleeping in total darkness. The fight I'd had with my sister last Christmas was like she'd been sitting quietly in the corner of my life all along, watching. "I never told you that," I whispered. Her reply came too quickly. "Of course you didn't, but I know you. I've always known you." A shiver ran up my spine. I looked around. The walls were feeling too close and too thin. It was dim. "You're not happy, are you, Jess?" she murmured. My hands trembled like, "What are you talking about? You've been pretending for so long, even back then." I yanked the phone from my ear and stared at her name in the glowing screen. Something wasn't right. None of this was right. I hung up. And for a long moment I just sat there, the silence pressing in the air thick and heavy, and I just needed to hear her voice again, just to make sure I wasn't losing my mind, and I redialed. phone rang once and then twice, and then a man's voice answered, and it was deep and tired. "Hello?" I hesitated, and I said, "Is Emily there?" Silence stretched on the other end. And quietly he said, "I'm sorry. Emily, she died 8 years ago." The world tilted. What? That's impossible. She just called me. "Who is this?" he asked sharply. "Jessica, I was just talking to Emily on this number." Another silence, colder this time. "I don't know who you're speaking to," the man said, "but it wasn't Emily. She died in a fire, and I'm her brother." Blood roared in my ears, and my grip on the phone went slack. Emily was dead how? I had just heard her laugh. I had just talked to her for hours, and this couldn't be real. I stared at my phone, waiting for it to ring again, half hoping, half praying it wouldn't. The shadows around me seemed to deepen, leaning in. I didn't sleep that night, and for days I just kind of went over the conversation, dissecting every word. I dug through old photos, I scrolled her social media memorial page, and really anything to find an explanation. The truth refused to make sense. Then a week later, as I was brushing my teeth, my phone rang again. It was her, and her name, Emily, burned like a brand on my screen. I froze, toothbrush in hand, heart hammering in my chest, and I didn't answer. I couldn't. The ringing grew louder and insistent. It was coming from inside my skull, and finally it stopped in a voicemail. "Hey, Jess," her voice said, soft as a sigh. "Why didn't you pick up? Don't you miss me?" And then, faintly under her words, I could hear it breathing, low and patient and waiting. I knew then with a certainty that turned my blood to ice, whatever we had called, or whoever called me. It wasn't Emily, and it wasn't done with me yet. The thing at the edge of the meadow. I'd always dreamed of living by myself, and after years of noisy roommates and drafty studio apartments, finally had my own place. A small, time-worn cottage at the far edge of the sleepy village that I was in. It wasn't much, but it was mine. Encircled by a wide meadow and crooked old willow trees, the house felt like a sanctuary. Quiet and secluded and free of neighbors. Exactly what I thought I needed. The first few days were just bliss. I had packed at my own pace, rearranged the creaky furniture, and marveled at the strange echo of empty rooms. In the evenings, I'd sit in the kitchen with a cup of chamomile tea or a battered paperback. I would just let the silence sink in. The world felt far away, and I kind of adored it. Until the fourth night. I'm drawing the curtains in the front room. That's when I noticed something out past the fence. At the far edge of the meadow near the willow grove, a shape stood. And in the dim dusk, it was only a vague smear of darkness against the pale grass, like a burn mark on paper. I squinted, I leaned closer to the window, and it didn't move. Just a still, upright silhouette. It must be an old scarecrow, I muttered. I didn't recall seeing one when I moved in, but still, I pulled the curtains close and told myself to forget it. The next night, it was there again. Closer this time, maybe a third of the way across the meadow, and my stomach was tightening. Still no movement, no rustling from the breeze, just that human-shaped smear in the grass. I tried to brush it off as a trick of the light. Fallen branch, maybe, or a trick of my tired eyes. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. By the end of that week, I'm standing at the old stone well, only a few yards from the cottage. Stopped looking out the windows entirely, and in daylight I searched for footprints or even bent grass. The meadow stayed pristine. It looked like nobody had crossed it in years. So I started sleeping with the hallway lamp on. Every lock double-checked, and I even tacked a heavy quilt over the windows to block the view entirely. But the feeling of being watched only would grow. One night I jolted awake and the room was washed in thin bluish moonlight. For a heartbeat, everything seemed normal, and then I saw it. I was standing in the corner of my bedroom, and I froze, and this time it was clearer. No longer just a dark smear. It was tall and far taller than any person should be. It had impossibly thin limbs and shoulders that sloped like broken wings. Its head tilted too far to one side like a bird studying prey, and despite the moonlight, its face was still nothing but shadow. I tried to scream or to move, but my body refused, and my heart just drummed like a trapped bird. It stood there, still as it had been in the meadow, waiting. And then it tilted its head further, the neck bending at an angle that made my stomach hurt. It leaned forward, and though I couldn't see its eyes, I felt them lock onto me, cold and deliberately. A faint noise escaped it, a clicking sound like stones knocking underwater. I don't remember what happened next, because morning light poured across the room and I woke up, alone. The figure was gone. Air felt heavy like the echo of a nightmare. The locks are still bolted and the window shut tight. But I knew what I'd seen, and I knew it wasn't finished. And that night I sat in the kitchen with every lamp blazing, heavy iron poker in my lap. Midnight passed and silence deepened. For a moment I thought maybe it had just been a hallucination. And then I heard it, a slow, deliberate tapping at the window behind me. Story. Good title. So, 4 years old, I watched my father murder my mother. Because of family ties or relationships with the Kansas City Mafia, he served approximately 30 minutes in county jail before his father bailed him out. He got 5 years supervised probation, kept custody of me and my brother. My brother went to a state facility almost immediately due to being mentally handicapped. Spent the next 12 years being berated and beaten daily. Christ. At 16, I left his house with the help of family services in Oklahoma. Moved in with my aunt and uncle. About 2 years later, I joined the Army Infantry. Since about 13, I've typically been one substance or another in me at any given time. Had 16 surgeries through the VA, and a little over 8 years ago, got off of pain pills, and that got me hooked. I've had nothing since then except for some beer and very small amounts of marijuana, which I've given up on quite a while back too. This is all off the top of my head, so sorry it doesn't really, read as being defined as what I would normally write. Since about the age of 7 or 8, I guess I would say, I've seen shadow figures periodically, especially when I've been in a very depressed state. It's normally just 1 or 2 at a time, and maybe once or twice a year. Before that started, I had 2 identical dreams back to back. I could hear my mom's voice coming down the hallway of my house, and I'd wake up and my room would be completely resituated. My bedroom door would be open. My dad never let me sleep with my door open in reality. And just as her voice would get close to the door, I would shift my view to the foot of my bed, and that end of the room. I'd see the last of a puffer smoke dissipating in the air and a cartoon figure of the devil. I don't mean as if he were drawn, I mean as a real-life figure, like red with horns on his head, pointed tail and the pitchfork. He would laugh, and then I'd wake up, and ever since that second night, I have seen shadow figures. About 10 years ago, the property I live at now, there were dozens of them all over my entire property. My wife and my 2 daughters were an hour south of me in Joplin. It's in Missouri. My young son was at home with me. Grabbed one of my rifles and I sat in the corner of my living room where I could see every avenue of egress and approach. I grabbed my phone and I called one of my cousin's wives to come get my son. As soon as she got my son, I called an ambulance. contrary to how it sounds, I had full presence of mind and I knew exactly what was happening. Not long after the ambulance got me to the hospital, my wife was back from Joplin. She dropped my daughter off at the same cousin's wife, and that's the point. I had a lot of medicine in me, and I don't remember this particular detail I'm about to share. With the curtain, John closed in on this little ER room. I was looking at the edge of it and telling her that there was an old man pointing me and laughing. This would have been the only time one of the shadow figures ever got close enough to really look more than just a shadow. The very next night, I was just having drinks at the Eagles Lodge and called my wife to come get me a ride because I had too many. And after she got me home, I went to my shop and she went inside. I don't know why she came back out, but when she did, found me in a pool of my own blood and called an ambulance. Cops saved my life. Spent the next several days in a nut ward at the Kansas City VA. This last year and a half had been very rough. I had given up again and quit my tiny little business. Came home and told the wife I wanted a divorce, and honestly, I was just trying to push her away because I knew that I've made up my mind again. This time I wanted to leave a letter, but I wanted it to be really perfect, so I used AI. Terrible. Oddly enough, it was the first time I was ever able to be completely honest about everything in my head because I wasn't talking to another person. The only place I was ever able to try to work on a letter, which certainly turned into writing a book about my story, was just a few feet away from where I had previously almost bled out. About that time, some acquaintances of mine informed me that they had access to some mushrooms. I've been working on getting to an ibogaine treatment program through veterans organizations in Mexico. Ibogaine. So I'd studied a lot now on the therapeutic aspects of psychedelics and PTSD. Told my wife, and she said she wanted to do them with me, so I told the friends to get some for us. The wife was not at home when they arrived, so the first time in my life I did mushrooms by myself. I'm not unfamiliar with mushrooms, and when she arrived home later that evening, we decided to do some together. They were very intense but short-acting, and after the peak was over and well into the downslide, he started giving me scratches on my arms and my head, and as soon as her fingers touched my head, it wasn't her anymore. I could see my mother's hand plain as day. And since then, we've had a dozen of signs that are unstable that the energy of other family members are here with us. Some good, some bad. Sorry for the somewhat incoherent ramble on the story. I'm running behind today, but I wanted to get this message out to you. Don't have time to read this back over, so if any of it doesn't make sense, please reach back out to me. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. Hope to hear back from you soon. I think I just woke up for another universe, and it wasn't a dream. Something really bizarre happened to me today. Don't even know how to fully explain it. I'm not saying I had a dream, it felt like something way beyond that. Here's what happened. Last night I slept at around 5 a.m. and woke up around 9 a.m., then went back to sleep again around 11. That's when it started. I woke up in what felt like another version of my life, in a different room, completely unfamiliar, yet somehow mine. Standing at the door of this strange room, my mother was walking toward me slowly. The whole environment was muffled and blurry, like I was half fading between two states. I could hear her voice echoing and distorted. As she approached, I suddenly felt myself slipping, like my consciousness was collapsing. And then bam, I just woke up here, back in this world. But it didn't end there. For the next 30 minutes I couldn't move. Not like regular sleep paralysis, I've had that before. This was something else entirely. My body felt like it hadn't fully reconnected, my eyes barely opened. Everything was spinning and I had to fight just to blink. It felt like I'd been downloaded back into my body. And here's the freakiest part. The moment I opened my eyes in this world, I got a flash, like a download of memories. As if I had lived a life in that other place and was suddenly being ripped back into this one. Couldn't even remember who I was for a while and where I was. I just lay there trying to remember this reality again. So what the hell was that? Was it a dream or a glitch or a consciousness shift? Or did I actually jump into another universe where another version of me lived and just barely made it back? Has anyone else experienced something like this? My boyfriend's side of the story. I encountered something in the woods in Florida. My boyfriend and I went out around 10:30 to go catch possums and raccoons at my school's arboretum one night. I've run these trails for months, 2 or 4 times a week at early hours of the morning when it was still dark. I know them inside and out, and I'm comfortable with them. We walk my normal route, which just consists of basically taking the first path left and then walking forward with 0 turns. This takes you around the perimeter of the, arboretum. Why have I never heard that word? It's where you can literally see the football field and residential houses. We've been walking about 45 minutes when I hear a noise to the left of me, like a small animal. I look around in the bushes, and the grass here isn't too long. He points toward the trail and asks if I see a deer. I've got pretty good night vision and senses, and I've been walking the woods by myself since I was 10 or 11. I didn't see it, but he just kept pointing and saying that it was moving. He even said it leaped across the trail at one point. By this point, the woods were completely silent, save for some very faint bug noises. But I saw and heard nothing. I jokingly asked him if he was hallucinating, and he made an offhand comment about how it was unusual for a deer to be by itself. Not really. We didn't think anything of it until after we got off the trail. We walk another mile or so, and the terrain looks totally unfamiliar and smells super strong, like weed and burning. I look at him and tell him that this wasn't the trail I usually took, and I had no idea where we were. About there, the path forked into a very dark path to a small trail to the right, which is the direction of the entrance. Despite his insistence, we go forward, and I took us right. After not even 15 feet of walking that direction, I hear a faint crunch of a branch to my right and ask something like, "Did you hear that?" He takes his phone out and turns the light on, and I start looking in the field thinking it's an armadillo or something. The grass here is incredibly dense, easily 4 feet tall and up to my lower chest, but there's no trees, and we verified in the maps. He's holding the phone above my head for about 45 seconds to a minute. Then he just says my name and to look, and I finally look above where I was searching the grass, and I see a pair of blue slanted eyes. They're about 9 feet tall, almost like those of a mountain lion. They were so bright they looked like they were glowing even without the light. I watched them scan from his eyes to mine, and then it started moving diagonally completely silently. I grab his wrist and tell him we gotta go. I start pulling him back from the trail. Told him not to run because in my mind I was trying to rationalize this being a bear. He walked backward and kept his eyes on it while I led us out forwards. I took glances back occasionally, and I could see it stalking us for about maybe a 10-foot distance. It kept moving crookedly and almost completely silently. The bushes didn't seem to move as it walked, or the only thing you'd hear is like this occasional crack of a small twig. After about 1.5 miles of this, it let out a shriek, and for lack of a better word, like nothing I've ever heard before. And I've heard mountain lions and coyotes, but this was completely different. At this point, we ran out of there screaming prayers, and we could hear the crickets and other bugs crescendo and get louder as we made our way back. I called my stepdad and explained what happened to him, and he stayed on the line while we made our way out. Neither he nor I are very superstitious. We would even make jokes about my mom burning sage in our house to get rid of bad energy, but I could tell by his voice he believed us and he was trying to get us out without panicking us more. The whole time we were running, my boyfriend kept telling me things like, "This isn't the right path, we need to turn," even though it was just a straight shot back. Once we made it out, he couldn't stop looking toward the woods and kept telling me his body was telling him to go back and things like that. Super unsettling. I didn't start to panic until we got back to his house. Couldn't stand going home alone and walking by that forest tonight to get back to my dorm, so I stayed at his place until sunrise. Every time I tried to close my eyes to sleep, I saw images of the eyes of these fucked up deer. Didn't sleep for 48 hours, and when I finally did, it was restless. It was like a 2 or 3 hour nap. I've had extreme paranoia since back. Can't stand to go anywhere without him on the phone. You've tried to rationalize it, but nothing makes sense. Didn't move or sound like a bear, and I've seen plenty of those. There were no trees for it to have been a panther. Not to mention the fact that there's never been a sighting in this part of Florida for several miles. Nothing else, but possibly a panther could have had those eyes or that scream, nor stalked us through the woods the way it did. The only other thing I could imagine was a drone or something like that. The woods were dead silent and we never heard any mechanical sounds. Lights in Michigan. This happened about 10 to 12 years ago. I'm 20 now, and to preface, my dad owns his own land in rural Michigan. Middle of nowhere, all woods and no service. But it's right on a lake, so it used to be really nice for camping trips. Anyways, we, being me, my dad, and my older sister, we're on one of these trips and we're going to sleep in the first night in the tent. That's when we all realized that all of our phones weren't working. Mine and my sister's phone were completely dead, even though neither should have been, and well, we both had iPhones at the time. My dad, who had a Samsung, had his screen completely glitching out with no apps and just random pixels all over the screen with no response. We all thought this was weird and kind of creepy, but this was back when technology wasn't really nearly as big of a deal as it was now. Phones were still kind of shitty. Soon after this, we all decided to just try to go to sleep. About 10 minutes later, there were lights outside of the tent. There was no cover on top, only screen, so it was easy to notice even as we were lying down. No one should have been around for miles at least, so none of us really knew what to do and just tried to lay as still as possible for about 5 minutes before my sister eventually started freaking out, waking my dad up, who obviously was never actually asleep in the first place. I stayed pretending, and I heard them whispering about the lights, trying to make sense of what they were seeing. It wasn't flashlights or other people or fireflies. They were glowing orbs, and some in the trees, one right in front of the tent about 10 feet away. That's when I sat up, and they weren't pulsing like fireflies would. It was a steady yellowish glow and much brighter. The one in front of the tent floated closer and closer. It was about 5 feet away maybe. It was the size of a baseball. My dad quickly shone a flashlight on it. Before it could get too close, it froze for a moment before they all quickly left. My dad swears to this day that they were fairies of some kind, and that he could see a smaller body within the light. I have no idea what it was till this day, and I was so scared I decided to just lay down and go back to bed. I was pretty young at the time and haven't been back since. Even if it wasn't paranormal, I guess I'm just looking for anybody else who'd had a similar experience in the same area. Haven't been able to find anything similar online since. I regularly check every few years or so. My supernatural experience. I was born and raised in Germany, but I'm Turkish, and growing up with a mostly Muslim population also comes with its own horror stories about jinns. When I turned 14, we moved back to a small village in Turkey. It was with a huge culture shock, and when me and my twin sister started hearing about horror stories about these creatures, we found it absolutely cool that creatures could exist, and we were super into these stories, and horror movies, and the supernatural in general. My grandpa, who was the coolest man that would ever tell us stories most of the time, but would laugh it out at the end because he thought he would get scared, or rather, we would get scared. I was 16 years old when my grandma died, and I remember being devastated and heartbroken since we were living with them for years, and I felt like my own mother died. Grandpa died after 3 years. She died in Germany, so by the time her body was delivered to the village, it was 7 days past. Muslim burial tradition doesn't require caskets. The bodies are wrapped in white cloth and buried like that, slightly leaning to one side, which I've always found interesting. And if you fulfill a type of cleaning ritual, abdest, they said that you can see the dead body. Well, we did, and I found it traumatizing to see her laying there, and her face looked absolutely normal and alive. Couldn't wrap my head around the fact that she was dead. Me and my twin, we went back to the house and to our rooms, which is beside my grandparents' room. Our parents and their siblings, fighting already in the living room about money and property, started dreaming laying in the grave, and my grandma's grave, which was basically seeing everything through her eyes. I'm starting to fly to a 6-story building, which was in our home, and stopped right in front of the balcony where all the siblings were fighting. I immediately woke up when I came close to the balcony. Woke up to my grandpa entering the room to open the small window that we had. He looked at me and started telling him what happened. I didn't want to make him upset, obviously, but this was not the first time this happened. He opened his hand, started praying and blowing air on me, and kissed the top of my hand and said, "It's all good now." A year later, it's me and my twin sister. We're at my grandpa's house. My mom and dad are going through a divorce, and my mom moved to another city. Wanted to take us with her. We don't want to leave my grandpa alone, so we're living with him. He's super happy to have us, and one day I fell asleep and I started dreaming in the same bed again, and my back's toward the window. We're in the balcony, my mom's holding a coffee mug, and there's a dwarf for a super short man standing next to her, saying that they're getting married. I lose it and I start yelling at my mom, and she points down the street saying, "Look." And I look down, and there's a slim man with jeans and no shirt walking toward the building. I'm leaning down, looking at him at that point, and I lose sight, and then he comes back out and is missing his arms from the shoulders with blood gushing down. Ran down the stairs, and he's not there anymore. But the neighbor's crying, holding her house key, saying that they're trying to take the key and invade the house. I'm super confused, trying to hold her hand, and then the guy reapers, and and takes the key from her. The guy reapers. And now he has arms again. Runs to the house, and inside of the house is pitch black. The door, the windows are open, but full black inside. And all of a sudden the house starts to suck, and all the surroundings inside me too. Hold on to a pole in the street and barely escape. And then I woke up full-on sleep paralysis. Can't move, facing the wall, but start seeing light. So the sun must be rising. My grandpa woke up pretty early in the morning for prayers, and the first thing he does is come to our room and slightly open the window to let fresh air in. I waited like that for I don't know how long, tears running down my eyes. I started hearing his footsteps, and as soon as he opened the door, I bolted from the bed. He saw my state and freaked out too, I guess, and after his prayers, he made tea, and I told him what happened. He told me that those neighbors practice black magic or go to hocus, men of religion who are in cahoots with these creatures. They can put dark spells on people. He also said there's always a meaning behind dreams. Said that they're jealous of my grandpa because he had more land and they could have did a spell on us. Fast forward a year, we move in with my mom in a new city. First day in the new high school, sitting in a class, and the first lesson is philosophy. The door opens and a dwarf man walks in. The guy in my fucking dream. My sister immediately holds my arms and looks me in the eye, and I knew that she was, and it was so weird. Well, I knew that she knew, and that's what was so weird. Before you ask, no, my mom didn't remarry, and obviously trauma and stories feed the imagination, but I believe some of these stuff are real. If anybody else has experienced stuff like this, I'd love to talk about it. This was my father's side. On my mom's side, there's even more stories about these jinns. I'd love to share those as well one day. time skip, sleeping charm. When I was a kid, I occasionally was sent off to summer camps for socializing and whatnot. In one of those camps, I experienced something really weird. I was around 10 years old, living in a room with 3 other boys my age. Midday, each day we had a quiet hour. Don't know a proper term for this in English. Basically a forced midday nap time. We're all laying in our beds talking and telling jokes, and at some point we got too loud. So one of the ladies overseeing us decided to check on her room. We heard her footsteps in the hall. There's a bug on me. So, we heard her footsteps in the hall, so we immediately shut up and pretend to sleep. Then I remember hearing the door opening and her telling us that we should sleep and not talk, and her leaving the room. All this took no more than a couple dozen seconds at max. After this, I opened my eyes. I prepared to continue the conversation we had before, but instead of everyone opening their eyes, I see everyone asleep. Not pretending with a slight sleep smile, but real asleep. Call out everyone a couple of times because it seemed too weird to me, but all of them were truly asleep. So I was laying there, the only one who's still awake. I also remember that weird feeling of silence and stillness. I don't know how to describe this properly, and I don't remember my exact thoughts at that moment. I just remember the feeling. Eventually, after some minutes of staring at the wall, I fell asleep too. When we were woken up at the end of the nap, I asked everyone in the room about whether they truly fell asleep or were joking. None of them remembered anything. It weirded me out, but being a kid, I just went on switching my attention to something more interesting. I still think about this experience from time to time. Like, I guess it is possible for a kid to fall asleep really fast, but for all 3 of them to go from 100 to 0 in a matter of seconds is really weird. But what about this weird feeling of stillness and silence? And why none of them remembering anything at all? To me, it feels like I skipped time, and when I opened my eyes, it was not a couple of dozen of seconds passing, but minutes, which I didn't really feel at all. Or maybe the time froze. Or a more silly theory of her overseer lady putting a sleeping charm on us. But it, for some reason, failed on me. I'm sure I didn't fall asleep and it wasn't a dream, and I'm a really bad sleeper. Even when I was a kid, it took me some time to fall asleep. I was wide awake, and it was weird as fuck. I don't know. Hope no one out there is wide awake right now. Proof of the afterlife. From June 2022 to February 2023, I was homeless after moving to Florida. I spent a lot of time in motels, staying with strangers, and then a couple of months switching between friends and my grandparents. I did spend part of November on the streets, and those 8 months were the hardest of my entire life. I feel ya. In mid-August 2022, I was days away from ending up on the streets. I was out of money for the motel I was in. Didn't even have enough money to really apply for an apartment or speak correctly, let alone pay a deposit. And being in an electric wheelchair with 2 emotional support cats, I was petrified. That sounds brutal. I was sitting on the bed just sobbing. Sometimes I mentally talked to my mom, who passed away in 2016, kind of like praying. Didn't know if she could hear me or not, but it's always kind of made me feel less alone. And that day, I asked her for help. If she could hear me, please help me. I didn't know what to do. I have a friend who lives back in Washington. I met through Facebook years ago, and she's single-handedly one of the 2 most incredibly talented mediums I've ever come across. We don't talk very often. In fact, I think the time I had last spoken with her was in May of that year, when she came to my apartment a couple of hours from where she lives and came to pick up some things I was giving away before moving cross-country. Before that, it had been quite a while. Less than 5 minutes after I asked my mom for help, my phone rang. My phone almost never rings, unless it's a bill collector. My family and friends never call me. My family never contacts me, well, voluntarily, and my friends use Facebook Messenger. I looked at my phone, and it was my friend back in Washington. I answered, since she rarely calls. Must have been important. This is how it went. Your mom told me to help you. That singular sentence has absolutely solidified my belief in the afterlife. How could she have known? I hadn't said anything online. I hadn't told anyone. I literally only asked my mom for help in my own head. And skeptics may say that it's a coincidence, but a friend who's already a medium calling me less than 5 minutes after I asked my mom for help in my own head? That's not a coincidence. And she ended up helping me. We then talked for about an hour, and after I got off the phone, I passed out completely exhausted. And while asleep, I had the most incredible dream. My mom came to me. Never done that in my dreams before. She showed me where she was, and it was hard for me to be able to see, and wonder if it's because I'm still alive and can't perceive the afterlife properly. She was in a mountainous area, and it kind of reminded me of the Scottish Highlands. She was with her soulmate. Well, when she had been alive, her entire aim in life was to find true love and romance in her soulmate, whatever you want to call it. She yearned for that more than anything. She had never found it. She only found a gay man. Nothing against him for being gay, but my mom was a woman, so... The man who knocked her up and left her. A man that she couldn't open up to, and a murderer, and a small handful of online dates that never turned into anything. In her afterlife, I got the sense that she just was resting between lives, taking the time to enjoy her soulmate and waiting, maybe for me. I remember trying to info dump everything I've gone through since she died, traveling around Europe and traveling around the entire world, moving to Florida. I'd written 2 books, and she told me that we didn't have time for that conversation, but that we would eventually. I asked her at one point if I was going to die. I'd been experiencing this overwhelming sense of death coming closer to me. She told me that I didn't have to. I could, of course, but I could fight it. I asked what my afterlife would be. It would be me mothering every child I'd ever lost in every life. Do you know, as a person who's wanted nothing more than to be a mother my entire life and who's never been able to have a successful pregnancy, how enticing that was? Above everything else, I yearned for my mom and to be a mom. But I fought against that. Life is short. I'll have time for that later. Before this, I didn't believe in soulmates. I didn't know if I truly believed in any particular afterlife. What if there truly was nothing after death? It terrified me. My mom told me that you can choose to have what your soul craves the most for eternity. Or you can have it temporarily, then be reborn. We have a choice. You should see me trying to pick a soda. I guess that would put me in limbo. And I'm not bendy. Incredible dream. So like the title says, I had a dream. I was part of a group searching for a demon so we could destroy it. We were all dressed in tan cloaks with an ancient language or hieroglyphics written on it. We finally came upon a statue of the demon, spoke an incantation, and the demon emerged from the statue. One by one, the demon destroyed every member of my team until I was the last remaining. The demon attacked me, and I could feel it taking control over my body. And out of nowhere, another entity that looked like an ancient Japanese demon smashed into the side of the demon and screamed, "Vigna Papa Nasaka Rama." Probably just like that, too. I woke up and immediately grabbed my phone. I asked ChatGPT what the phrase meant. It's ancient Sanskrit that translates to Rama, destroyer of obstacle and sin. I don't speak ancient Sanskrit, obviously, and I've never studied it or looked into it at all. I'm convinced that I was visited by an entity in my dream. Over the weeks prior, I've been studying the occult and esoteric knowledge and ancient religions and human origin stories, UAPs and human consciousness, and other similar topics. At think I stumbled upon something that I spoke into existence, and I think an entity has tried communicating with my subconscious mind. Sounds crazy, but the phrase spoken by the entity in my dream was legitimately ancient Sanskrit, and I can't explain it. Has anybody experienced something similar to this? Let me know in the comments and help me figure out what's going on. I think we're missing part of the story when it comes to spirituality and the human consciousness, and I'd like to pursue that knowledge. I have been able to speak languages I don't know in my dreams. Well, that I didn't pay attention to in class anyway. So maybe somewhere back there I do know. I don't know. Let me tell you about my experience meeting my great-grandmother. It's well known in my family that my grandpa's mom was indeed a witch. A bad person with lots of bad actions to anyone who confronted her. She came from Spain in the late 30s. Went to live in a very spiritual place in Mexico, also known as an esoteric place filled with nahuales. And nahuales are beings with the ability to change shape, often taking on the appearance of animals such as jaguars, dogs, coyotes, or birds, among others. Beyond her strict persona, being rich was one of the most focusing thing about her, or perhaps they meant fascinating. Why? Because my family rumor that it was confirmed by my grandpa is that in her house she used to hid golden coins on the wall. And me growing in that house when I was a kid, I can confirm that house had a lot of passageways between the walls. Here's the story about her death. My grandpa's friend used to do very dark humor pranks between them. It was their weird connection style, but that day he called my grandpa and told him that his mom had passed away. Of course, my grandpa was mad about that joke, but it wasn't my great-grandmother's house. It was surrounded by police cars, because somebody had stole some papers from her vault. And she was a mean woman, and she was known in that town because of that and her greed around everything that involved money. Karma's a bitch. The hearse broke down several times on the way to the cemetery, and when they arrived, the coffin didn't fit in the hole. Years passed, I grew up. I left that town. My grandpa went sick, and it was time to go visit him, and don't get me wrong, I love that house, and if it were mine, I would treasure that house with all my heart. But the vibes are kind of heavy in certain areas, like the basement in my grandpa's room. Stayed there for 2 weeks, and everything was fine until one night. I remembered that there was a presence behind me during dinner. I even told my family, and they do believe in hauntings. So they did a quick cleanse with an egg, and the egg was fine, so I took no care about it. I took a glass of water and went to my room on the second floor. I slept, then I opened my eyes, and I could see myself out of my body. I know it wasn't me being dead, but I was floating over my body. I couldn't speak, and I know I could talk with my mind, but not with the voice. Something took me out of the house, and I could see a clear view of it, and I flew to the main door and opened it, and everything seemed fine. I was on my way downstairs to the basement. It was clean. Don't take me wrong, it's been years since my visit to the basement due to decorations and old furniture and old things from my grandpa are thrown there. But this time, everything was like it was used to be in the past, like 2 offices, 1 living room, a bathroom, and a garage. Everything, but from a different time. And a woman was there. She was counting her money, grabbing ledgers, and putting them in a safe in the wall. She picked a huge painting of a ship and covered it with it. When she was done, she stood still, watching to the wall. I knew that she knew that I was there. I sensed it. She didn't like it. She turned around, and she definitely didn't want me up there. Go out. No, here. Mine. When I woke up, I told my family about it, not to my grandpa, because even what she represented in the history of our family, my grandpa adores her. Loves her, but doesn't speak a lot of her. We went to the basement, to my grandpa's old office, and there it was, a ship's painting. Behind it, in the wall, we all said it was a nightmare, and I didn't felt like it. My aunt took the wooden boards off the wall, and there it was, a huge safe. We couldn't open it, so they broke into it. They found papers and maps and nothing else. But that was the moment I think she snapped. From that moment on, strange things started to happen in the house. Shadows and chills and sounds, you name it. My last night there, I saw that crow following me everywhere. I knew it was her. It had to be her. I woke up, and before leaving, I went to my grandpa's bedroom. We talked and laughed and asked me to look through the window because something was annoying him. A sound. I looked, and there was a crow. He asked me not to close the window because of her mother's favorite animals were, in fact, crows. I haven't traveled to see my grandpa. He's been sick lately, and I know I have to go visit him. I'm not scared of her, but there's something I don't connect. When she said mine, did she refer to the money or about my grandpa? Was she a Nahuale? Paranormal M explores the places fear refuses to go. From cursed relics to haunted souls, the stories linger. Subscribe if you dare to follow the trail. And if you see that little shape that looks like well, to me it looks like an open picnic basket, I think it's a thumb. Do something to that button, please. On to the stories. The Ghost of Willow Road. I'll try to keep this short, but what I'm about to tell you is a very real experience that happened to a friend and me. We were both 14 at the time. This was late summer of 1996, maybe sliding into early fall. My family owned a patch of recreational land out in the lower hills of the Appalachian Mountains, near the Tennessee River in North Alabama. Still have it, actually. This time of year, we always went up to clear trails and hang deer stands and get ready for hunting season. My dad was on the old John Deere prepping food plots while my buddy and I trailed him on the ATV, clearing fallen branches with a small chainsaw so we could pass. We eventually reached the far edge of the property, got thirsty. We decided to swing back to the cabin for some drinks, and instead of taking this narrow trail, we used one of the two small asphalt roads that cut through the tiny community nearby. Off one of those roads was a dirt path called Willow Road. It led to a small but active cemetery that's still used today. The road went straight into the graveyard, looping around in one big circle, so there was only one way in and one way out. The cemetery itself was surrounded by dense, dark underbrush and pine on both sides. It had this, I guess you could call it a trail, and it ended right at the top of it. A gate there led straight to our cabin, maybe 300 or 400 yards away over a little ridge, a kind of back entrance. As we came around the bend where the cemetery came into view, we saw somebody sitting exactly at the start of the loop. We were about 100 yards out. We slowed down, trying to be respectful. After all, it was still an active cemetery. At first, we thought maybe it was a relative of somebody buried there, maybe somebody tending graves. But as we drew closer, we noticed details. It was a man, and he looked African American. Honestly, had very little color to him at all. Almost like ash. He wore faded denim overalls and no shirt underneath and bare feet. He was sitting on an old concrete block set upright like a stool, no car, no bike. No hint of how he got there. As we passed, he gave no sign of emotion, and I threw up my hand in a small wave anyway. Kept going to our gate. It was unlocked, so we zipped over to the cabin. I hopped off the ATV and left it running and ran inside for 2 bottles of water. Maybe 2 minutes tops. My friend asked if I knew who that guy was. No clue, I said. But we're going back the same way. When we did, he was gone completely. Not just him, but the concrete block was gone too. It was as if nothing had ever been there. The road ahead was straight and empty. and the road itself runs maybe a mile and a half before it dead ends at a heavily gated government property. Cemetery Road branches off about a half mile before that. My dad is working at this food plot nearby. Food plot? So, when we rolled up, I asked if he'd seen anyone, and he looked puzzled and said, "No, why?" We told him what happened, and he laughed, thought we were pulling his leg, said nobody had come through it at all. And to this day, that stretch has maybe 60 residents across 9 miles, hardly a busy area. We never brought it up again with Dad, but my friend and I both knew what we'd seen. Something, a ghost most likely, I guess. And even now, we still talk about it from time to time. The part that sticks with me are those blocks weigh over 40 pounds. Even if he'd gone off into the woods, how can he carry through all that brush without a sound? Fast forward to spring of 2006. We lived about 25 minutes away at that point. So one evening, severe storms rolled through. My dad's out of town on business, and I was at my cousin's place when he called. Asked if we could check on the cabin. Bring chainsaws and tarps, he said. Apparently just in case. That doesn't sound good. We arrived around 9 p.m. and it was dark and the power was out and still raining. And as we unlocked the gate to the driveway, an SUV pulled in right behind us. I figured it was someone lost. A woman rolled down her window, eager to speak. She asked if we were the owners, and I said yeah, and handed me her card and told me to call her soon under the better conditions. She said she was an investigative journalist who now wrote about ghosts and local folklore. She's working on a piece about the area and wanted an interview for my family. Back home, I tossed the card on the counter. A couple of days later, Dad got home and saw it. He asked, and we called her. A week later, she came by to interview us. She asked if we'd ever seen anything strange on the property, and without thinking, we both said no, and hit us at the same time. And I told her the story. "That's exactly what I wanted to hear," she said. She'd already interviewed at least 10 other locals, and every single one had described the same man. She'd done her research and found what she believed was his grave in a near-forgotten cemetery, with fewer than a dozen stones. Only one stone had writing, and it was carved by hand. "Here lays Ezekiel, born 1783 and buried in 1849. She believed he'd been a slave owned by one of the large plantations once in the area. Perhaps a man of some status among the enslaved. She eventually published a book of short stories about local hauntings. Gave us a copy when it came out. Wish I could tell you the title, but over the years of moving, it's been lost. Still, the whole thing was real, and every time I think about it, it gives me the heebie-jeebies." Sorry about the plane sounds. I can't do anything about it. The house on Willow Creek Road. My grandparents built the house on Willow Creek Road back in 1963. And for its time, it was absurdly large, nearly 8,000 square feet, and even today, it would still be considered massive. It was a federal-style home, and it wasn't Georgian. But the same 2 long wings stretched from either side like open arms. It sat quietly at the edge of a rural town, surrounded by, oak trees and thick brush. My grandfather passed away in 1999, and not in the house, but at the hospital after a sudden stroke. Nobody had ever died in that house. My grandmother remarried in 2004, moved to a smaller brick home on the opposite side of town. I was in my second year of college then. My parents had sold their old home and were planning to build a new one, but needed a place to stay in the meantime. So we moved into the big house temporarily. Since I was in and out constantly, I claimed the old music room as my bedroom. The entire left wing of the house, basically. Had its own front and back door, so I could come and go without waking anyone up. The room was a sprawling 1,400 square foot thing with a built-in a built-in wet bar. I almost said something funny. And there were also some storage closets and its own bathroom with a private entrance. During the summer, my friends practically lived there. Poker nights, late basketball games on TV, beer and pizza, and all the usual college guy rituals. One Friday night, we hosted a poker tournament. It lasted until almost 3 a.m. And by the time everyone left, the metal trash can near the bar, like a massive old thing that took a contractor bag, was nearly full of beer cans and snack wrappers. I shoved it back against the wall like always and latched both doors and went to bed. At 4:30 a.m., I woke to a single loud crash, the loudest one I'd heard in my life. It was as if somebody had hurled that trash can across the hardwood floor. The lid had popped off and cans scattered across the room. It was pitch black, but I could hear them rolling. I didn't hesitate, pure flight, not fight. Bolted out of the music room into the main house and sprinted straight to my parents' bedroom. I scared him half to death, and my dad's first words were, "Are you drunk?" And I begged him to grab his pistol because somebody had to be in there. As we crept through the den into the kitchen, I could hear something dragging its feet across the cans. My dad whispered, "What the hell is that?" I whispered back, "I'm not crazy, I heard it too." We reached the dining room. The noise stopped, and when we flipped on the lights, the room was a disaster. Cans everywhere, lid in the corner. Both doors still dead-bolted shut. There was nobody there, and we checked every closet, under the sink, behind the island, the shower, even the crawl-space door. Nothing. My dad called the police at 4:55 a.m. They came through the entire house, all the doors locked, no sign of forced entry, and they found nothing either. Later that morning, my dad phoned my grandmother, tell her about the strange night. She wasn't shocked. She admitted that weird things had happened since 1994, even when my grandfather was still alive. Kitchen cabinet doors swinging open and drawer handles twisted halfway off. And in the formal sitting room, a forbidden space when I was a kid, she said footprints would appear in the carpet even though no one went inside. She'd kept quiet because she didn't want people thinking she was losing her mind. We moved out a few weeks later when parents bought their new house. My grandmother put the old place up for sale, and 6 days after the for sale sign went up, the neighbor across the street woke at 2 a.m. and saw the house on fire. By the time the firefighters arrived, the place was engulfed. They looked for signs of squatters and they found nothing. The fire marshal later said it began with this shared wall between the dining room and the music room and the kitchen. The very places where activity had always been strongest. I'm 45 now, and that night still makes my skin crawl. I don't know what was in that house or why it chose us, but whatever it was felt bigger and heavier than just my imagination. The Whispering Acres. In 1994, I purchased about 180 acres of woodland for weekend escapes. Jeez. Over the years of hiking and scouting the property, we stumbled upon 3 undocumented cemeteries. The stones were crudely hand-carved and weathered to near nothingness. No names, no dates. Some were just blank slabs sticking up from the soil. In 2002, I decided to put up a small timber frame cabin and ditch the old camper. And from the very first week of construction, it felt like I'd stirred up something that didn't want to be disturbed. Since then, I've walked into cabins only to find it looking like there'd been, basically the whole thing tossed up by a storm. Chairs overturned, cups smashed on the floor, and drawers open, but not a single lock broken. No windows cracked, nothing stolen, just chaos. Random, unsettling chaos. It was the night before deer season. Don't know when that is. I invited a few close friends to stay over and hunt with me at dawn. We rolled in around dusk, and we had a plan too. Cook some venison steaks, crack a few beers, and relax around a campfire. At around 9 p.m. on a crisp Saturday night, we're swapping stories around the fire pit when everybody started getting hungry. I ducked inside to grab the marinated steaks off the counter, and as I stepped back out, one of the guys barked. Woof! You didn't have to hit Pete with a branch. You could have just thrown it on the ground, and everybody laughed nervously. What are you talking about? I asked. You just hit him with that stick and nearly knocked him over. I've been inside, dude. Sure enough, lying at Pete's feet was a stick, and it was maybe 2.5 feet long and 2 inches thick. Way too big to have just fallen. There was no wind, no trees within 50 feet of the fire pit. Pete rubbed the side of his head. I was just standing here and back to the fire, and I hear it whooshing through the air, and then wham! He thought I was pranking him. They all rushed over to me and then darted back inside for rifles and pistols and flashlights. Someone muttered something. They said, "There's something in those woods." We slipped out through the front door, moving quietly to the corner of the cabin. From there we could hear it, slow, deliberate crunching of leaves about 100 feet off from the woods. We turned on our flashlights and swept the beams through the trees. The area was clear, no underbrush, nothing to hide behind, but the sound kept moving. 6 grown men, lifelong hunters, all frozen like kids. The sound finally faded, and the rest of the night went on without incident. But none of us forgot it. Years later, our kids are old enough to join us this time. We hosted a bigger get-together with the same crew, plus a few more. The boys wanted to hang out, or rather hike out, to one of the cemeteries I'd mentioned before. After dinner, we all geared up, flashlights, sidearms, and started down that trail. It's about 400 yards to the cemetery, a wide path under tall pines. Halfway there, I caught something out of the corner of my ear, a faint, steady step-for-step movement in the brush just off the path. I shook it off at first, and my buddy eased up beside me and whispered, "Who else is out here?" And that's when my stomach fell. I stopped the group and I hissed for silence, and John, the same guy from the stick incident, leaned in and said quietly, "It's that thing again from years back." We swung our flashlights into the trees. Nothing, but the sound was closer now, maybe 20 feet away, clear as day. No animal, no person. Just footsteps that weren't ours. We ran, all of us, back to the cabin like kids sprinting from a dare, and to this day I don't know what's in those woods. But I don't want the trails at night anymore. Eyes at the glass, and whisper in the dark. The first story happened a long, long time ago. I must have been around 9 years old. My uncle back then lived in New Mexico, not far from a dry stretch of farmland that felt endless to me. He had this huge house, at least huge to 9-year-old me. Me, my mom, and my younger brother were all assigned to one room together. The room we stayed in, it was right next to the kitchen and living room. On the wall, facing the front yard, not a real yard, more like a dusty clearing of sorts. Anyway, there's this giant window, and it's stretching almost the whole wall. There were curtains, but they were thin, and a single bed stood in the middle of the room, facing the door, which sat to the right of the window. My mom had the bed, and while me and my brother had to sleep on air mattresses on the floor, I chose to sleep closest to the window. One night, maybe a few days before we left, I woke up in the middle of the night. I sat up, still groggy, and looked toward the window. The room was dark and there were no lights on anywhere. But I saw two dim yellow eyes staring at me. They were so close to the glass it felt like they were inside the room. The only way I can describe it, it's like a skinny wolf, but not really. It was taller than any wolf I'd seen on TV, with its fur patchy and its frame almost human-like. Wolves shouldn't have been there anyway. Only wild dogs and coyotes roam that area. We stared at each other for what felt like forever until it darted away. My heart was pounding. Scrambled out of the room, ran to the kitchen where my dad and uncle were sitting on the island. They were drinking coffee and whispering about something. Well, I told them what I'd just seen. My uncle set his mug down and stepped outside to check, leaving me and my dad in a strange buzzing silence that made my ears ring. I came back a few minutes later, and from my memory, he looked different. It was him, but he was pale and shaky. He said, "There's nothing out there, kiddo. Must have been your imagination." Gently moved my air mattress across the room next to my brother, away from the window. And he pulled the curtain shut. To this day, my uncle swears he doesn't remember any of this happening. And this next story, well, much more recent. Not brand new, but easily one of the scariest things I felt. It left me crying for hours, actually. I'd stayed up a little bit too late, scrolling on my phone, looking at weird cats doing other things to weird cats. Went to bed around 1 a.m. So like always, I turned toward the wall to sleep, leaving the rest of my room behind me. I switched off the lights, and I let the room settle into darkness. I must have just fallen asleep when I felt the air shift, like a strange tension creeping in. Then, clear as day, a voice right behind me whispered, "Hey." A freezing chill swept up my neck like a hand pressing against the base of my skull, and an electric jolt shot through my body and I couldn't move. I don't know how long it lasted. My eyes snapped open and I sat up trembling. My heart was thundering and tears spilled out of me before I even realized it, and I felt violated and shaken. I finally lay back down, facing the open room, and cried myself back to sleep. The next morning, I had a pounding headache at the back of my head. My whole body felt like lead. And even now, when I think or talk about it, even typing this, I get that same faint static-like feeling. I'm still not sure if it was human. These days, I've drawn a firm line with the spirits in my space. No touching, no messing with me, at least not in my bedroom. And since setting that boundary, nothing has happened, and what unsettles me, though, is that most of these ghosts seem to follow me from the cemetery. The cemetery isn't even close to my home, but even just driving past it feels like something latches onto me. Some of these spirits are harmless, and others not so much. The only reason I think I haven't been overwhelmed is because of the shadow figure. He stands in my doorway like a doorman, silent and still. And sometimes I see him clearly. He doesn't do much, but his presence makes me feel safer. Well, that's good. Things I wasn't supposed to see. I'll be straight with you. I'm one of those people who's had more than their fair share of strange, unexplainable moments. Even since I was little, I don't believe I'm chosen or really spiritually tuned in or anything dramatic like that. I just think I pick up on things. I can tell when the tiniest object in a familiar room has been moved. Not because I'm Sherlock Holmes, but because the atmosphere feels off. I'm not the type who spins ghost stories for attention. Well, I do know a few who do, so just trust me on that. And if you knew me, you'd know that I don't shrug off odd noises or brush things aside as just my imagination. I'm actually hyper-aware. Some say high-strung, others say borderline paranoid, but either way, I try to solve mysteries before labeling them paranormal. The stories below, they're just the ones I couldn't explain. scrolls down to below. The Mirror Room. Back in middle school, there was this little dressing room-style bathroom off the gym that we all half joked was haunted. It really wasn't even a real bathroom. It had 2 toilets and separate stalls and 3 odd mirrors on the wall and smelled faintly of bleach. My friends and I were a tight group, the kind of kids who'd stay up at sleepovers watching horror movies way too gory for 12-year-olds. Then we would dare each other and go in there alone. The big joke was that the cracked mirror above the middle sink watched you. So, one afternoon between classes, I got a hall pass and I went there alone. The setup matters. You push through a heavy blue door with one of those hydraulic closers that hiss like a snake when it shuts. And inside, you take a sharp left to get past a privacy screen. 3 sinks sit on a counter to your right, opposite a row of 2 regular stalls and 1 larger stall at the back. The space in front of the regular stalls feels cramped, almost like a tunnel, but in front of the larger stall, there's this weird alcove with a low bench and a long-forgotten changing area nobody used anymore. Out of habit, I chose the smaller of the 2 stalls. A minute or so later, I heard the door creak and hiss open. Someone had come in. I saw their sneakers from under the stall door, and they were tiny and glittery and purple ones. The kind with the rhinestones on the side, but scuffed up like they'd been dragged through mud, and they passed my stall quietly. I figured they went to the big stall to the left, so I finished up thinking I'd walk them back to their class when they were done. The little kid classrooms were way on the other side of the school. The girl couldn't have been more than 1st grade. When I came out to wash my hands, I realized all the stall doors were open. No one there, and the stall was too empty, even peeking to the alcove. No kid under the bench, not in the corner where the old shower was. No one nowhere. And muddy footprints on the whole tile. Went back to class a shade paler, and suddenly the jokes about the mirror room didn't feel like jokes anymore. The street corner phantom. Fast forward to my first year of high school, around 2017. I just finished my weekly ballet class across town. My uncle came to pick me up, and it was early winter, about 9 p.m. It was pitch dark. He took a back road he liked, a narrow strip lined with auto shops, a locksmith, and a run-down accounting office. Hardly any streetlights. There's this squat little building at the corner. I always noticed it because its address was 3131. Double numbers, and we always pointed out that family quirk. It's shaped vaguely like a house, a brick at the bottom, pale siding on the top, and 2 doors instead of 1, and that night as we turned the corner, I glanced at it, and something was different. The right-hand door was cracked open, and a man was peeking out, and he was Latino, maybe mid-30s, holding the door frame like a lifeline. His face was unforgettable. Wide eyes, mouth slightly open, and sheer panic etched across the whole bit of it. So I followed his gaze into the darkness. There was a figure standing maybe 10 feet from him. At first, I thought it was another man, and then I realized I could see the car repair window shop. It was lit up like a sign, and it was going through his body. It was a shadow standing upright, and it had a shape, a long coat like a trench coat, or broad-brimmed hat it seemed like, and it was impossibly tall. Maybe 7 feet, if that, and something like a walking stick in one hand. I turned my head as far as I could keep it in sight while we passed, and from every angle I could still see through it. The light above the door glowed right through its quote-unquote chest, and it cast no shadow. "Did you see that?" I asked my uncle. "See what?" he said, glancing at me. I didn't ask him to turn back, and I didn't want to, and the next time we drove by, everything looked normal. A few weeks later, the business had a for lease sign, and I never found out what happened there. I'd never heard of the Hat Man at the time, but months later I stumbled on a forum post and realized I'd seen almost exactly what people had described. the nursery radio. This one scared me the most because it felt directed at me. It was either late 2017 or early 2018, and I was a sophomore. My church met in a converted warehouse, not some centuries-old cathedral like it had concrete floors and fluorescent lights and folding chairs. I'd always felt a weird energy in that back hallway, but I'd brush it off as just my nerves. One Wednesday night after youth group, everybody had gone home except me and my mom, and she had the keys. She was watering plants in the main hall and asked me to check for any leftover mess. In the nursery, one of the toy sets was out on the back counter, along with an ancient battery-powered AM radio we never used. I tidied up, then reached for the light switch to leave, and something in me whispered, "Wait." So I stood there, staring at an empty room, feeling ridiculous. Then the radio switched on, and static hissed loudly, and the dial moved on its own. It was clicking through stations. A man's voice came through, and it was deep and warped by the noise. It was either speaking another language or something, because I didn't know the words drowned in that static. It lasted maybe 20 seconds, and then silence. The radio clicked off by itself. I stood frozen, waiting for it to come back on. Instead, a smell crept across the room. Not sulfur exactly, but something sharp and metallic, like old pennies and damp earth. That's when I bolted. I ran to the kitchen where my mom was rinsing out a watering can. No strange smells there, no reason for a scent like it to drift all the way from the nursery. And even now, I can't shake the feeling that whatever was on the other side of that radio, it wasn't random. It felt like it was for me. So, to wrap it all up, why does this stay with me? Well, most of the weird things I've experienced feel like I'm peeking through a crack in reality, but these 3 moments, the kid with no footprints, the shadow man on the street corner, and the radio in the nursery, feels like they're carved into me like stone. Maybe they're coincidences, maybe I was stoned, maybe not, but I know what I saw, and I wasn't supposed to, I don't think. The Hollow Beneath the Stairs. For the past month, I've been noticing some really strange and unnerving things in my house. I've lived here for almost a decade now, and nothing like this has ever happened before. But lately it feels like something has shifted, like the air itself is heavier. I hear faint whispers at night, and sometimes I catch a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision. Every time I turn to look, there's nothing there, and it all started with this nightmare. I dreamed about a boy being drowned in a shallow pond. It was so vivid that I woke up gasping for breath, and a few days later, I got into a rideshare car. Out of nowhere, the driver asked if I still lived at that address redacted. Clever. When I said yes, he asked if I knew the story about that house. I didn't, so I asked really what he was meaning. He told me a man had been murdered in the front yard. Ugh. Strangled, not drowned. And as soon as he said that, I felt this icy wave roll through me. It's like all the warmth had drained from my body. I did some digging online and found out my house had been hit by an artillery during World War II. Jeez. Later used as an emergency shelter. The only part they properly rebuilt was the kitchen floor. They'd reinforce it with steel, but the crawl space beneath it is still hollow. That area has always made me uneasy. I never paid much attention to it until now. Since then, things have only gotten worse. The dreams are more intense. One night I dreamed of a woman standing at the end of my hallway. She had shoulder-length black hair, no shoes, and wore a gray dress. The most disturbing part was her eyes. They were wide open but completely blank, like she'd been staring at something I couldn't see. I woke up screaming. For the first time, I felt like I wasn't alone in my own home. Another night, I dreamt my house was filling with water instead of fire. It came pouring from the ceiling and the walls. I've had that happen 2 or 3 times. I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The next morning, my carbon monoxide alarm, not the smoke alarm, it started blaring at 3:11. I checked the entire house. There's no leak, no gas, but the alarm wouldn't stop. I unplugged it, and 2 minutes later it started again, and this time louder. No explanations for it. But the worst dream I had was about my brother. I saw him crash his bicycle on a wet road, and it was so real that I woke up shaking. The next day I told him about it, and we laughed it off as one of my weird nightmares. But later that afternoon, he actually fell off his bike on the way to work, and thankfully he wasn't seriously hurt, but the timing freaked me out. Now at night, I keep seeing figures in the garden, dark and distinct shapes. They don't move like people, and they're just there at the edges of the shadow and just watching. They vanish as soon as I focus on them. I know I'm not imagining it. Everything feels wrong. The air, the silence, even the light seems dimmer. It's getting harder and harder to ignore, and I don't know what to do anymore. Has anyone else been through something like this? Has anyone else had a problem saying the word through? Because right now, it feels like my house isn't just haunted, it's waking up. The woman on floor 15. I'm a 28-year-old male. Work as a logistics coordinator for a sprawling multi-department company. My office sits on the 19th floor of a glass and steel high-rise planted right in the city's business district. Most days are a haze of purchase orders and schedules and color-coded spreadsheets glowing on my 2 monitors. Other days I actually leave my desk and I walk to my assigned sites, and in this building, I technically oversee a few staff members. 5 of them, but they're scattered across different levels and I almost never see them. 2 weeks into the job, I learned something odd. 3 entire floors in the middle of the tower, floors 12, 15, and 16. They're completely unleased. Nearly 900 square meters of shadowy, soundless rooms lined with paper-thin partitions and dull gray carpets. Each floor still has its own set of 3 bathrooms, men's, women's, and accessible ones. Their cleaners visit them only once a month, at least if no tenants are present. Nothing about this arrangement seemed unusual until the elevator stopped. One Thursday evening, heading down from my 19th floor office, the elevator slowed and chimed at floor 15. I thought someone was getting on. I glanced out, and there was nothing but a dim hallway. My chest tightened. This was one of the vacant floors. I stepped back inside, eyes darting at the buttons, and only the ground floor was lit. My finger hovered over closed doors, and nothing happened. The doors refused to budge, and panic flickered, and I stepped out and pressed the call button from the hallway. I was hoping another elevator would arrive, but behind me, my elevator door slid shut. I reached for him, a bit too late. Now I was alone, truly alone, on floor 15, with only the muffled whine of wind pressing against the building's skin. My instincts told me to take the fire stairs, and that's when I heard it, the unmistakable echo of the bathroom stall door clicking shut in the woman's restroom. I froze, and the restroom door stood slightly ajar, a faint draft slipping through. But these doors, they have hydraulic closures. They never stay open on their own. Someone or something had to be inside holding it. So I bolted through the fire escape down the stairs and out into the lobby carpet in what felt like a single heartbeat. At the security desk, I blurted out what happened, and it gave me the look people reserve for the unhinged. One guard muttered something about an employee from another office sneaking in for privacy. Still, 2 of them came with me. We swept the entire floor, and it was empty. No one in the women's room, no one in the men's, and all the stalled doors were locked. Maidens hadn't touched them in weeks. I told myself to forget it. Days passed. I returned to my spreadsheets and coffee, convinced the moment had been a weird glitch in my brain, and late Friday afternoon, 3 security staff appeared at my door and they wanted me to recount everything again. As I spoke, they exchanged glances that made my skin crawl. When asked what was wrong, one finally told me, no one was on that floor. Security footage showed nothing. No movement, no figures, not even me. I blinked and I said, "Are you sure it was floor 15? "Yeah," I said. Every floor has a big sort of silver number by the elevator, and I know where I was. They said they'd checked every angle. The only footage they did have was me stepping off the elevator at the ground floor, calm and ordinary, as if nothing had happened. Then they showed me the camera from floor 15, and in the grainy upper right corner, reflected in the glass near the restroom, was a woman's face, pale and watching. I know she's there. I know she knows I am too. And I've lost nearly 20 kilos in the past months. I take the stairs now every time. 20 kilograms. That's a lot. Good for you. As long as you have that to lose, anyway. I've looked like the machinist at one point in time, so if you need food, eat it, is all I'm saying. The visitor at 3:11 a.m. Last night was one of the strangest nights of my life, and that's saying something for someone like me. Someone who prides themselves on being logical and skeptical and grounded in reality. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits or any of that. Everything in my mind always has an explanation until now. It was around 3:11, that eerie hour when the world is unnervingly quiet. It's when I woke up with this creeping sense that I wasn't alone. My eyes fluttered open, adjusting to the dim glow of the hallway light seeping through the door. And that's when I noticed a tall, shadowy figure standing by the foot of my bed. What immediately threw me off was my dog Bailey. He never sleeps in my bedroom. He prefers the living room sofa, but there he was, curled up right by my knees. Stranger still, his ears were perked and his eyes locked on the figure. The shadow stood unnervingly still, but its shape was wrong and too thin and too tall. At first, my brain scrambled for something rational, like, was it my roommate or a trick of the light? But when I glanced to the other side of the bed, my boyfriend was there, sound asleep, breathing heavily. I rubbed my face hard, telling myself it was sleep paralysis or some dream haze. Figure didn't dissolve, though, and if anything, it seemed sharper and its head tilted slightly like it was listening. My heart began to race. Then it moved. Slowly and deliberately, it crouched almost like it was reaching toward Bailey. My dog didn't bark, didn't move, just stared, and the sight made my stomach drop. I fumbled for my glasses with my hands trembling, but when I put them on, the figure was still there. Only now its edges were shimmering like heat waves rising from asphalt. My mind screamed for an explanation, but none came. And then, as if aware it was fully awake, the figure pulled what looked like a scarf or hood tighter over its head, and it rose to its full height. It was stretching unnaturally, began drifting toward the door, and it didn't walk, it seemed to glide. I was frozen, my back pressed against the headboard, unable to speak, and finally I shook my boyfriend awake. I was whispering first, and then shouting, "There's someone here, there's someone in the room." He groggily sat up, confused. "What are you talking about? There's nothing here," he mumbled. But Bailey had already scrambled closer to me, pressing against my legs, shivering. And that's what scared me the most. The figure stopped by the door and it didn't leave, and instead it swayed side to side like it was mocking me. I could feel my breath catching and my chest tightening, and this wasn't supposed to happen. "Turn on the lamp," my boyfriend said, reaching for it. My shaking hand flicked the switch, and the instant warm light flooded the room, and the figure was gone. Bailey wasn't looking at me, or at my boyfriend. His eyes were still trained on the corner near the door, following something invisible. And I don't know what I saw, and I've laughed off every ghost story and every video of shadow people, every superstition. This was different. It was too real, and felt like I'd glimpsed something that wasn't meant to be seen. The Stranger by the Window. Last night something happened that I still can't quite wrap my head around. For somebody like me, somebody who prides themselves on, well, you could say being normal instead of paranormal. And it says a lot. Supernormal is still cooler. I've always believed there's a logical explanation for everything. But it was 3:15 in the hour when even the streets outside my apartment are silent. I woke up with this sharp, unshakable feeling that someone was in the room with me. As my eyes adjusted in the dark, I noticed a faint outline by the window. Not at the foot of my bed this time, but by the window, a tall, shadowy figure. And what made it even stranger is my dog, who never sleeps in my room, he's usually curled up in the living room, was lying right next to me in the blanket. I felt wrong. The figure stood by the window. Its arm moved in slow, deliberate motions, like it was reaching out toward the dog, or maybe toward me. My dog didn't growl or bark, he just stared at it, like he was mesmerized, and for a second I thought it might be my brother playing a prank. He does have keys to my apartment, after all. But when I turned my head, my brother wasn't there. He wasn't even staying with me at that night. I rubbed my face hard, trying to wake up properly, and I was like, I'm dreaming, I told myself. I'm absolutely dreaming. The figure didn't blur or fade, it stayed, and it looked like its shape was flickering in and out like a bad signal. Put on my glasses, hoping to see more clearly, but the image sharpened instead of disappearing. Still in disbelief, I shifted to sit upright in the bed, keeping my eyes on it. That's when the thing did something that chilled me to my core. It reached up and adjusted the brim of a hat, like an old wide-brimmed hat, over its head. Not a hood, not hair, but a hat. Then it stepped away from the window, slowly. And as it did this, it seemed to stretch upward like it was taller than the ceiling itself, but somehow fitting inside the room still. My whole body locked up and I couldn't move, and my mind was scrambling for some kind of explanation. That's when I bolted upright and shook my partner awake. Panic was bursting out of me, and I said, "There's something here, it's in my room." My partner blinked at me, groggy and confused, and whispered, "What? There's nothing there." I begged them to look, to really look. They just squinted at the empty corner with the eyes just being dull with that sleep look. Meanwhile, my dog pressed himself against the side, trembling. Not something he ever does, almost like he was shielding me or maybe trying to get comfort. The figure didn't leave. It started swaying back and forth like a slow, mocking dance. It wasn't just a shadow anymore, it was someone. I felt my sanity slipping, like the air was too heavy to breathe, and my partner told me to turn on the lamp. My hand shook as I fumbled for the switch, and the moment the light filled the room, the figure evaporated just like that, gone. My dog's eyes stayed fixed on the same spot by the window, following something I couldn't see. I don't know what to make of it. I've never believed in ghosts or shadow people or any of those stories, but now I'm not so sure. It was real, and it felt real, and it still feels like it's here. I don't know what it was, and for the first time in my life, I don't want an answer. The Whispering Mask. Before you roll your eyes, just listen. 2 summers ago, my cousin Melanie and I bought a dusty old Ouija board from a thrift shop on a dare. We weren't believers, honestly, and we thought the whole ghost thing was ridiculous. But the first time we tried it, the planchette glided across the board like it had a mind of its own. It was answering questions instantly, and we stared at each other, half thrilled, half convinced the other was pushing it. even when we played it with strangers at a local Halloween event, the answers were so freakishly specific that grown adults were tearing up. Some months passed. We'd speak to distant relatives and random names, and whoever would come through. It became a weird routine. But one afternoon, the board stopped behaving like normal, and in the four corners there were small carvings, a dagger, a crescent moon, a black star, and a mask. Normally, the planchette would begin with hello or yes, but now it slid straight to the mask, over and over. We'd ask questions, it wouldn't spell letters, and wouldn't touch numbers, it just sat over the mask like a dog guarding a bone. We tried again the next night, same thing. Mask and no messages. No one else coming through. We joked that we were haunted by the mask man. Felt stupid to name it, but we hoped a name might build some kind of a rapport. And strangely, it worked. Little by little, responses returned. Only now, the planchette shot across the board instead of crawling. We'd ask, what's your name, or how old are you, and nothing was clear, it was just fragments. Weeks went by, and we realized nobody else would come through, just him. The more we spoke, the more the air in the room seemed to shift, and it felt like the thing was warming up to us. Not in a friendly way, but like a stray dog that starts circling closer every day. It was unsettling. So bored and reckless, we broke one of the rules and we started asking forbidden questions like what happens after death or what's waiting for us. The answers were always garbled, more symbols than words, but still we kept trying. Then out of nowhere we wondered, what if it could reach our minds? I asked it to read mine. It spelled no, and I asked why, and it spelled wise, and my stomach dropped. I'd already had a bad feeling about this thing, but curiosity won over me. I asked if it could read Melanie's mind, and this time it spelled yes. We tried it, and I had to look away, but keep her fingers on the planchette. I'd ask it to spell the word, like song or even random numbers that she was thinking. And almost every time it nailed it, not perfectly, not instantly, but close enough to make my skin crawl around. The only explanation I've ever come up with is that she was somehow moving it. But if she was, she'd never confessed. And even now, I can't get the board to work like it used to. No spirits, no mask man. Nothing, it seemed. Sometimes I wonder if something attached itself to her, and she's been through a lot, and, well, maybe that's why everything stopped after she left. Has anyone else had anything like this happen? Because I still don't know what we let in that summer. The Floating Candle of Maple Street. When I was 13, I'm pretty sure I had an encounter with something. Poltergeist or ghost or spirit, take your pick. Before that night, nothing out of the ordinary had ever happened in my parents' house, and to this day, I haven't seen anything strange there again. A little bit of background. I grew up in a very traditional household, and it's where supernatural stories weren't taken seriously. The home itself is over a century old, a creaky two-story on Maple Street. My parents always dismissed the noises as pipes or old wood, and my childhood dog would sometimes bark and stare at the top corner of my bedroom wall for no reason. That's not what you think it is. That is my weird stool I'm sitting on. Oh, yeah, that's not me. See? I chalked it up to dog being dog and ignored it, and I even went as far as to do some research. No tragic history tied to the property, no reported hauntings, no deaths, and of course that doesn't mean nothing happened there. But at least on paper the place was squeaky clean. Now for the story. Probably late October, and I'd been reorganizing my room all day. I was moving furniture and stacking books and lighting a lavender-scented candle in a small ceramic holder. Not glass this time. As I was finishing up, the candle slid off my desk, and instead of falling straight down, it drifted, and actually drifted about 6 feet across the room and slammed into my closet door. The ceramic holder shattered into 3 jagged pieces. Before I could process what happened, my bedroom door creaked shut on its own. Not slammed, not pushed, it just slowly swung shut until the latch clicked. Completely freaked out, I ran to find my mom in the kitchen. She calmly suggested it might have been vibrations from a passing truck, and, well, We didn't live near a highway. So I asked if she had felt anything. She said no, and she guessed it could have been my sister playing a prank on me, but she was outside at the time and had no way of pulling such a trick. And that was the one and only time anything like that happened in that house. Even now when I bring it up, my parents shake their heads and admit they have no explanation either. Not the scariest story in the world, but still unnerved me. Felt like something wanted me to notice it just once. Well, if anybody has a theory, I'd like to hear it. If you heard weird noises, it was my chair. That's all I'm saying. The Night of the Bride's Whisper. Starting from the most messed up night of my life in northern Bulgaria, February 2019. We were 7 friends on a dirt road, half drunk around a rusty barrel fire. We were trading scary stories like it was a game, and after the booze dried up and the stories got too creepy, well, we decided it was time to go home. It was about 1:47 a.m. and we decided to walk each other back, one by one, to be polite. But really it was because nobody wanted to walk alone. First we dropped off Milena, then Victor, then Georgie, until only me, Luca, and Stefan were left. They said they were afraid of wild dogs, and that's the excuse everyone uses. But where I'm from, people don't fear dogs, they fear spirits. In my village, encounters with things are so normal your grandma will just shrug and tell you which prayer to use. Luca was the kind of guy who bragged about not fearing anything. So when we left Stefan at his place, Luca suddenly asked if I could walk him home, and that was new. He usually walked me, and he was pale and jittery, and the tough guy mask was gone. My village is one of the poorest in that area. We've got a single cracked asphalt main road with flickering lamps. But the side streets, they're just wet sand, stones, and shadows. And I had 3% left on my old Samsung Galaxy S7. Piece of junk would die at 30% sometimes. I turned on the flashlight and we started the 10-minute walk through the pitch darkness. About 60 meters from his house, I told him to go on, and he said, "Come on, man, at least walk me to my door." It felt upside down, like we'd swapped roles, and I walked him to his door, and he even offered me food or a couch until sunrise. I said no, because I wanted my bed, and of course I wasn't stupid enough to walk alone in silence. So I called a girl from town, Christina, the kind who always picks up, and put her on speaker while I used the flashlight to see my steps. When I reached the main road, I killed the flashlight, but I kept her on my ear. Only 5 minutes to my house, 3% battery left. Here's a little bit of an important piece of information. Some of you might have heard it, some not, but look up Legenda Merisei in Akate. The legend of the drowned bride, and the short version is a young bride jumped into the village well on her wedding night. Apparently, that happened after being forced to marry a man that she despised. And old people still tell you to greet her spirit if you pass near the well at night. So guess what? That night I forgot and I was on the phone and distracted. I even sat down on the old wooden bench under the massive willow tree by that cursed well. The place, well, that's where she should have drowned, and it was 2:56. My plan was to keep talking until the phone died, and about 25 minutes in I leaned back to crack my spine. Just as I picked the phone back up, I heard it. It was a female voice, drawn out, slow and playful, but wrong. It was like a joke in slow motion. "David, why does your back hurt? Why are you alone?" I swear I'm writing this with goosebumps running down my arms. The voice was half demonic and half sweet, and my blood froze. So I hurled the phone as far as I could, and for a second, pure panic. Scanning for shadows, my own breath loud in my ears. found the phone with my hand shaking and screaming into the line. "Who the hell was that? Who's with you? Don't play with me, Christina." The voice came back small and confused. "David, what are you talking about? I'm alone. I didn't say anything." I hung up and the phone died instantly. "Bro, Christina just got taken. Her family says some men broke in around 3 a.m., beat her, and threw 6,000 euros on the table and dragged her away to marry some guy in the next village." "What?" "Yeah, exactly 3 a.m. And that's where my story ends. Well, righty then. My friends still talk about it, and some say it was just a cruel coincidence, and others say the bride's spirit used Christina's voice to talk to me. Since then, I've had sleep paralysis and glitch moments and shadow things at the edge of my bed. I've gotten used to it. I just shut my eyes, I just pray, and I let it pass. Sometimes I sing to myself when I'm scared, lying even to the dark that nothing scares me. And still, every morning, every time I pass under that willow, I say it 3 times without fail. Bună seria, Fata Marie, bună seria, Fata Marie, bună seria, Fata Marie. Don't hold me to the pronunciation on that one. There seems to be an issue with my cousin's mother. The situation unfolds after the events concerning my cousin. And for context, read something's wrong with my cousin, essentially. After several months, my cousin's family relocated to a new home. It's because a priest indicated that their previous house was filled with negative energy because it's old. Once they settled into the new place, an incident occurred involving my cousin's mother. One day, while she was just cooking in the kitchen, the only other person at home was her sick aunt, and as she was preparing the meal, she heard her husband's voice outside and assumed he had returned. Shortly after, she heard a knock at the door, so she went to answer it. Upon opening the door, a gust of wind swept through, causing her to fall, and she later claimed to have no memory of what happened after that. Eventually, her husband came home to find her unconscious on the floor. He attempted to revive her and asked the sick aunt about the situation. She explained that she had heard a lot of screaming, but was unable to assist due to the paralysis, and the husband then called other family members for help, and when she regained consciousness, she began to behave erratically, screaming and pulling at her husband. Family members arrived, placed her into a car, during which she threatened one of them, claiming she would kill him, saying that he was a bad person. They took him to a temple where rituals are performed, and the temple priest conducted a ceremony for her, which restored her to her normal state. The priest explained that she was possessed like a very light and open soul, which attracts negative spirits, and that she is an empath who draws a lot of emotions. He mentioned that she has a dual apparition and advised her to strengthen herself both physically and mentally. And after this incident, everything returned to normal. She's doing well now. Halloween Bumblebee. I like the sound of this one. This happened 2 years ago at a Halloween party I hosted at my college apartment. Every time I'd tell somebody the story, their reactions would either be in disbelief or would just straight up laugh. My party was to start at 7 p.m. Some of my friends sent me a message saying that they were on their way, or that they were pre-gaming at another friend's house. A couple of minutes had passed, and my sister and 2 other friends were getting ready upstairs. That's when we heard my front door unlock. It sounded like somebody was entering my house. I excitedly took a peek from the 3rd floor, looking down the 1st. I live in the 3rd floor. My friend and I saw what looked like our other friend in a bumblebee costume walking down from the 2nd floor to the 1st. I yelled out his name, and he told me to come upstairs and chill with us, but he ignored us. Now, me being excited and all, ran all the way to the 1st floor to catch up with him and ask him what come up, and, well, when I went downstairs, nobody was there, My door was locked and it didn't seem like anybody entered. It also felt extremely cold, even though I had my windows closed and the heater on. It's as if there was a presence there. Before coming to uni, I've lived in a haunted home in the Philippines for years, so I know what it's like, at least when there's a presence or an entity around. The hairs on my back and my neck are raised when I called my friends to ask if they, stopped by or whatever, and they said they haven't even left and we're still pre-gaming. And top it off, nobody else in my friend group has a copy of my keys, so it was beyond impossible for them to even enter. I thought I was the only one imagining things, but my friend pulled me over and asked me if I saw what he saw too. Something's wrong with my cousin. This is not about me. It's about one of my cousin's sisters. So for my homeland, there's a lot of rituals, and we're South Indian. There's a lot of tradition where a person gets possessed by God and becomes his messenger. I don't know much about it. It's like a legend, I guess. So what happened was we went to the movies, and it was about a guy who becomes a god and protects his land and people from the devil, the bad people. Something like that. If you want to know more, it's a movie called Kantara. After that day, we tried to imitate the way he was after being possessed. And some days after, our moms come home after work a bit earlier than usual. She came, she looked pretty serious, and we asked what happened, and she told it to us. Our cousins, let's call her S, she didn't go to college because she was sick and had a really bad throat pain. Fortunately, her mother took leave to look after her, and her father didn't have work. The mother was about to take her to the hospital, and she had a phone call. So she went to attend that, and then all of a sudden, S started screaming really loudly. Everybody rushed to see her, and she didn't look normal. She looked a bit tense, and she started to get up and move around almost like an inch above the ground, like floating a bit. Jumping around her father is like a build man. He tried to hold her, but he couldn't, and she was screaming so loud even the neighbors came, and she was just chanting in a different language, and everybody starts freaking out and crying, not knowing what to do. They took her to the hospital, but the people were so confused they told them to go to a psychic. Her whole family was there, and one of her brothers knew a person and called him, and he was far away, but because she's a young girl, he came and started throwing salt or something, and she calmed down. After she came to some sort of consciousness, she told us that she's seeing everyone, and she knows something is wrong, but doesn't know what she was doing. She couldn't talk, almost like being paralyzed. So what are your thoughts about this? More salt, more pepper. The Dream. Early one chilly and frosty winter morning, I had a very vivid dream that I, at once upon waking from it, I knew in my heart to be true, and in the dream it was like I was simply hovering above a close friend of mine's bed. I was watching him as he was lying down. He was very aware of my presence. He was getting gestured for me to hand him a black lighter that was on the floor next to his bed. For a split second, I thought of trying to retrieve it for him to give it to him, but I immediately knew that I couldn't possibly do that for him because I was only a presence right then, not actually physically there in the room flying with him. Since we were able to communicate with each other, I informed him that I was sorry, that I wouldn't be able to actually grab the lighter to hand it to him. He then tried to move toward the edge of his bed to get it, but it was like one whole side of his body wouldn't cooperate for him to be able to grab it. He gave up on the lighter and looked back up at me and tried to speak to me. But since he couldn't speak properly either, I was unable to understand him at all. It was then that he began to fade out of focus as I left the dream in his room and woke up. Upon waking up from that dream, I woke my boyfriend as he slept soundly next to me, and I said to him, "I think Roy just died. I watched him die in my dream just now." This occurred at around 6:30 in the morning. After that, we got up and got ready to go into town and meet up with some friends at our local park as usual. A few hours later, maybe 10 a.m., I was sitting in the grass with one of my girlfriends. I was enjoying a cinnamon roll. It's while our boyfriends were at the store and just off somewhere hanging out. As I licked some of the icing remaining on my fingertips and squinted at her through the morning sunlight, I said to her something like, "Hey, this is going to sound really, really weird, but I need a big favor." "Sure, what is it?" she inquired curiously. "Well, I have this thing with touching dead bodies because I refuse to ever do it, so I'm going to need you to do it to make sure my friend is dead before I call 911. Naturally, her response is something like, "Well, okay, but how the heck do you actually know he's dead?" "Well, it's kind of super hard to explain right now, but I'm pretty sure that I watched him die in a dream this morning." "You serious right now?" she demanded, whilst rolling over in the grass onto her stomach and staring at me with her mouth agape. "Is this like some gift you have or something?" "Not that I've ever known of," I said with a sigh. "But we can't just leave him in there all dead. We have to go check." "Okay then," she said, and she just got up. So since Roy lived right next to the park, we walked right over there and started knocking on his door, which of course he didn't answer. I suggested that we go around to the side French doors where his bedroom was, so that way we could look into his room through the glass panels and try that door as well. She agreed. We went around, hopped over his little white picket fence, and we could peer into his bedroom and see him. And there he was, lying on his back just as I'd see him lying in my dream. My friend found his door to be unlocked. So she just went right in and checked his pulse, and he's ice cold. She informed me, so he went to go call 911. The police and the fire truck arrived within a few minutes, and as soon as they pronounced him dead, the coroner arrived shortly thereafter. My friend left, and I stayed to hear what the coroner had to say. The coroner said that based on the body temperature, he estimated that Roy had been dead for around 5 hours, which, if you remember, was right around the time that I had that dream. It took several weeks to hear around town what the autopsy found to be the cause of death, which was a massive stroke, explaining while he was unable to move or speak properly. And to this day, I still wish that I knew that he was trying to say to me, or what he was trying to say to me, and also how I was able to see that in my dream. Visitation dream, but in a different way. Several years ago, my beloved aunt passed away. She was my second mother. I've had many fond memories of her as I grew up. She was known for her sense of humor, and we were very close. Those are my dog's ears. She was a quote-unquote person of size who had fallen and broken her hip in her early 60s. Or in her early 60s. After recovering in the hospital, she went to a nursing home to finish rehabilitation. Overall, she was doing well with a good prognosis. I went to bed on April 12th, and I had a dream that everything that still makes me question many aspects of life. For background's sake, probably 20 years before her passing, she had gotten a Halloween gag gift to wear at work. It was a green pair of glasses with the word spooky appearing on a plastic piece above the glasses. She was a pretty animated woman and took great joy looking at people while wearing them, opening her eyes wide and saying spooky in a scary tone of voice. But back to the dream, I found myself sitting in a folding type of a chair in a black room illuminated by one hanging pendant-type light with a large reflector. My aunt was sitting across from me in the same type of chair. I remarked to her, "You died on Friday the 13th. She looked at me and replied, "Spooky," while doing her animated type of face and voice as I described. I woke up the next morning, the 13th, and had a message on my phone from my mom to call her as soon as possible, followed by another message from my dad saying the same. Reached out and found out that she had died that evening. I've never had a dream about her again since this one time 15 years ago. Now, I always questioned if there was a quote-unquote another side of reality that we just don't understand, but I never expected to have an experience like this. There was no real expectation of death, but there I was telling her that she had died. The Whisper Through the Dog Door. On June 28th, my dog passed away. She'd been with me for over a decade, and losing her was like losing a part of myself. She was unusually bright, almost unnervingly so. Sharpest animal I'd ever known. Her ability to learn and to read moods and talk back to me in her own way was unmatched. My husband, knowing I was shattered, brought home a tiny puppy the same evening. Not something I asked for, not something I'd recommend, but I think he wanted to give me a distraction. A living thing to hold on to. First encounter. A few weeks later, I'm sitting in my studio working on my laptop with the new puppy asleep in my lap. It was a quiet Sunday afternoon when I got a text from my husband. "Come get your puppy." I was confused and I stood up with the puppy still in my arms and went to the bedroom. He was lying there half asleep and our other 3 dogs were curled up with him on the bed, and the only one missing, at least, he thought was the puppy. Anyone else getting deja vu? Because I am. I told him I had the puppy the whole time, and he'd been dozing in my lap for at least an hour now. He hadn't even figured out the doggy doors yet. Husband's face paled, and he said he'd been woken by the sound of the back doggy door, the one leading to the yard. He heard it flapping open. That, followed by the clear sound of a small dog barking twice, and then silence. All the other dogs on the bed had lifted their heads and stared at the door, but none moved. He assumed it was the puppy wandering in, and I suggested maybe he'd dreamed it since he was half asleep. He swore the other dogs were half awake and looking at the door, and maybe I thought it was some stray and our property's fenced but not completely foolproof. We've had turtles slip under and a fox once, even a cat that stayed for days. A turtle? Well, that's awesome. So I went outside and I searched every inch and there's nothing. No paw prints under the fence, no disturbed dirt, no sound of retreating paws. The second encounter was just last week. I was again in my studio at the computer, and this time I had 2 dogs in my lap, the puppy and our male stray. The female stray is obsessed with him and always looking for him, and it's normal for her to slip through the doggy doors to find wherever he's gone. I heard the familiar flap of the interior doggy door about 3 feet away. Because of where my chair was, I couldn't quite see it, but I didn't bother turning around. I just assumed it was the female stray looking for the male, and normally I'd hear her nails clicking on the hardwood as she came in. Then the soft sound of the exterior flap when she left again. And this time nothing, no footsteps, no second flap. I called out for her with no answer. Finally I turned to look, and she wasn't in the room. There's nothing. Went to check the rest of the house, thinking maybe she poked her head through and left, but she wasn't anywhere. Why do I recognize this? To explain, our house had 2 exterior doggy doors to the yard, but only the studio has interior ones, and they're smaller than the outdoor flaps, custom-made for the dog I lost. Only she and the female stray were small enough to use them, and meaning if the female stray had been in the rest of the house, she wouldn't have to come through the studio to get back out. There's no other way. The thing is the interior flaps have a totally different sound from the exterior ones. A thinner thwap instead of a heavy flap. I heard the thinner sound as clearly as if somebody had opened it next to my ear. My husband, weeks earlier, had heard the exterior flap and bark. My girl who passed, her bark was high and soft like a puppy's. So I'm at a loss. I'm not one to jump to ghosts, and in 12 years living in this house, nothing like this has ever happened. But 2 strange incidents, both involving the doggy doors custom-made for my old girl, both within months of her passing. I don't know what to make of it. If it were just my husband's story, I would have said it was a dream, but I heard the flap myself. Every dog accounted for. 2 in my lap, rest in the bedroom, no dog in the house. I ruled out drafts and suction from the AC and anything mechanical. We've had the same system for years, and it's never happened before or since. I don't want to say it's her ghost, but I don't have a better answer. Oh, I do have to say that even though I can't quite comment, I do look forward to anybody's comments. It's a highlight of my day. Go on the YouTube comment finder thing and type it in, and warms my heart. Sweet dreams. Paranormal M drags the unseen to the light. Ghostly whispers, cursed histories, and strange encounters await. Subscribe today. The shadows are waiting. And comment something. The Ghost in Room 307. I was stationed with the military in Germany years ago. My unit was assigned to a Quick Reaction Force, QRF team. Civilians always thought it sounded badass, but in reality most of our quote-unquote high-speed work involved walking endless loops around the fences of small outposts. These outposts, they're scattered around the countryside. While the U.S. tends to have one massive base, Germany was dotted with multiple smaller installations. Our task was to secure every one of them at night. Months of uneventful shifts melted together until boredom became a constant companion. One evening, someone in the team, after reading about Germany being one of the quote-unquote most haunted countries, they decided to check if any of our posts had ghost stories attached to them. And to our surprise, one of the smaller posts we patrolled was rumored to have a haunted barracks. Even better, or worse, is, well, that outpost was abandoned and was awaiting handover to the German government. No soldiers, no equipment, just empty buildings and a clock ticking toward the official return date. Naturally, we left this post for, well, at least the last on our nightly rounds. So let me tell you about the entrance. The building was old and it was pre-war construction with those beautiful German stone walls. Every entry point was supposed to be sealed, and they were, but all but one. There's one of the guys named Martinez, and he spotted a window left cracked open on the first floor. Getting through it wasn't easy. The sill was high, and it took 2 people to boost the first man in. We managed. Inside, the air was cooler than outside, unnaturally still. We cleared the building like we would any other. Basement, first floor, second floor, attic. And then, finally, the third floor, where the supposed haunting had taken place decades earlier. Rumor had, a soldier once left room 307 after waking up to see a little girl standing at the foot of his bed. The reports were real. 2 soldiers 20 years apart. Same room, same story. The girl even had a name whispered through the ranks. Lena. First encounter. The hallway on the 3rd floor was narrow. It was creaking softly under our boots. Only one door was ajar. 307. We cleared every other room first, then circled back, and the door was yawning. It was like it had been waiting for us. I think they mean that it was opening slowly. So we joked around, took a couple of pictures, and survived 307, somebody whispered with a nervous laugh. Me, I couldn't resist pushing buttons, so I said it out loud and slow. Selena. Everybody froze. You could feel the air change, like the building was exhaling. A faint thump echoed down the hallway and no one moved. The NCO whispered, "Do it again." Lena. This time it wasn't a thump. It was something softer, like a breath, a tiny mm-hmm from the hallway. We didn't even coordinate. The NCO and her female officer, Shaw, bolted toward the stairs like they were escaping a burning house. I remember catching up halfway down with their boots hitting the floor so hard it echoed like gunshots. When we reached the first floor, they must have went through the wrong window, and I had to yell, second floor, before they spun around and took the stairs down properly. Outside, breathing the cold night air, the world snapped back into focus. We laughed like idiots trying to shake off the static of what just happened. Moving on to attempt number 2. soldiers are stubborn, and we went back in. Same window, same stairwell, same dead silence. At the top of the stairs, the building groaned. We approached room 307 like kids sneaking into a haunted house they swore they wouldn't. Well, everybody stared at me. "Fine," I said. "Lena." From the hallway came the sound of a child giggling, clear as day. I stacked on the door with my rifle ready, and John, my buddy, crouched below me, mirroring every move like somebody out of a Scooby-Doo, but with guns. Not very Scooby-Doo-y. In the dim light I caught it, a flash of a small leg disappearing into the shadows. It was 2 doors down. I thought I was seeing things until John muttered, "You saw that too, right?" My heart steadied weirdly, like a pendulum finding rhythm. Calm on the outside, storm on the inside. "Do it again," someone whispered. I swallowed. "Lena." This time the voice was right in the middle of the room, and a small, airy yes came back. We exploded down the stairs, and I don't think my boots touched half of the steps. I dove through that window at one clean leap, tucked and rolled, and came up running. First one out, no shame. The next section we're going to call the pictures. Back at the main post, still laughing and shaking it off, we loaded the photos into an old desktop. At first, just us posing stupidly in front of the building, then something changed in the series. In the 3rd floor window, there was a shadow. Next photo, 2 shadows. Next, a clear outline, one tall, one small. A man and a child, both pitch black silhouettes framed by this faint light bleeding through the opposite windows. And then nothing. In the last few shots, they were on the 2nd floor, right above our heads. The very last picture, they were gone. A month later. Life moved on. I rotated off QRF. Across the street from my new barracks was another building, one of the annexes. A soldier named Tom lived there. One night without warning, he packed up and moved into my barracks. No incident report, no noise, just gone. I cornered him days later, but he wouldn't say a word, and not until a few beers and a long Saturday night happened. My phone's saying I have less than 5% battery. Well, that is scary. I cornered him days later, but he wouldn't say a word, not until a few beers and oops, I said that already. Anywho, he said he woke up to a little girl standing at the foot of his bed, and she giggled and then floated backward into the wall and vanished. Tom didn't sleep there again. Guess what number his room was? 307. Different building, same floor plan. Epilogue or conclusion, whichever takes your fancy. Believe it or don't, that's your call. But I didn't embellish a word, and if anything, I've left out details. There was a part 2 when we went back, but nothing happened that time. No whispers, no giggles, just the same quiet hallway and the sound of her boots. But that night, on the 3rd floor of an empty German barracks, well, that's the night I started to believe in the paranormal. I believe. Whispers in the kitchen. My father passed away right before New Year's a few years ago. To be honest, losing him didn't shatter me. He hadn't spoken for nearly a decade. And, well, the relationship has been deeply damaging. When I was a teenager, I went into foster care and lost all ties with my family. And what hurt more than losing him was losing the father I should have had. That's a whole other story. After his death, something unexpected happened. I was reconnected with a distant aunt that I really hadn't known since I kept my childhood dog. I was reconnected with a distant aunt I hadn't known. That I hadn't known still kept my childhood dog, excuse me. I had believed I'd never see her again. And she was a golden retriever and a husky mix, gentle, bright-eyed, and the one steady love I had as a kid. When I placed her in foster care, I lost everything, and most painfully, I lost her. The day I found out she was alive, I dropped everything and drove hours to bring her home. She was frail and her fur matted and thin. Her tail was crooked and teeth were worn down. Her joints were stiff with arthritis, and there was years of neglect and they were etched into her body. No vet care, mange, heartworms, hip dysplasia. She'd spent a decade outside, winter and summer, and that night the temperature was below freezing. If I hadn't gone, she wouldn't have made it. I did call animal control on that aunt. Nothing came of it. They had money and influence. Well, I did have something else at least. The love for my dog, and, well, for 9 short months she lived like the queen she always should have been. She passed away from cancer the following winter, and just a few weeks before Christmas. Even though it was like a mercy that she didn't suffer long, I still carry a weight of grief and guilt that I couldn't save her sooner. Not long after she passed, strange things began. It started quietly. At night, my husband and I would hear the familiar scraping of her nails on the kitchen floor. It was the way they always sounded when she'd sort of ease herself up to follow me. For several nights, that sound echoed through the house, and at first it was comforting, and then it just wasn't. A cold, uneasy feeling settled over me. I've always been sensitive to, and whatever exists between the worlds. I've had sleep paralysis, I've had vivid dreams, and that prickling sense of being watched ever since I was a child. This time it felt sharper. One morning as I walked into the kitchen, I noticed the usual messy pile of unopened mail on the table. One folded envelope caught my eye. Something about it felt wrong. The room was still, but I watched as that piece of paper flipped itself open, slowly, deliberately. No windows open, no breeze, but my breath caught and I backed away. When I returned minutes later to grab my lunch from the fridge, that same piece of paper lay directly in front of it, as if it were waiting for me. The air felt heavy, not like the warm, soft prologue, but this felt hostile. Couldn't explain it. I spent days replaying possibilities in my head, and then it struck me. My father's death anniversary had passed, and for the first time I hadn't thought about him at all. I remembered the letters he once sent me, and years after I left home it read, "I won't die until we make amends." But he did die, and we never did that. That night I shredded the letter, and it felt like slicing away the last thread he held. Standing in the kitchen, I spoke out loud, firm and steady. "You're not welcome here. Leave me alone." And just like that, the scratching stopped, the weight lifted, and I never felt him again after that night. Even now, little things do still happen, like a whisper in the corner of my mind or a flicker on the edge of my sight. But they are different and they're softer. I like to believe it's my girl still guarding me. My dog. So when the night gets too quiet, I sometimes imagine her curled up beside me, keeping the darkness at bay. The Voice in the Shed. Sorry, I'm sitting on some weird leather couch and it sounds like it's... Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Like I was saying, the voice in the shed. This probably, maybe close to a decade ago it happened. Maybe even a little bit more. I can't quite remember the exact year anymore. My grandmother lived a couple of hours away from us. Quiet harbor town in the north end of South Island. That's when I was a kid, and weekends often meant long car rides with my parents and my sister, singing along to the radio while heading down the winding coastal road to visit her. Her property sat on a slope that faced the water. There was the main house where she lived, a tiny guest cottage just off to the right. Once used to be used by fishermen, I think, decades earlier. A stretch of empty ground between them where she stacked driftwood and burned garden waste. But what always caught my eye was the old shed tucked at the far edge of the property, half hidden behind a leaning fence and a few overgrown bushes. And it was big, about the size of a small garage. It was built from weather-beaten timber with a tin roof that rattled whenever the wind picked up. My grandmother told us not to go near it. Not because she believed in ghosts or anything dramatic like that, but simply because it was old and damp and slowly falling apart. She said the floorboards could give way any day, and one winter afternoon when the air smelled like wet earth and firewood smoke, curiosity finally got the better of me. My parents had gone back to town for the day, leaving me alone with Grandma. She was taking a nap, and I was restless. The padlock on the shed door was sort of rusted through. I fiddled with it until it snapped loose in my mind. The door moaned on its hinges, and I pushed it open. Settled down door. Inside, it was dim. It was colder than the air outside, like stepping into a cellar. Dust floated in thin shafts of light from the crack in the roof. There's an old workbench against the wall, scattered with broken tools and jars full of nails. I remember turning slowly, trying to take it all in, and then it happened. I felt something press against me, like a sudden weight in the air, and it was thick and heavy in a voice. It wasn't clear at first, more like a radio station at a tune. Deep and rough, like a man's voice. Like my voice. It forced its way through the silence, cutting sharp and clear on the second word, and it either said, "Get out," or "Get up." I couldn't tell, but whatever it was, it didn't sound friendly. My heart slammed to my chest, froze for a second, scanning the corners of the shed, but there was nothing, no shadows of wood or dust. No footsteps, no movement, no one. I bolted outside, slammed the door shut, and didn't tell my grandmother when it had happened. A few years later, the property was sold. The shed was torn down, replaced by a sleek modern house with floor-to-ceiling windows and stone fences. Every time I pass by that road now, I think about that moment. I've never been somebody who buys into ghost stories. I think there's probably a logical explanation, or a trick of the light, or a gust of wind. Maybe even the groan of the old beams bending in the cold. But even now, after all these years, that voice is one of the clearest things I've ever heard. Still can't explain it. When my dog barked at the invisible. I once rented a small cottage at the edge of town. Kind of place that looked harmless in daylight, but creaked at every corner once the sun went down. I never saw anything out of the ordinary with my own eyes, but my puppy sure did. At least he acted like he did. The cottage was old, and one floor with peeling paint and stubborn windows. I was fresh out of college, proud of living alone for the first time. I was working at a quiet little bookstore, and not many landlords in that town liked dogs, but this one didn't care, so I took the deal. My pup, a shy golden retriever, skittish and sweet, came home with me. She didn't trust people at first, but after a few weeks he kind of stuck to me like a shadow. There's 3 nights I'll never forget. Even now, more than 2 decades later, they still make my skin feel all weird. Prickle. The first bark. One evening, I'm curled up on the old sofa with my TV humming softly while he gnawed happily on his squeaky toy near my feet. Living room opened straight into the kitchen. Narrow dining space. Out of nowhere, the squeak stopped, and he lifted his head, and ears stiff, eyes locked on the dining room. A low growl vibrated in his chest. I'd never heard him make that sound indoors before, and then came the barking. Deep, sharp, and getting louder. I froze, staring into that dark corner he was fixated on. Every creak of the house suddenly louder, and after a long minute he calmed down, went back to his toys as if nothing had happened. I tried to laugh it off. Just old pipes, old house, I told myself. I didn't change the channel for the rest of the night. The toy that shouldn't be there. Another night, I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of claws pacing against the floorboards. Soft growl, too. He was by my bed and alert, and I told him to lie down, but instead of settling, he dropped something on the floor. Made me sit up. Never left his toys in the bedroom, and I reached down and felt him tug a rope, and the one only he liked if somebody else held the other end. It was damp, as if he'd just been playing. I think what you mean to say is sticky and gross, but I'll let it pass. Anybody who's touched that end of the rope knows what I'm saying. The room was cold and still. I switched on a lamp. No one was there, just me and him, or at least that's what I hoped. The window. Last night was the worst, and I just let him out into the yard for his usual bedtime sniff around. Then I heard it, frantic barking, louder than usual. I hurried to the big window in the dining room, pushing aside the thin curtains I'd hung up mostly for decoration. He's right there, pressed up against the glass with his hackles raised and barking not outwards but inwards. Excuse me? His eyes weren't on me, they're fixed on something behind me. I turned around so fast I nearly slipped, but there was nothing, not a sound, no movement, just the kitchen and the faint hum of the fridge. My heart was pounding. He yanked the back door open and he bolted inside, stopping a few steps as if he's sniffing something I couldn't sense. He stayed tense for a good minute before finally lying down. His eyes kept darting to that dark corner in the kitchen. And that was it for me. I started looking for another place the next morning. We moved out a few weeks later. Sure, everything that happened could probably be explained logically. Old house, wind, creaky floors, coincidence. But he lived in maybe another 9 years after that. Apartments, houses, storms, and silence. Never barked at thin air again. Boy, do I look forward to my late-night sniff around as well. Damn you, couch. The Night of the Blue Jay. This happened several years ago, and even now I've only told a handful of people. One of those stories that sits quietly in the back of your mind. Heavy, but strangely comforting. I went to a small university, the kind where everybody knew each other by name. And during winter break, a girl from campus passed away, and she took her own life. The email from the administration felt cold, but the silence on campus afterward said everything. She had been somebody people actually knew. A couple of months later, I started seeing a guy I'd met briefly before. This time, though, we kind of clicked right away. Things moved gently and naturally. Then a mutual friend told me something that made my chest tighten. His ex-girlfriend was a girl who had died, and I didn't know what to say. I just remembered the quiet that settled over me when I heard. Not long after, one night he completely broke down in my arms, told me everything that, they'd broken up months earlier, but they stayed close because he was worried about her. He said he'd spend the evening with her the night that she died and left before she made that final choice. She cried like he was unraveling and held him until the sun came up. That night something changed, something in me. I went home and cried too, and I didn't know this girl. I was angry at her and heartbroken for her and guilty. Guilty for being with him. Guilty for feeling anything at all. Eventually, I went out onto my tiny balcony. It's the one spot where I could breathe. I spoke to the night air as if she might be there listening. I told her I didn't want to disrespect, what she'd mean to him, that I'd treat him gently, and I was sorry that she had suffered alone. I even asked her if it was okay for me to even be in his life, and then I started to feel something. At first it was subtle, a shift in the air when I was at his apartment, kind of presence I couldn't explain. Then the dreams began. At first it was just a field of wild daisies, and then the same yellow house again and again, and one night she appeared in the doorway of that house. We didn't speak, but we saw each other. It was like being acknowledged by a stranger I'd known in another life. Well, I thought if I was losing it, that might make sense, honestly. I didn't believe in ghosts, though. But one night at a bar, a friend told a story about a haunted hallway in their own dorm, and I finally admitted, quietly, I thought I was being followed by someone who wasn't alive anymore. My friends listened, and as I was talking, every single one of us got goosebumps at the same time. It wasn't cold, it was just real and too real. Later that night, back at my balcony, I realized something had to change. I couldn't keep holding on to her story like it was mine, so I said goodbye out loud and thanked her for listening. I told her that she mattered, and even to somebody who never got to meet her. The next morning I stepped outside again, and my balcony faced a small stretch of grass, and lying right in the middle of it was a blue jay. I panicked at first because it was quiet and my hands were shaking, but when we searched it up later, we found that blue jays are often seen as messengers between worlds. Some say a dead one means the spirit's finally moved on. Years later, I still think about that winter. Never told a guy, how'd you even say something like that? Hey, I think your ex has been watching over me. But I'm grateful she did, because that presence softened something in me. I don't fear spirits anymore, and in a strange way I hope my loved ones will visit me too when they go. The Woman at the Bus Stop. I have quite a few stories to share, and since for as long as I can remember, my family and I have had unexpected visits from people who've long passed away. Most of the encounters happen inside our own house, and usually makes it harder for others to believe them. This one was different. It happened in the middle of the afternoon at a bus stop, and I wasn't even alone. It was late May 2019, just a few days before final exams. It was the graduation day for the seniors at my high school. After the ceremony, students were free to go home early, and I was a second-year student then and didn't feel like hanging around, so didn't want to watch people take pictures. Me and you both. So I decided to head straight home on the early bus. Only a few students had the same idea, and most were still inside the school taking group photos or signing yearbooks or something. When I reached the bus stop, there was already somebody there. A woman who looked to be in her late 70s, and she wore a light gray coat, a little bit too big for her frame, I'll admit. They leaned on a wooden walking stick. Not long after I sat down, she began talking to me. She asked if it was graduation day, since there were so many students by the school gate. I said yes, and her face brightened up, and she told me how she had graduated from this very school decades ago, back when it had only been one building and no parking lot. She mentioned she had once dreamed of becoming a teacher. Conversation flowed easily, lasting around 5 minutes maybe. I occasionally glanced toward another student, a younger boy who had arrived shortly after me. He didn't say a word, but was clearly listening to everything. Then the bus came into view, slowly making its way down the hill. I turned toward the road, watching as it approached. It couldn't have been more than maybe 7 seconds. When I turned back to ask if she needed help getting on, the bench beside me was empty. She was gone. I scanned both directions. Up the hill would have taken at least several minutes to walk, and down the slope wasn't much quicker either. No way she could have moved out of sight that fast, especially with a walking stick. The boy's expression confirmed it wasn't just me. Wide eyes, frozen posture, like somebody trying to make sense of something impossible. They quietly stepped onto the bus, and on the ride home, the thought struck me. If she had truly been in one of the earliest graduating classes, she would have been well over 120 years old that day. The night at the inn. In the late summer of 2016, my father passed away after a long illness. 4 of my 5 siblings and I were able to travel to this tiny town of Mason, Texas. It was to be with him in his final days. If you've ever been to Mason, or even just driven past it, you know it's a quiet, almost sleepy place. Barely over 1,000 residents. One diner that closes by 8 p.m. and a single blinking light at the crossroads. It's more like a pause on Highway 87 than a destination. The house where we all grew up was small and now crammed with too many of us. I decided to stay at a little roadside inn in Junction, about 30 minutes away. Every day for nearly 2 weeks I made the drive to Mason, spending as many hours as I could with my family, trying to hold on to the time that we had left with Dad. Eventually, as it happens, each one of us had to return to our old lives. The narrator had to lean forward and plug in his phone. So, my younger sister and older brother stayed behind with him until the end, leaving that night knowing that I wouldn't see my father again in this world. Hardest thing I've ever done. My flight out of Boston was early, and I had to leave the inn around 3 p.m., or rather a.m., make the 2-hour drive. So I returned to my room early that evening, hoping for a few hours to rest. Sleep didn't come, and my body was exhausted and my mind restless. Sometime after 11, I finally drifted off, only to be jolted awake by something I couldn't explain. I opened my eyes to the dark room and immediately felt it. A presence. The air seemed thick and the silence heavy. It felt exactly like somebody was standing at the side of the bed watching me. My heart started pounding, and slowly I pulled the blanket down from over my face, forcing myself to look. And there, between the shadowy light from the window and the foot of the bed, was a figure. Not clear, but dark and motionless. I whispered, "Oh, no, 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 no." He yanked the blanket back over my head like a terrified child. I told myself, it's just grief, it's exhaustion. But then the bed moved. I felt the weight of somebody sitting down at the edge near the feet. My feet. The comforter pressed heavier against my legs, and that was it. I shot upright, tossed the covers off, and blurted out, "Nope, no way, absolutely not." I paced I paced around the room. I was trying to steady my breath, trying to convince myself I was alone. The clock on the nightstand glowed just after midnight. I decided there was no way I was closing my eyes again. Opened the mini fridge, found a bottle of soda, flipped on the TV. Called my wife to tell her everything. My voice was shaking more than I wanted to admit. At 3 a.m., I'm at the front desk checking out. The night clerk, a friendly woman, probably in her 20s, smiled politely when she saw me. When I told her what had happened, her expression shifted and she leaned in a little and lowered her voice. She said she wasn't surprised. She'd often heard footsteps in empty halls. Doors creaking open on their own, too, and, well, what unsettled her the most was the sound of somebody softly humming near room 7. I was in room 7. I paid, I thanked her, I drove off into the dark highway toward Austin. I've had my share of strange, unexplainable moments at home, but that night, in a roadside inn far from everything familiar, was different. That one stayed with me. The visitor on the stairs. This one is another piece from the strange puzzle that is my grandparents' land. If you're not familiar with what's gone down here before, don't worry. I've mentioned it in other posts. Like the one about the black figure by the barn. My grandparents' house is pretty big. There's a wooden staircase in the middle of the house, and one way leads straight down to the cellar. The other goes up to the second floor. When I was younger, I always slept in what used to be the playroom, now my cousin's room. That's upstairs, and, well, late at night, the old floorboards, they would groan, and I'd usually brush it off thinking it was just my grandmother's wandering around before bed or something. She often did check on us, quietly opening doors, tucking in the blankets, asking if we needed water. I got used to hearing the door to my room ease open slowly, and most nights I didn't move, half asleep and pretending not to notice, and it felt safe back then. But as I grew older, the sound of those footsteps changed. They started stopping at the end of the hallway, and I'd feel it, that cold, prickly feeling that something's behind you. It's like someone's breath barely touching the back of your neck. And like the dumb little kid I was, I'd force myself to ignore it. I'd roll over and pray for sleep. One night my cousin and I were still awake, giggling over dumb videos or something. We were whispering about crushes and acting like teenagers that we were, and I froze and said, "Shh, did you hear that?" The familiar creaking began, slow, heavy, and deliberate, step by step up the stairs. Went down the hall and right toward her door, and I exhaled slowly. Trying to convince myself it was Grandma, the knob twisted and the door opened. A soft, dragging sound happened. No one stood there, and I didn't dare look away. I swear I heard the floorboards inside the room dip with each step. It's as if somebody was walking closer and closer, and the air felt heavier, and then, just as slowly, the sound turned back toward the door. It closed with a faint click. The creaking descended the stairs again. When it was finally quiet, I turned to my cousin with her face being pale like chalk with her eyes wide. She had heard every step. Even now, whenever I stay there and the house starts getting this late-night singing, I wonder all those checks. I thought they were Grandma, but were they even really her? Maybe it was something else climbing those stairs after dark. It wasn't me. The Whispering Mask. I'm somebody who's always been more in tune with strange things. I wasn't a believer at first, not even close. But after a few strange experiences that piled up over time, I stopped brushing it off as just my imagination. There is one story, though, that I'll never forget. It was the first time I ever truly felt something other than, well, me in the room. For the sake of privacy, the people in this story will be represented with letters. The friend who plays the biggest role will be G, and the second friend will be J. Good job. This happened a few years ago. I was still close with both of them. Jay lived in another state. We'd FaceTime almost every week, though. G lived just a few streets down. We saw each other all the time. And I was a collector, not of anything haunted, just cute stuff. At that time, I was 14, and I just started collecting little plush toys and figures from my favorite games and shows. One night while we're talking and playing a mobile game together, G suddenly said, "Hey, I have this mask from a Halloween event. It's kind of creepy. I don't want it anymore. You want it?" I hesitated for a moment. The piece from my collection did sound exciting, so I said yeah. Before I could even ask when to pick it up, G hung up, and a few minutes later there was a knock at the porch door. When I turned on the porch light, all I saw through the glass was a porcelain mask leaning against the frame. There was a shadowy figure behind it, too. My heart nearly jumped out of me. And when I heard G's voice laughing nervously and apologizing, opened the door and still confused how they had biked all the way to my house that late. I forced a smile anyway. I thanked them and they handed me the mask. It wasn't just creepy, it looked wrong. The surface was cracked in thin spiderweb lines. The white paint faded to a yellowish tone like old teeth. The inside had a musty smell, like it had been sitting in a damp attic for years. I tried cleaning it several times, but the smell didn't go away. I placed the mask high on the top shelf of my tall shelf. That way my little brother wouldn't be messing with it. And that is when these odd things started happening. At first it was small stuff, objects shifting slightly out of place and books slipping from the shelves. My room feeling colder at night. And then that familiar tingling in my fingertips began. Something I'd later learn always happened right before, it showed up. One night I'm on FaceTime with G. I'm eating a late dinner. Something happened that made my blood freeze. The mask, which was propped up securely on the shelf, flew forward and landed in my lap with a dull thud. It's as if it had been thrown. G's voice cracked through the phone. Why did he just stop talking? He looked terrified. When I explained, she freaked out as much as I did. I put the mask back, pretending it was a one-time thing. It absolutely was not a one-time thing. That's what they all say. And a few nights later, I'm lying in bed surrounded by my usual mess. Empty water bottles on the nightstand and pillows everywhere. Out of nowhere, the mattress beneath me tilted from one corner with a force so strong it sent bottles clattering to the floor. My heart was pounding as the bed slammed back down. I lay there paralyzed, unable to scream, staring into the darkness. Even my fan had gone silent, like the whole room was holding its breath. I eventually ran to my mom's room in tears. When my dad checked, there was nothing, no cat, no person, no explanation. But the worst part came later. I started feeling watched all the time. When I used my phone camera, strange swirling strands of white would flood the screen, but never show up in the actual photo. Then came the voices, and always from the closet. One day I left my phone on FaceTime with Jay while I stepped out. And when I came back, Jay was pale and shaking. "Why were you calling my name from your closet?" she said. I told her I hadn't been there. She swore she saw a tall black figure peeking out. And then, as if to prove her right, a soft glowing orb drifted across the screen on my end, and we both saw it. The weeks after that were unbearable. Clothes went missing, and something slammed my closet door shut while I was changing. Even my ex started getting strange messages from an unknown number that mimicked my speech. My cousins, being reckless, used a spirit box one afternoon. The voice that came through called itself Edward and said my name, and it said closet, and it said mine. That night, my mom insisted I get rid of the mask. I tied it in a plastic bag and I set it near the back door. Next morning, gone, tossed out with the trash. And just like that, everything stopped. But sometimes, late at night, I swear I still see the corner of my closet shift in the dark. And sometimes when I walk past a mirror, I catch a glimpse of someone else looking back at me. The Black Dog by the Field. As I've mentioned before, I've got plenty of stories to tell you. But the one I'm about to share, it still haunts me. I don't know what I saw, or can't even be sure if it was really like a hellhound. Hellhound. For context, this happened on my grandparents' land, a place with a long history of strange and heavy things. Some of it isn't my story to share, but I can tell you this. The property used to be even bigger, and part of it was sold behind the family's back decades ago. Another section where a natural spring was got taken by the government for reasons no one fully understood. What's left was divided among my great-grandparents' 3 sons. One betrayed the family, another turned to share into a farm and later a small clinic. The last portion became my grandfather's place, where 2 of his sons built their homes. A lot of unsettling things happened across those lands. My cousins and I grew up hearing whispers about strange encounters. And we have seen what you might describe as unexplainable lights. And I've caught ghostly figures in photos, and some of my cousins even played with Ouija boards out there. Against everyone's better judgment, but I've got countless stories from that property. Late March, other great-grandmother had just passed away on her own in the hospital. All family had gathered up to stay for the funeral. My grandparents had this old truck that we called the Boda, or Bauda. Don't ask why, it's just what we called it. I was just about to ask you that. That night I volunteered to drive the Bauda along the gravel roads through the open fields and patches of woods to drop off my cousins after dinner. As I neared my first cousin's house, I suddenly slammed on the brakes. And there on the grassy hill, maybe 60 or 70 feet ahead, was something that made my stomach drop. Only way I can describe it is by comparing it to the Rottweiler that we once had in the property. And that dog was huge, chest-height when standing on all fours. What I saw that night was 3 or 4 times its size. The creature's body was thick and solid, covered in a coat of pitch-black fur. Its shape was eerily similar to a Rottweiler. Powerful shoulders, strong stance. Except unnaturally large, and its eyes 2 faint but burning red dots watching me. It moved slowly, crossing the hill without making a sound, and melted into the line of trees. I looked at my cousins, and my face must have been ghost white, and, "Did you see that?" I whispered. They stared back at me confused and said, "See what?" And they answered almost in unison, too. Not a single one of them had noticed it. I dropped them off and drove back alone, gripping the steering wheel so tight my hands hurt. My heart was pounding the entire way through the empty, dark fields. The next night after the visitation, All of us cousins decided to go back to that same field. Maybe to make sense of what I saw. Maybe just to escape the weight of the funeral. The moon was bright and my cousin thought it'd be funny to turn the headlights off while driving on the boda. We can see just fine, and she laughed. A few seconds later, we hit a deep ditch. The truck shuddered to a stop, throwing us forward. My cousin scrambled out, yelling me to help push. I was frozen, crouched in the corner with my heart racing. That was the night after I saw the black dog, and deep down, something in me knew it wasn't just a stray. When spirits stay close. I wanted to start this story with a lighthearted tone. Ghost encounters often get painted as terrifying events, but maybe it's time we look at them differently. A few of us had this conversation in another corner of the forum. We were encouraged to bring it here so everybody can share their thoughts, so here it is. Honestly, most of the ghost hunting teams you see on TV, and quite a few in real life too, they aren't the kind of people I'd hang out with. They storm into places with all their equipment blazing, barking orders like they're in charge. Tap once if you hear me. Tell us your name. Prove you're here. But here's the thing. Most spirits, setting aside some exceptions we'll get into later, are still people. Their bodies may be gone, but their thoughts and memories and emotions remain strikingly human. If your grandmother visits, it's still her, and if your best friend's spirit lingers around the old house, still your friend. Many who've communicated with spirits say the same thing. After leaving the body, most souls let go of small grudges, jealousy, or bitterness. And with their newfound freedom, they often see how deeply everything's connected. And that shift often brings more kindness, not less. A spirit must visit a place they loved or return to somewhere they once disliked, maybe to find closure or simply because it's familiar. It's rarely about being trapped. Sometimes they just like to be nearby, and after passing, many stay close to the people they love, hoping that they can offer comfort. And yes, it seems they can sense when you're thinking about them, which might be why their visits often come when you miss them most. Now imagine this from their perspective. You're standing, floating, next to the person you love. They're drowning in grief, convinced you're gone forever. That's while you're right there trying to hold their hand in your own way. They can't hear you, can't see you, and can't feel the way you whisper in their heart. So you try to make something move, or a lamp flicker, or a book shift. Their eyes widen, and instead of feeling comforted, they panic. They tell themselves it's just a trick of the mind. The wall between you grows thicker, but you keep trying. Maybe you place their lost ring where they can find it. Maybe you nudge the radio to your song. Maybe you leave a butterfly in their windowsill. If it eases their pain, that's a victory for you. A small way to still love them. Then there are the ghost tours and investigations. Most people on those tours aren't there to connect. They want a thrill. They talk to spirits like they're toys, not people. And often, these are the very homes those spirits once built with their own hands. They laughed there, raised children, cared for pets, watched seasons change. Then strangers arrive, tearing up walls and repainting rooms, and finally charging tourists to march through your home shouting at you. Wouldn't you be frustrated too? Worse, if you died unexpectedly. Every single night they'll drag your worst memory back into the air. They'll ask, how did you die? Like it's a game. Were you killed? Is your killer still here? And just like that, the shadow of that person, the one who hurt you, gets called in too. Because when people think of someone in spirit, they might just show up. The living do this night after night, and they then wonder why the energy shifts. Why something gentle turns sharp. Of course it does. Nobody wants to be treated like an exhibit. That's why I appreciate one show in particular, Kindred Spirits. Amy and Adam approach spirits with empathy, and they remember that ghosts are, at the core, still people. If you ever encounter one, try treating them the same way that you treat a living person, with kindness, respect, a little bit of patience. Don't interrogate them like they owe you a performance. Ask gently, but accept silence too. When there's mutual respect, something beautiful happens. Instead of fearing each other, you might just build a quiet, unexpected friendship. One that can cross time and space at the speed of thought. The swing that wouldn't stop. I was 11 when it happened. It's one of those summers where my family made the pilgrimage back to my mom's side of the family on the East Coast. I was used to traveling. I was used to airports and used to cars and you just name it. So when I heard we were leaving our calm little Virginia town for the noise and neon of Brooklyn, New York, I didn't think much of it. That is, until the 3-hour car ride loomed over me like a prison sentence. My mom grew up in Brooklyn. She hadn't been back in years, not since I was about 5. And this trip was her idea. Apparently, it was time to see Aunt Renee again. The air outside felt heavy and it felt wet, like stepping into a warm towel. I liked it though. Humidity was weirdly comforting, like the world was giving me a hug. But then the buzzing started. Mosquitoes, the eternal nemesis of every East Coast summer. I bolted into the car before they could claim me as their buffet. The ride itself was rough, and my cousin Kayla, who was 7, hummed herself and made random noises in the back seat. I knew she couldn't help it. She was on the spectrum, but my 11-year-old brain wasn't exactly patient. Her little sister Mia, 5 years old and endlessly repetitive, decided I was her favorite audience. Do you miss me? Do you miss me? Do you miss me? Till I finally said yes. And I've never really been good with little kids. I can't say no to their requests, no matter how ridiculous. After an hour, my phone died, and it was tragic. I tried to nap, and my mom and my aunt blasted music so loud the car practically shook, and I trained myself to sleep anywhere. Planes, trains, even through turbulence. So eventually, I drifted off. I woke up outside of a brick apartment building in Brooklyn, Aunt Rainey's place. Stumbled inside and collapsed on the couch without a word, and the next morning, I met my cousins again. Jalen, tall and confident at 12, and Marcus, younger at 9 but bursting with energy. Jalen towering over me by a good half a foot at that, which was kind of unfair since he was only a year older. That afternoon, somebody suggested we take the subway into the city. I'd never been on one before, and the chaos of it and the screeching brakes and packed cars and vendors shouting was overwhelming. We wandered Manhattan, eating pretzels and hot dogs from stands that smelled both amazing and slightly suspicious. Later that night, 10 o'clock, pitch black, we ended up at the playground near the apartment. I tried to argue against it since playgrounds at night are objectively creepier than haunted houses, but nobody seemed to listen to me. The place felt off and quiet in a way that wasn't normal for a city block. We shrugged it off, climbed the monkey bars, started talking. That's when I noticed it. There's a little baby swing over there, and it's moving on its own. And it wasn't just a gentle sway, it was like swinging like a kid was still in it. The problem was the last mother and child had left like half an hour ago. Jalen, look. He squints. Well, that's weird. He hopped down and he approached the swing. The second he got it, slowed to a dead stop. like it had been caught, and he reached out, touched the seat, and yanked his hand back like it burned. It's warm. Just like somebody's just been here. I climbed down, my heart thudding, and then Jalen froze again. He touched a bar in the jungle gym and said, "This one's warm too." But neither of us had been near it. We stood there, two kids with no good explanation, until we both came to the sudden unspoken conclusion. The park was not empty. We decided the place must have been haunted by kids, and it made sense in sort of a grim way. Playgrounds attract both joy and danger, and maybe something terrible had happened here, and their spirits just never left, playing forever, night after night. And when we finally left, I couldn't shake the feeling of a small invisible hand wrapping around mine. It was my first ghost encounter, and it taught me something chilling. Maybe the afterlife isn't pain or peace, it's boredom. Eternal, restless boredom. But hey, that's all behind me now, right? The Fog Man of Hollow Pines. So first off, I swear to you, we weren't trying to summon anything creepy. Ghost hunting wasn't the plan, and honestly, me and my friend, who we're just going to call Ivy for now, just wanted to do some witchy nonsense for fun, and we came prepared with crystals, incense, dried herbs, seashells, and even a random jar of cinnamon. We thought it might be magical. The idea was silly, but what happened was not. We started by sprinkling salt in a circle around us and laying down a blanket that doubled as our quote-unquote altar. On it, we placed our shiny little quartz collection and a couple of seashells to keep the good vibes. Ivy was hoping to get clarity on her situationship. She wouldn't call it a boyfriend. Situationship. Earlier at a cafe, we'd already done some DIY tarot readings with a homemade deck, and shockingly, they gave us answers that hit a little bit too close. Still, I thought it was all play pretend. Once the salt circle was set and the incense smoke curled in the air, we decided to go further. I suggested contacting the spirits of the forest. Since, well, it was already in the quote-unquote plan. We shuffled the deck, set it down at the altar. From the start, we said out loud, "No negative energies, only protection, only safety." I wasn't buying into it at all until the air shifted. It was like something massive just standing there watching. I turned to Ivy to ask if she felt it too. She said it first. "There's something behind me." Strange thing is, we both described it the same way. A towering man-shaped figure made of black fog, limbs stretched too long to be natural. And that detail still makes my stomach twist round. We asked the cards if it was real. Answer, yes. We asked if it was right behind Ivy. Yes. We asked if it had bad intentions. Absolutely. And at this point, the wind picked up like the forest itself was whispering at us. We tried to push the thing away with salt and rosemary. The cards told us it was definitely masculine, which matched the heavy, dark presence pressing in. Ivy reminded me of how earlier we'd been ranting about women's rights and toxic masculinity, and maybe this thing had been lurking since then. The idea gave me chills. We tried asking other spirits instead, but the vibe got kind of worse. The cards spoke in half-threats, and it felt like the fog man was circling our salt barrier. That's when leaves behind ivy rustled like something had stomped down hard. Except nothing was there. No rock, no squirrel, nothing, just movement. The forest, it didn't like us. That much was clear. When we asked straight up if we were welcome, the cards went from maybe to leave. Nice pun, Forrest. Did we listen? Of course not. We stuck around to take pictures like idiots. The sky went from bright to storm dark in minutes, and thunder started rolling in. The second we left the pines, the rain crashed down so violently our shoes filled with water. Hair plastered, clothes soaked. We stumbled out half laughing, half panicking. Ivy swore it was the forest punishing us. Thought maybe it was the opposite. Like the rain was cleansing us and scrubbing off whatever filth the fogman tried to cling to us. Either way, one thing's certain. I don't think either of us will step foot in that forest again. And you would be surprised at how much liquid high tops can actually keep in there. Just poured mine out, well, an hour ago. Don't ride motorcycles with an umbrella, by the way. Let's talk doors. No, not the ones in your grandma's house that creak and probably lead to her weird button collection. I mean the forbidden doors inside Emperor Jin Shu Huang's tomb. Sealed passageways so secret even the ghosts allegedly need a key card to get through. According to the records of the Grand Historian, the tomb includes mechanized doors and hidden compartments, which, for 200 BC, sounds suspiciously like the ancient Chinese were building smart homes before Elon Musk's ancestors had even figured out fire. These weren't just basic slabs of stone. They were traps and mechanisms and gates within gates. Basically, the tomb is less resting place and more underground escape room designed by Satan. The archaeologists today have only mapped a fraction of the tomb complex, and even that has yielded passages that literally go nowhere. Dead ends, walls behind doors, hallways that loop and disorient. But ancient texts describe 3 gates to the soul, hidden thresholds said to test truth, fear, and loyalty. Sounds like a video game boss battle. That's because Emperor Jin turned death itself into a dungeon crawl. One of the most baffling finds are stone hinges buried beneath a collapsed corridor near pit number 2. Hinges. Like for a swinging door, but no actual door, just the mechanism. Perfectly preserved, almost modern in design. Historians think that these were meant to be pressure activated. Others say the doors were removed or more chillingly, never meant to open again once sealed. And this is where the whispers start. In 2007, an underground scan team noticed anomalies, metallic signatures that didn't match any known burial materials behind a thick stone wall in a restricted section. The area was labeled Zone 5, and since then it's been locked down tight. No further scans, no press releases, and the local guards were armed and theories unleashed. Some say it's a control room, that the tomb isn't just a grave but a machine, and these doors lead to its interface. Others believe they conceal Shin's true body, cryogenically preserved in ancient chemicals. Because why not throw science fiction into this already banana story? And more conservative theorists think the doors lead to vaults of lost knowledge or scrolls or artifacts, forbidden tech wiped out by the great book burning and hidden away. But the wildest theory, the doors are tests. One for the loyal, one for the traitor, and one for the uninvited. This comes from a little-known Taoist manual found in a private collection in Hunan. It references a heaven lock system used in tombs of the divine emperor's lineage. 3 doors, each with a riddle. One grants access, one triggers death, and one never opens again. And to this day, not a single door in the central mound has been excavated. Not because we can't, but because we won't. Because every time we get close to just cracking one open, well, something goes wrong, like a malfunction or a freak storm. A new reason to delay. One archaeologist called it the tomb's patience, as if it's waiting for someone, not just anyone to enter. So the doors stay sealed, but maybe, just maybe, they're listening. Okay, let's get real spooky. Tonight we enter the twilight zone of archaeology, where scientific instruments start acting possessed, and the earth itself might be exhaling secrets. Because now we're talking about the tomb that, according to multiple independent freaked-out researchers, breathes. Yeah, breathes. Let's rewind to 2012. When a joint Sino-European geological team set up a camp near the main mound. Their mission, simple environmental monitoring. But what they found was anything but chill. Every 29.5 days, like clockwork, their instruments recorded micro-pressure pulses in the soil around the tomb. Not earthquakes, not groundwater shifts, something gentler and rhythmic and measured, almost like lungs expanding and contracting. Now, before you roll your eyes and yell, "Bad data," hold up, these weren't amateurs. They recalibrated and reinstalled and retested, and still on a lunar cycle they found consistent air shifts in the tomb's surrounding soil. One scientist described it as the mound inhaling the moonlight. That's when the legend of hounds perked up. You see, in certain ancient Taoist traditions, tombs weren't just graves, they were living organisms. Designed with geomantic precision, they were said to draw chi energy, like life energy, from the heavens and the earth, syncing to celestial rhythms. Basically, the tomb was a battery, and the first emperor, he was the payload. Here's the kicker. The data gets spicier. Infrared scans during these cycles show slight temperature anomalies inside the mound itself. Hot spots and cold spots moving like currents beneath the earth. Not dangerous, but definitely alive, and every time somebody tries to publish on it, well, the studies disappear and websites go offline, and one professor called it government-sponsored ghosting. So why the question? Isn't it the tomb breathing? It's like, why? So let's entertain a few theories. One, thermal pocket theory. The mercury rivers heat and cool, creating a thermal pump effect. Logical, but boring, so moving on. Two would be structural resonance. The tomb's design with its underground chambers might interact with tidal forces, especially with Mercury's density, like a low-tech ancient bellows system. Three, dark energy capacitor. Okay, this one's straight from conspiracy TikTok, but it's too juicy not to share. Some believe the tomb houses a geomagnetic engine powered by mercury and crystals and feng shui alignment that absorbs cosmic energy. In those lunar cycles, maintenance mode. The tomb isn't resting, it's charging. 4. Soul containment. The Taoists believed breath and spirit were linked, and in some extreme interpretations, what we're seeing isn't just airflow, it's the Shen, the spiritual echo of Emperor Jin, rising and falling like a heartbeat. And here's something even creepier. Every documented peak of this breathing cycle aligns with an odd event. A landslide in 2015 that exposed ancient stone near the southern flank. A lightning strike in 2018 that hit the tomb's perimeter wall. 2021, a drone malfunction that ended with the drone flying by itself into the center mound and crashing hard. Recovered footage showed nothing, just darkness until the last frame. A single clay eye staring straight at the lens. Coincidence? Or a tomb watching us, waiting for something? Maybe it's not asleep, and maybe it's meditating. Let's shift gears and talk about the people still guarding the tomb. Not the terracotta army, not ancient booby traps, but the modern sentinels. Because yes, the Chinese government has people assigned to protect a 2,200-year-old mound of dirt around the clock. And if you think that job is boring, buddy, you haven't heard the whispers. They call themselves the Night Watchers. Officially, they're just security staff and archaeologists and engineers. But unofficially, these are folks who have seen things. The ones who patrol the perimeter of Mount Lee under cover of darkness. Flashlights flickering and radios crackling and hearts pounding like drums in a horror movie trailer. Over the years, more than a few have broken rank to leak stories. Most of them anonymously, some never again. Let's start with the footsteps. Numerous guards are reported hearing footsteps, slow and deliberate and measured on gravel paths outside the excavation zones. Always the same pace and always behind them. And when they turn around, there's never anything, no footprints, no signs of movement. Just a windless silence that presses on the ears like a held breath. Then there's the whistler. One retired guard recounted a pattern. Every full moon at around 3 a.m., soft whistling could be heard from inside pit number 1. The tune was unrecognizable and the source was unknown. When he tried to record it, the tape came out blank, except for the final 10 seconds where a voice whispered his own name. He quit the next day and moved to a mountain village with no cell reception. Can't say I blame him. And how about the light phenomena? Floating orbs, glows from within sealed pits. One researcher in 2003 called what looked like torchlight flickering beneath the tomb mound on a thermal camera. The temperature spike matched body heat. Let that sink in. Body heat inside a sealed, unexcavated chamber. The official response is environmental anomaly, which is code for please stop asking before we all get fired or vaporized by an ancient soul garden. Then there's the most bone-chilling tale of them all, the Black Sentinel. Multiple accounts describe a figure seen near the perimeter on moonless nights. Tall and motionless, wearing what looks like ancient armor. He appears only briefly and then vanishes. One guard said he saw him standing at the gates unmoving and staring. When he looked away and looked back, the figure was gone. But muddy footprints led all the way up to him. And what makes this extra spicy is his description matches early reconstructions of the general figure in the terracotta ranks. One of the highest-ranking, most elaborately sculpted warriors, believed to have been based on a real commander. So what are we dealing with? Ghosts or psychological side effects of high stress and night shifts or something older? Or maybe the Watchers aren't guarding the tomb. Maybe they're guarding us from what's inside. Because as one anonymous source once posted, and now deleted, we're not here to protect the Emperor. We're here to make sure no one wakes him up. Alright folks, buckle up. This next one has all the makings of a historical thriller. Rogue archaeologists, government secrets, and a civil engineer who may or may not have vanished into thin air. Let me introduce you to Lin Zhao. Not his real name, obviously, because nobody wants their grandkids cursed by a 2,000-year-old emperor. But back in the 1980s, Lin was part of a low-key government team assigned to survey the land around Mount Lee, where Jin Shu Huang's tomb slumbers like a radioactive sleeping beauty. Officially, his job was to test for seismic stability. Unofficially, he might have uncovered something that scared the state into silence. According to his anonymous interview with an overseas academic journal that quickly disappeared from the internet, naturally, Lin's team was constructed to run electromagnetic scans deeper than anything had done before. These weren't just looking for tomb walls, they were measuring heat signatures. Lin claimed that beneath the central mound, beneath the clay soldiers, the corridors, the mercury-soaked dirt, was a chamber emitting a faint but measurable source of energy. Not geothermal, he reportedly said. Something else. Something artificial. Now, when that interview surfaced on a tiny, now-defunct message board in the early 2000s, nobody cared, until people started noticing something creepy. Other names associated with Lin's team started vanishing from conference attendance lists. A couple were reassigned, and one died in a suspicious car crash that looked like a scene from a soap opera. No skid marks, no braking, just a fiery plunge off a very dry, very flat highway. And it gets weirder. Lin allegedly described discovering metallic resonance underground, frequencies that seemed to pulse when exposed to seismic tests. Not just echoing back, responding like something was humming down there, like the tomb was alive. He also hinted that the central tomb chamber wasn't one chamber, it was two, nestled like a... Matryoshka doll. I can't even say that word. An inner sanctum encased in a shell, and in that inner sanctum a structure. Not a sarcophagus, something shaped like a cube. Perfectly symmetrical and magnetically sealed, and sounded suspiciously like a device instead of a coffin. Government response was deny, delay, deflect. After a few polite announcements about protecting national heritage, the project was shut down. Lynn's papers were seized and the entire team was disbanded. And Lynn, he moved to a coastal city, changed his name, and never spoke about it again. Until one blurry photo showed up years later. A man, older and bearded, standing on a cliff overlooking the sea, captioned, "The engineer who heard the tomb breathing." Now, is this real? Who knows? Maybe Lynn was just an overworked civil engineer with a flair for fiction. Maybe he just watched too much X-Files. But the details, the way his story lines up with ancient texts describing celestial energy and sacred fire, buried with the Emperor, it's enough to make you wonder. What if the tomb isn't just a monument to power? And what if it's a vault? A vault built to contain something dangerous and something still running. And what happens if we open it? The thing wearing her face. My aunt's house always had a strange air about it. For as long as anyone can remember, weird things seem to follow her. The eerie stuff mostly circles around her, but pretty much everyone in the family. Even visitors. They've had their own share of strange encounters inside that house. I never stayed there overnight. I usually went during weddings or birthday gatherings or other big occasions. The place was always packed, filled with chatter and clattering plates and running children. In all that noise, it's easy to forget the house ever had a presence. But the stories people tell, those never leave my head. This particular one happened around 8 or 9 years ago. My aunt's bed used to be placed right up against the wall, and she always had preferred the wall side. My uncle slept on the open side. If she ever needed to get up in the middle of the night, she'd have to crawl over him to get down, and not exactly gracefully, since both of them were tall and broad-shouldered. One night my uncle half woke to the familiar creaking of the mattress. He could feel someone carefully slipping over him and stepping down. Still half asleep, he assumed it was my aunt going to the bathroom. The room was pitch dark, so he didn't bother opening his eyes fully. But then something clicked in his sleepy brain. My aunt wasn't even home, and she'd gone to visit my mom for a few days. He was completely alone in that bed. A cold shock went through him. He jerked upright and switched on the bedside lamp, and that's when he saw it. In the middle of the room stood a figure, taller than my aunt, with shoulders hunched forward. Its entire body covered in thick, coarse hair like an animal. It turned its head slowly toward him, and underneath all that fur it wore my aunt's exact face. It smiled, her smile. Then it bolted to the door. My uncle, terrified but running on instinct, jumped up and chased it down the hallway. But when he reached the living room, there was no one. The front door was still locked and the house was silent again. 2 months later, an old maid who used to work for my aunt dropped by to visit. Over tea, the story came up. As soon as my uncle described what he saw, the woman's hands began to tremble. She stared at my aunt and whispered, "I've seen it too." She explained how years earlier she was washing dishes near the well in their outdoor washing area, late at night. Everyone else had gone to bed and the air was cold and still, and she felt someone behind her. And when she turned, a figure with fur from shoulder to ankle was standing near the well. had my aunt's face on it. The creature tilted its head as if it was curious. The maid screamed, dropped the plate she was holding, and ran. She quit her job the next day. Never told anyone why. She thought no one would believe her anyway. To this day, whenever that story crosses my mind, I can picture that fur-covered figure wearing my aunt's face. It still sends shivers down my spine. And this time it's my cousin who goes through it. It happens almost a decade after the first incident. And by then, my uncle had already passed away from an illness, leaving my aunt, her son, and her late husband's brother with his family, wife and 2 kids in the house. That night, my uncle's brother had to leave for a late shift at the factory. Before going, his cousin, M, 23 years old back then, to check and lock every door carefully. At around 11:15, my cousin came downstairs and the house was quiet with the lights dim. He walked toward the main gate, key jingling in his hand. And just as he bent down to lock the gate, something latched onto the top of the railing from outside. 2 long, pale, almost translucent hands with skin stretched too thin and veins showing. He froze because the thing was standing in the shadows and it was tall and human-shaped. But the only part clearly visible were those arms. Fingers slightly curled, resting inches from his hands. A wave of cold hit him and he dropped the keys. And inside the house, my aunt's sister-in-law was trying to put her youngest to sleep. That's when she heard a scream. Sharp and panicked, she thought one of the kids was fooling around, so she rushed out calling their names. You know that space that's usually underneath the sofa? Well, maybe just room for slippers. Now, imagine a grown young man twisted and crammed into there with his chest heaving. To this day, nobody knows how he ended up like that. He might have thrown himself under maybe sheer terror or something. Maybe something else might have forced him down. He burned with fever for the next 3 days, and in his delirium he kept whispering about hands at the gate. Tried to run outside more than once. They had to physically restrain him so he wouldn't get hurt. When the fever finally broke, he remembered almost nothing. Only the cold and the sound of the metal gate rattling. And that was the final straw for my aunt. Within a week, she called in specialists from the temple. In our culture, there's something called a binding, an invisible barrier traced along the edges of the property to keep anything non-human from crossing it. They perform the ritual at night, circling the house with chanting and incense. Since then, there have been no more incidents, no hands, no screams in the dark, nothing. But every time my cousin walked past that gate, even now, never looks directly at it. I'd look directly at it. How about you? Sweet dreams.